doing. It's definitely lots of Supercross, motocross talk. Tonight on the show, we are going to cover some World Supercross stuff. We're going to cover some silly season stuff. We're going to cover Kay DeWolf and Jorge Prado stuff. So lots to get into tonight. 702-586-7857. You got something on your mind, you want to talk about something or another with myself, Steve Mathis, or my co-host Kris Keefer, go ahead and do that. Give us a call. Give us a ring, as they say. 702-586-7857. Monday, October 21st. All right, lots to get into. Motorsport.com, Fly Race and Decal Works, Race Tech, X-Brand Goggles, Renthal, Michelin, Acherbys, Firepower, Maxima, OGO Power Sports, Pro Filter, FMF, Guts Racing, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, the WUSA World Vets coming up next weekend. Please check out W for all your wheel needs. A lot of teams in the pits are using them, and they have their own branded hubs now that are great. So please check out WUSA. Tell me, listen to Pulp, get a discount. Same with Get Data. Email us if you want a deal on anything from the two-stroke stuff to the four-stroke ECUs. The RPM indicators, all the things that Honda HRC uses. Just email us using the contact form at PulpMX.com, and we'll get you a deal on Get. Intense Cycles, Weisco Piston, Rocky Ridge Trucks, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Luxon, Ethica, Troll Training, all on board with us tonight. We got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs, got the Motorsport.com Tweet at Tallon segment, got the Race Tech Rant coming up as well. My rant has nothing to do with the sport as of right now, but it could have something if something tickles my fancy later on in the show. Lots to get into tonight on the show. From Racer X, from PulpMX, from Triumph, from Keefering Testing, the Kris Keefer. Hi, Kris.
It's a loose show because didn't even know we were on. I was talking to the boys,
I know,
and
yeah.
then you started.
No, yeah, well, because that's what time we start. That's what the intro is.
You can just say, hey, Keefer, we're getting ready to start.
No, man.
Okay.
I just figure I want a little bit of dedication.
Hi, Steve.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Great. Brandon Haas coming on tonight, the owner of PulpMX and the PulpMX team. Jeremy Martin will be calling in. Looking forward to talking to J Mart.
Yep.
Jason Thomas, of course. Andy Jefferson from KTM Husqvarna Gas as well.
The Pierre Mobility Group.
Probably better to say it that way, right? And then maybe we'll call someone else. I don't know.
That'd be fun. Cold calling people was fun.
We used to do that.
Yep.
We used to do that. And then other people wouldn't. Then people stopped answering, so then it was not as much fun. Taking your phone calls over there in the corner, holding things down.
He used to ride.
I
insulted him before the show started.
About riding?
Yep. So I was talking about a feeling about riding, and he was like, I can't believe you don't know what I feel those things. I'm like, didn't know you rode.
You were talking to Travis.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm saying taking the calls in the corner.
Oh, sorry. Well, yeah, he used to ride too.
He also insulted
Remember
me
when he used to
before the
ride
show.
too?
Yeah, he used to ride also.
I rode in July. That was only a few months ago.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I raced.
July?
I
125
loosely
degrees?
raced. Yeah. That's why I didn't finish the race, but we started. We were there.
You still got your blue crew?
Yeah.
Oh, you have a blue crew?
It's black now, but still Yamaha.
It's
20.
No. Yeah, we revamped it since you saw it.
Okay.
It's in better shape.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a 2016.
2016.
Okay.
Right. And working the camera there, working the angles.
There it is.
Used to ride. The Travis Marks.
Just a Zwift guy now. That's all I do.
Yeah.
Just
was
Zwift.
the last time you rode was when you ate shit on my bike? Or did you ride since then?
No, I'm pretty sure I rode.
Oh, you did?
Maybe once or twice since then. But yeah, I have PTSD from that day, so thank you.
Twice.
Hey, I went out to Western on Sunday.
It's back.
And, dude, it was all time. It was all time. Because there was no wind.
Okay.
And temperature was nice. So the moisture stayed in the track. The new layout that Jason has there is a lot of fun. And it was a great time.
I like how we, as desert people, mark a good day if it's not windy. These East Coast people don't know what we're talking about.
No.
It was a great day. Why? Dude, there was no wind.
There was no wind.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah, great day. We're riding at Western. Never really thought I would I never really thought years ago.
Before RM Army?
No, just say 5 years ago.
Okay.
That I would, on an NFL Sunday,
Oh.
either go bicycling and voluntarily miss games or go dirt bike riding and voluntarily miss games. Like, I used to just, rub my hands together for NFL Sunday.
So you would just prop yourself up all day?
Breakfast burrito, coffee, 8 hours of football, just ramming it up.
Pre-game, 10 a.m., 1 a.m.,
Ram
1 p.m.
football up my ass.
All right, I still like that.
That's what I wanted to do. And now I'm like, you know what? I'm going dirt bike riding. I'm going bicycling.
And then you get to NFL later?
Yeah.
Okay.
But with the goddamn
gay.
awful Raiders, I don't really give a shit anymore.
You're really mean to the Raiders. I feel like the Jays have sucked many years, and you're not as hard on them as you are on the Raiders. Like, you're
Jays
really
made the playoffs 3 out of 4 years.
You know, but they weren't great. Haven't been great.
Made the playoffs, dude.
But so have the Raiders.
No, they
Wild card?
No, they have one playoff appearance since 2002.
Oh, really?
One.
I thought there was more than
No.
that. Okay.
One time.
Yeah, but it's your team. Look,
It
Miami
doesn't matter.
sucks,
Yeah.
and I'm still in.
Listen, but part of me being objective, look, you know me. You
Right.
know how I am. I'm cynical by nature.
That's true.
Like, look at all this stuff, like, even like where I talk about all the American flag bullshit stuff, like I'm cynical.
Yeah.
I'm just a cynical guy. So I am not going to wrap myself in black and silver and put an eye patch on and be like, the Raiders rule.
Right.
Like, I'm going to look at them honestly. And honestly, they've been terrible for so long.
You know what you're not cynical on? The Sphere. Even brought you home a little gift.
Yeah. I'm going to put that on Instagram later. We went to the Sphere on Friday.
That's the happiest I've seen you in a long time.
Really?
Yes. Well, since you two.
Yeah, since the Sphere the last time. We're going to have Heather on later because,
She's got a lot to say about it.
okay, and that's great because I have a lot to say also.
Okay.
And just check another believer. Just check. Scott Burnworth, my buddy Scott Burnworth, said it was the most amazing thing he's seen in his life. He saw Eagles there a few weeks ago.
We're going to rate the Eagles versus you two.
Yeah, we can get into that.
Okay.
But yeah, Sphere.
Yeah, it's great.
It's great.
It's great.
And Heather was such a non-believer.
And look, we talked about this before we even went. We're like, Heather's not going to give you the credit that you deserve, even if it was legit.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, she did.
she did.
She did. So we'll talk to Heather, and
Okay.
we'll talk a little bit of Sphere later on in the show.
All right.
But all right, let's get into it. So I want to talk to you about some shootout stuff. I want to talk to you about some silly season stuff and rank some moves that we've seen coming up here also. But off the top, before we get Brandon Haas from PulpMX in here to talk to us a little bit about their program, World Supercross kicking off this weekend in Vancouver. 4-round series. Ken Roxon, Eli Tomac, right?
Okay.
Dino, Savacci, Vince Freeze, Colt Nichols. Not a bad lineup. Pretty
That's
deep.
It's a good bill.
Paris is coming up, and I feel like this is on the par with Paris. Paris has the Lawrence brothers and Tomac and Cooper Webb and Ferrandis, I think. I think those are the big five. I might be missing one in there. But
Jet's going to be there, so
yeah,
it's not really
Lawrence's,
going to be a race. But all right.
But so anyways, World Supercross, 250 class, 450 class. Like, yeah. What's your excitement level for this? Where are you at with this series in general? What are your thoughts on it? I mean, you'll watch it because you watch everything.
Yeah.
But where are you at with this thing?
Excitement level, like you said, I watch everything. So everything, if it's dirt bikes, I'm in. I watch endurocross, I watch whatever. But because it's Tomac and Roxon, I feel like those two guys are only going to be ones really going to be out front. So a 7.
A 7.
A 7.
Yeah. 250 class should be good. There's
I don't know who's racing 250 class. So some guys are moving down.
McElrath's in it.
Okay.
For firepower.
Okay.
By the way,
else we got?
Shane McElrath, another new bike, another new team. Maybe we can.
He's like a test
We
rider.
can start talking about that. Shane McElrath, Cole Thompson are riding for firepower.
Your guy, Cole Thompson?
Yeah, my guy Cole Thompson. Did you see him take his 2 teammates out in
Yeah,
Australia?
that was awesome.
That was great. I heard behind the scenes that it was not good.
Like, I would like to see Shane fired up because he seems so mellow.
As usual with Cole, like, he just can't help himself. He's such a D-bag on the track and off the track.
Really?
And
I don't know him.
Yeah, dude. So many people up in Canada, right where he's from, and the different teams he's ridden on. Down here, the solitaire guys like him. That's cool. Like, they like him. But, dude, he's like a low-key Freeze.
Really?
You know? At least Vince owns it. Vince is like, hey, yeah, fuck it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm Vince Freeze.
Because Cole said he just...
Yeah, no, he just, doesn't really say anything. He just acts like that and then doesn't really own it. And then when you combine the stuff off the track, you're just like, the guy's anyways, whatever. So I heard behind the scenes, people weren't liking him. But Chiz, 250 class.
Yep.
Chiz is dropping down.
Wow.
Derek Kelly dropping down.
Yep, on a Suzuki.
On a RM Army.
Yep.
What else we got?
So, I mean, Shane's got to be the favorite then, I would assume.
I would think so, right?
Coming from Oz Supercross, winning that last night.
Yep.
Had bad luck the first night, but I would think he has a good bike underneath him. I think the track should be a better track than what we saw in Oz, because that looked like a fair race pretty much.
Yeah. Cullen Park, 250 class.
Yeah.
Enzo Lopes, a little bit of a wild card for Rick Ware Racing.
What bike Rick Ware?
They're on Cowie's, I think. Did you see their Arby's graphics?
Did
you see their Arby's graphics?
No, I did not. Oh, A-Ray sent it to me. Yes. Okay.
Arby's, dude.
Beef and cheddar.
Who doesn't like a good beef and cheddar?
No, I'm all about beef and cheddars. So that was like the story we were talking about before the show started. Anyway, here's the thing. How come? Did you guys even talk? I didn't listen to the show. Did you even talk about Enzo's ride at MXON?
We did.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
I
interviewed him afterwards at PulpCast.
That was a good ride.
It was really good. Yeah.
So I feel like it's still there.
He says it's better outdoors. His arm and his numbness is better outdoors than in. So
okay.
this is he's testing this indoors a little bit.
Hopefully. I talked to him a little bit too, and he said he was going through some dark times. Yeah. So it's good to see him riding. So honestly, I think if he's had some time on the Cowie, I think he has something for Shane. He's good indoors.
Okay, yes, he is, but he's been off a long time. I got Cody having something for Shane. No?
In the long run, no.
No?
But I would say if Shane gets a bad start and Cody gets a good start, then yes.
Okay.
But Shane's on a good bike. I feel like he's going to get a good start. It's going to be hard to beat Shane.
Okay.
I feel like Shane, if you compared whoops, and if we have some good size whoops, Shane's going to be better in the whoops.
We do have Anstey for this weekend only, wild card.
Oh, well then. Why are we even talking about it then?
Well, he's not going to win a championship.
But he's going to win the race.
Probably.
Yeah, okay. And he's still on Firepower Honda, all that.
Max Anstey, no Star Yamaha.
Oh, Star. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah. No, I feel like Anstey.
Oh, then.
But
that's it.
But as far as the series goes, I'm talking.
How many rounds? How many cancellations do we have, and how many rounds are there now?
I think they make 4.
Okay.
It's 4 listed. I think they make 4.
So we think we make it.
We think we make it.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm going this weekend.
Are you?
I'm going. BC,
back to your homeland?
Back to homeland. Yeah.
BC Place?
BC Place.
Nice.
Yeah. Interested to see how many tickets they sold. Now, back in the day, when Feld was going there for the world rounds, there was Ricky, James, Chad, everybody, and there was maybe 10,000 people there.
From what I remember, it wasn't BC Place kind of shitty dirt?
Yeah, it was like moon dirt. It was like gray moon dirt. So we'll see.
Rocks in it and stuff?
I don't remember it being too rocky, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they have as far as that goes. So you're a 7.
I'm a 7.
Yeah.
I'm excited because there's racing. We don't have anything.
Yeah.
But the racing itself with quality of riders, not great.
I do want to talk to JT about this later on. He's gonna come on later on from Fly Racing. By the way, for Fly Racing, if you're looking at Fly Racing stuff online, we now have a code to save with those guys. PulpMX is the code to save with
This
Fly
is
Racing.
big news.
So, yeah, you can get direct from Fly. You can punch in PulpMX and you can save.
How much?
I think it's 15.
Okay.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
So if you're in the market for something from Fly Racing, please check that out. Also, Kris Keefer brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. PulpMX 24 is the code to save with Decal Works. You have your own code too, right?
Yep.
With them.
Keefer 20.
Keefer 20. So please check out decalnmx.com. They are the graphics for Red Bull KTM, Husqvarna Off-Road. Great company, great guys.
Die-cut numbers.
Die-cut numbers, which Chris loves.
God, I love them.
You know who was asking me about them was Galdi. Galdi's like, hey, I got to get those numbers. Is that Decal Works? I'm
it's like half background, rest number. It's awesome. It's easy to slap on.
Wow.
Especially now with all these side plates on these new bikes. They're just so small. It looks way better.
So World Supercross, you're at a 7. Does Roxon, or do you have a favorite between Roxon and Tomac?
You know
do
what?
You have one or the other?
Everyone's going to say, Tomac's going to kill, which I would understand. But I think Roxon's got something for Eli indoors, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
I think so.
I think flip a coin.
Yeah.
And also, I think both of them will be like, hey, man, they're both getting like good money from the series.
What do they get in start money, do you think?
I think Kenny's getting 200 around.
Fuck.
Yeah.
You think Eli's getting more?
I don't know. Eli's riding for a team. I know Kenny is too, but I don't know Eli's in Craig Dack Racing.
Because Kenny was the face of this thing when it started, right?
It was. He still is.
Okay.
He's still on their socials and everything else. So,
yeah.
I feel like both guys will be like, hey, man, let's go 90%, and I'm not going to, send it here to try to get you because let's keep an eye on staying
And they're both
healthy.
clean riders. They're not going to do anything stupid.
Right.
But honestly, Kenny gets good starts. He's going to sprint. And if Eli doesn't go full beast mode, it wouldn't surprise me to see Kenny win.
Could see Freeze up there too.
That would make it interesting. There's nothing else better when Vince gets a start and leads because it makes the whole race more fun to watch.
I tried to get Tony Alessi on the night. He said no. He said he'd rather come on later.
Really?
So, yeah.
He never says no either.
He doesn't.
No.
So I don't really know what was up with that. But they are going racing with Viney and Park in the Tivity class, and then Brees and
Brees should be interesting.
who else is it? Hold on.
Yeah, Brees, Freeze.
Oh, Freeze. Yeah, Freeze.
Yeah.
And then Oldenburg is on Rick Ware as well. I didn't mention him. Oldenburg's pretty solid. So also.
Cowie, I don't think Cowie's going to be as good as the Honda.
Oldenburg is on beta for next year, from what I know.
Oh, for his AMA.
Yeah.
Okay.
For
but Rick
Danny.
Ware's on Cowie's, right?
Yeah. Rick Ware's on Cowies. So yeah, World Supercross kicking off this weekend. Catch the Fever. I'm going to be there.
Televised?
Yeah, they got a television package, I believe.
Sure, RacerX will have it all up.
Yeah, we'll promote it a little bit. I'll be there doing some things from the race and all of that. So hoping to go mountain biking with Alyssa Moore as well.
We going up to Whistler?
No, we'll go around there. And then we got a Matt Good concert Friday night.
The
guy who
beginning of the
sings
show, Matt Good?
Beginning of the show, Matt Good. I've never seen him in concert.
Oh, nice.
So looking forward to that on Friday night.
Lots of concerts for you.
A lot of weekend, yeah. Got Black Crowes tickets today.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That'll be good.
Yeah. What's the best Black
Off
Crowes song?
season. Oh, gosh.
Pookie and I were debating this.
It's going to be between She Talks to Angels or Remedy.
Yeah, it's Remedy. Pookie said no.
She Talks to Angels, though?
It's played up.
Wow.
Renegade Race Fuels PulpMX 24. Will Hahn won a championship with this. Justin Brayton did. The Firepower guys did. For the cleanest, coolest, and most consistent race fuel on the market, grab a can of Renegade. Racers who win, pour it in. The best part of Renegade guys is they're delivering it right to your door now.
That is nice.
This was always a problem before with from fuel suppliers. But right now, if you go to Renegade Race Fuels, enter the code PulpMX24. Get SX2, MX2. Both
MX4.
blends. MX4, sorry.
Yep.
And Renegade is excited to be the race company to ship directly to your door. PulpMX24 is the code to save with those guys. So thank you to them for coming on board. And ProFilter and Maxima as well. Pulp20 is the code to save with ProFilter. I was super bummed. I don't know what happened to my bio wash from Maxima, but I used it, and it was 3/4 full, and then I went to go grab it, and it was 1/4 full, and my whole bottom of my cabinet. So I don't know.
Probably because 194 degrees in your garage.
Yeah.
Probably popped
I
it.
need to look into that. So
Biowash.
MaximaUSA.com, ProFilter.com as well. Pulp20 is the code to save for air and oil filters for dirt bikes, side-by-sides, street bikes, and everything in between. And then, of course, the Maxima filter, whether it's filter oil, whether it's 927, which is the #1 selling two-stroke oil in most markets around the world. Pulp20 is the code to save. Transmission oil as well. Chris, we're going to Mesquite tomorrow to go riding.
Yep.
I just want you to know I went riding, like I said, a Western on Sunday. I did not wash my bike.
I was about to tell you about. Okay.
I am bringing my dirty bike to Mesquite.
I called Steve yesterday, and we're talking about this, and I said, you wash your bike? And he's like, no, it's only 2 days in between. He's out.
Yeah,
So,
not doing that.
Don't need no bio wash.
No,
Maxima, don't even send any because he's not using
it's
it.
every couple of rides I wash. So, all right. So World Supercross we covered a little bit. I do want to talk to JT about it. I have some silly season stuff to talk about also. But for you, Chris, RM Army did a 50th anniversary.
Yeah, it was cool.
How was that? Red Dog was there?
Red Dog was there.
Huffy?
Huff Daddy.
Berluti?
Berluti
was there?
Albertine looks like he could race tomorrow. He's in shape.
Yeah.
All the Suzuki guys. Like it was really cool to see.
Yeah. I guess because, like, let's face it.
Cole Gress?
Cole Gress was there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they have nothing new on their bikes.
Well, yes, there is.
Stop.
There is. There's if you buy a Suzuki now, you get a Pro Circuit muffler system, as well as you could pick your own graphics. You can go 70s, 80s, 90s retro graphic kit. You know? So there's something new, right? I mean, yeah, they're not going to put all this shit together just for that, but I mean, at least you're getting something. Like, and they're aware of it. Look, when they do these media things for us idiots, like, they're aware, like, ha, 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 Kickstarter, we know. Like, they understand it. But they're trying to, hey, do something.
Listen, and I was trying to give them a compliment.
Okay.
The bikes are the same, except for sticker kits and a Pro Circuit exhaust that they don't even put on for you. You had to put them on your shelf. But nice to see them trying to do something cool. 50th anniversary for Suzuki, so they brought these riders out. They brought these Suzuki people out. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Props to Suzuki for doing that.
They made it a little fun event for the day, like a team race. They did like a trivia question.
And Racer X, and we won it.
Swap Moto, yep.
Racerex and Swap Moto were teamed up?
Yep.
So who'd you ride with?
Well, Swap Moto.
Yeah, but
Pat Foster.
Oh, Pat Foster. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's kind of fun. Who got second?
I don't even know.
Yeah, you guys are both. Pat's quick.
Well, it's a combination of the race, the trivia answers,
Oh.
and then we had a social media thing they gave us to do, like post some old stuff about Suzuki.
Okay.
So I posted some old stuff of me when I was riding my 90.
I saw that, yeah.
So yeah, combined all of that, and then they give the winner. So
Did you guys do well on trivia?
they didn't tell us the results.
Oh.
I wish they did. I was like, I want to know if I won or not.
Well, yeah, of course.
I thought I did pretty good.
Okay.
You would have killed it because you have a crazy memory about that kind of shit.
Yeah, it's a blessing and a curse. And what else have you been riding? What else has been happening with you?
Well, the new Triumph's coming out. So
450.
that's exciting. Yeah, new 450 Triumph is coming out. So that will be an intro coming in November. So you'll see a bunch of that hitting around on the media outlets. Also, just did the Kawasaki KX250. I wasn't here for that. I was gone testing. So got to ride that. Cowie put a whole new platform together. Basically the same frame as the 450.
Right.
Little bit different engine, subframe, airbox. So that was a little bit different. Went out with Chaw and the guys and did some stuff there.
Is it going to be better for Mitch Payton?
The engine isn't as good on the low end because the airbox is not as constrictive as the 450, but still not as good as the old bike.
Mm-hmm.
So I think once they figure the airbox out, I think it will be, because I think the chassis will be better.
I know someone who rode the factory Cowie,
Mm-hmm.
and they said it's not that fast.
Yeah, I think. Oh, yeah. I almost said that. I almost said who?
It's not
Because
that
I was
fast.
there on that conversation.
Yeah. They were like not that impressed by factory Cowie.
Well,
450.
that person also rides a fucking rocket,
Okay.
right? So, like,
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Okay. So, hey, as far as Triumph goes, no difference between 24 and 25.
250?
250.
ECU changes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Where is the Triumph placing on shootouts? I haven't even.
So
looked.
last week I went and poached Don Swap Moto live. He had a 250 shootout, and I had some testing there. So just asking the riders and talking to the riders, top 3.
Oh, yeah?
Like, Timmy got to ride the shootout.
Yeah.
For Swap Moto, which was pretty cool. And I never seen Timmy ride so much. He
Yeah.
was already sore coming into the shootout.
From Suzuki?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the next day he rode like 6 bikes, and he was pretty sore. But like he rode all the bikes, went back on a couple of them, and he really liked the Yamaha, of course.
Blue Crew.
Yep. And he said the Triumph, top 3. He loved the Cowie.
Yeah.
But from the guys I've talked to, they love the engine on the Triumph.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good engine. And the suspension is more catered to like a little bit of a heavier rider or like a guy who loads the suspension because it's performance based. So good KYB stuff, but has more hold up than the Yamaha. So it's a little bit of a different feel.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that can either help or hurt that bike, depending on what type of rider you are. But I think it's in the mix. I think it's, top 3, 4.
And you said the combined scorecard of
Yeah.
450 shootouts is a Honda?
Yes.
Is the winner?
So yeah, if you combine all of these shootouts,
I
which
mean,
which
this
we
is
have,
probably fake news, but
no, it's not. It's real. It's real talk here. So hold on, let me look this up here. Okay, so you combine all the media shootouts for the 450 shootouts. Honda wins. Second was the KTM. Third was Yamaha. Fourth was Cowie. Fifth Husky. Sixth Gas. Seventh Suzuki. Motocross action. The Yamaha finished third. I'm just going to tell you the Yamaha results. That's what you care about. Cycle News, Yamaha third. Dirt Bike Magazine, Yamaha fourth.
unbelievable.
Dirt Rider, Yamaha second. Motocross Action,
Who's
Yamaha
riding these
third.
things? Helen Keller?
Swap Moto, Yamaha wins.
There we go. Love Swap.
Vital, Yamaha wins.
There we go. It's a couple of outstanding publications at the end there.
So if you did scorecards for all these guys,
Yeah.
the Honda overall wins.
And you have not done any shootouts. You will not do shootouts.
I will not do shootouts. I will do comparisons. So I just did a comparison on my YouTube channel between
I did.
New,
I watched that.
new Honda and the
I
Yamaha.
watched that, and Yamaha won that.
Yamaha won that.
Yamaha won that.
One guy picked the Honda.
Right.
So the Honda frame is
And
much
true or
better.
false, he was drunk at the time.
False. The Honda is much better, but it still has a firmer feel to it, and it has softer suspension than the Yamaha. So I think the perception when everyone gets on a YZ450, it's so exciting, has a really peppy engine, has good suspension, so right away people are excited about this bike. So for me, we talk about this all the time, I still prefer the old frame because it is a little bit heavier, more planted. This has a lighter feel, more of a higher front end feel. So
No, I want the old motor with this frame.
yeah, old motor didn't spool up as quick.
Right.
Yeah.
This is more two-strokey. The Yamaha, is it 2 years ago now?
22 was the last one, yeah.
No, 23 was the new one then?
Yes.
So now we're in the 25.
23, 24, same bike.
Yeah. Yeah, but so now we're in the third year of that. It was such a spooling up quickly, two-stroke type of feel, power.
Right.
The old bike was like a tractor.
It's just a lot of
Fantastic.
bike when you're tired. Like, it's fun when you're fresh, but when you get tired, man, it's a lot of bike. And that's where these slower bikes like the Cowie and these KTMs and even the Honda, they get better because they're a little bit more linear.
How do you explain, and I've always had a little bit of an issue with this, how do you explain KTM getting second and then Husqvarna fifth and Gas 6th? Like, how does that even equate? I mean, I know they're slightly different. I get that, but come on.
They feel quite a bit different, honestly.
Come on.
I'm just telling you. Like, when you ride a KTM and Husqvarna back-to-back, and if you had that opportunity, you would be able to feel it. You know, Husqvarna for years had lower suspension than the KTM on their regular 450s. So right there, it's 10 millimeters lower of a bike. That feels different. The airbox is a little bit different. The muffler is a little bit different. So you're going to get a different feel.
10 millimeters lower.
Internally.
Why would they do that?
Because they're trying to appease a different market, like shorter riders. So
Why don't they should tell people that. They should be like, hey, if you're shorter, buy a Husky.
you know what? That's a great point because they don't really
They don't
push it
tell you.
enough
They don't
on
tell-
us
yeah.
to tell them, hey, you guys need to really explain this
Right.
is the market we're trying
Because
to push.
one of the hardest things for these OEMs to do is literally set up a bike for Travis Preston and then set up a bike for, short guy.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's tough to do.
Yep.
And you can't blame an OEM for missing the mark when they're trying to appease 140-pound guys to 220-pound guys or whatever, right? That's what they're
Right.
trying to do. And then they're trying to set the rider cockpit for 6-foot-tall people, 6'4" to 5'7" or whatever,
Yeah.
It's really hard to do.
Do you think shootouts matter anymore? Besides the marketing standpoint from the manufacturer, I'm just talking about in the world of consumer.
No, I don't. I don't.
No.
I don't think they do. I think you buy the brand you like / dealer that you like /
But how does
financing maybe.
Okay, but I'm asking you.
Right.
You have these professional racers that are sponsored by manufacturers. Do they influence consumer more, or do we influence the consumer more as media?
I think media influences more than
Absolutely.
pro riders.
But shootouts aren't the one.
Well, I mean that's all wrapped up in the same.
Yeah, but I just think shootouts is a dated material.
Let me
It's
ask the minions. Hey guys, you're regular people over there.
Yeah, used to ride.
Yeah, you guys used to ride. Actually, Tallon, this might be better for you because you worked at a bike shop. Like,
Got a bike?
do you think shootouts / media comparisons / pro racing stuff determines on what bike people buy?
Yes, but I don't think people read just one shootout. Like I used to read all of them, watch the videos.
That's a great point.
As far as actually determining what people buy, I don't think so. I think you have your Honda people. I think you have your Cowie people. I think you have your Yamaha.
Or you have a dealer you like.
Or you have your
yeah.
dealer that hooks you up and you're friends with. I think it may sway like 10%, but I think for the most part, people have their bikes that they like and they've ridden and they stick with that.
Marks, what do you think?
I agree with Tallon pretty much.
Oh, shocker. Okay.
I just don't think the shootout is like some of these guys like, listen to ours. We did everything right. We're the guy.
Oh, yeah.
No,
That's MXA.
I tell everybody
That's MXA.
to go to everyone's shootout.
Why does MXA consistently
I don't know.
tell people?
I don't know.
Now you're acting like me.
I don't know.
They tell people like we are the best and we did it the best. Like, why do they do that? Why,
I don't know.
Why does Josh? Never mind Jody. Why does Josh feel like they need to? Because I've watched their shootouts. I don't think I've watched the 2025 one, but I've watched their stuff before. They love to blow themselves on how good their shootouts are. Like, dude, just do your shootout. Just do the things you want to do at the tracks you want to do, and let the consumer decide instead of basically giving yourself a BJ over your shootouts.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not built that way myself, and I try to say Motocross Action does a lot of things really good. Out of everyone besides myself, they're the only ones that actually ride and race their motorcycles. They ride a lot. They have a crew of guys. They ride a lot. I think that is great. That's what you need. But also, I think you need to back it down on we're the best kind of thing. Like, that's fine if you guys are confident in what you guys are doing, but
Yeah.
I'm just not built that way.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
some
look,
people like that, and good for them, honestly.
I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't understand that mentality.
But
just do
I
your
always
thing,
try
man.
to tell people, go to MXA's website, watch their shootout, go to Don's, go to Vitals, go to everyone's. But I just don't think if you're trying to buy a bike, the shootout is just dated material. It's just the same crap all the time. And sometimes shootouts are bought by tire manufacturers. Hey, we put these on. Like I know sometimes they put Maxxis. No hate comps to Maxxis, but like it's not the best tire. These bikes are designed with certain tires. So it's just really strange to me. Like they think this is what consumers are buying. And I also think if I'm a Yamaha guy, I want Yamaha to win all the shootouts, right? I'm looking to go to these shootouts saying, how did Yamaha do?
Yeah.
They're not looking to say, all right, man, I'm going to be open-minded and whatever.
Right. Yeah, you're right. You're saying you love your dealer or you love your Yamaha.
Yeah.
Or both of.
How did it do this year?
How did it do? Right.
Or I'm already kind of thinking, hey, I'm just going to be a Honda or a Yamaha. How did it do?
When I was a regular guy, I just bought from the dealer that I liked, and I was I was a Cowie guy, then I was a Yamaha, Honda, Cowie, because I liked the dealers at home in Canada, and they were good to me, and they, treated me well and gave me a discount. So I'm like, yeah, it's a good bike.
I just think there's a bike for every type of guy. Like if you like a Honda, here's what Honda can do for you.
Do you know any guys, regular guys, like I'm thinking about our Fireman Dave or Vaj or that switch bikes year to year based on shootouts or based on what the hype is, or like, do you know people like that?
Here's the thing. I think collectively, if they watch all of the shootouts, then that'll kind of sway them one way. Narrow it down for them, I should say.
Okay.
Here's my choices. Keefer, I have a Honda or a Kawasaki. Which one should I do? This is my emails. I'm just telling you what I get. Well, man, here's the Honda does this very well. The Kawasaki does this very well. What kind of rider are you? And that's the way you should go. I feel like that's how it should be. So
we got our next guest. We got our first guest on the line. I do want to talk to you about, like, in this vein, about pro riders and like Christian Craig, who I did a podcast with this week. And he talked about how he just could never, ever gel with that steel frame bike.
I understand.
Just could never gel with that.
That's same for consumers as well.
And I want to talk to you about that. Yeah. But for now, let's get to our first guest of the night. Brought to you by the folks at Luxon MX. This team uses Luxon MX on all of their bikes with great results and podiums and all of that. LuxonMX.com. All orders $100 or more ship free within the continental U.S. Save 10% with promo code PULP2024. They're used by guys like Phil and Cody Schock and Freddie Noren and others. They use advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest, lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness to improve your riding comfort and handling. I put a set on my bike, really well made, and I really like all the options for the handlebar mounts and everything else, Chris. So thanks to the folks at Luxon for coming on board. Bringing you our first guest of the night, the owner of the PulpMX team and the PulpMX facility, for that matter, Brandon Haas. What's up, Brandon? How are you, man?
I'm doing awesome. Hope you guys are doing good, too.
Yeah, we're good, man. Absolutely. Listen, we got to try to get a Pulp Ride Day there. I've been talking to Bonacci, and obviously I've been there a couple of years ago, and your place is amazing, and I've understood you've done even more since I was there. We got to do a Pulp Ride Day, Brandon.
That'd be sweet.
There.
Yeah, we got to make that happen. We just hauled a bunch of new red clay onto our FXR National track, our public track, and that'd be awesome to prep that thing up sweet and let you guys have at it.
Chris, you could probably ride the race bike when we're there.
Brandon, he would just bitch about how deep the conditions are. He would bitch at you, and it'd be a headache for you, so it probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Listen, I don't want to ride the old Osborne sand track. I don't want anything to do with that Zach Osborne track.
Not many people do.
No.
But that would be cool. Get Keefer out here to test one of our bikes and put it up against something. But it'd be awesome to have a ride.
Just not Phil's bike. I don't need none of that. I'm good.
Yeah, you don't like Phil's bike.
It's too much.
No, the 250.
Good.
We need to put you on the 250.
Brandon, is your bike the one you raced at Loretta's and all that? Is it a full race one, or do you? Obviously you're a great rider. You've won Loretta's 2 years in a row, but do you go all the way like what Phil does with the mapping and the aggressiveness and everything else? Or what do you like what's your own personal bike like?
It's very, very in between Phil and what was Garrett's 450. But Phil's engine package, a lot of the chassis changes, my suspension. Mm-hmm. But I ran his mapping, his settings completely across the board. Pretty much. We were on the same bars, same seat, same pigs.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't too fast then, like Keefer said.
He's more of a man than me. I'm out.
It was. No, I've been riding that bike for a long time, and I enjoyed helping develop some of the pieces. But we got to Loretta's, and the first practice session, Jamie from Twisted tells me, Brandon, you want me to chill that thing out a little bit? It kind of jumps away from me in the ruts, and I was struggling with my rut exits. And so throughout the week, we actually manipulated the mapping quite a bit and made it better and better. And then sure enough, at Bud's Creek, we had some of that dry slick on that hillside. And then some of the track's really good. So Phil was complaining about the loss of traction and fighting the bike. So we actually ended up going to my map from
awesome.
Loretta's, and he was pumped on it. So that was kind of cool, you know, like, I don't know, just cool, whatever. It made me feel kind of good about it. Like,
at least he didn't talk shit to you about it,
guys.
Yeah, it's nice that he approved of yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes a fast bike, that's for sure.
Yeah, Kris developed some settings with Jamie.
Easy with develop.
Okay, well, Kris worked with Jamie for some settings early. Jamie took him to Phil, and Phil's like, "This fuck thing sounds like there's a rag in the airbox," you know? Yeah. So it was a little bit much.
All right, every time Phil, I would read some of these things, Brandon, like out the Outdoor Nationals, like some things he was complaining about or these post-race interviews. I'm like, yeah, because your fucking bike is so fast. That's why you're having these problems. But he doesn't want to listen to it.
It's honestly insane. I'm 20 pounds on Phil, and even for me, I'm like, God damn, this thing just an animal. But it's also like super cool riding something like that. But yeah, Phil, we're gonna miss Phil in those regards, because on the mapping side, every weekend he pushed us to be better and pushed Jamie to be better and launch modes, and across the board he's very picky with what he wants. And so that was cool to get to develop that bike for him and then get to go race it. It was really sweet.
But now, Brandon, without Phil, you're not going to get as many calls from Yamaha saying this fucking guy said this and this guy said this, right? You're going to get a little.
We're not telling people he's not going to burn your house down, literally. Yeah, I don't have to deal with that anymore.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Brandon Haas here on the show, brought to you by the folks at Luxon MX, Club MX using Luxon as well on their clamps and everything else. So, please check those guys out. Pulp 2024 is a code to save. Brandon, you guys made some news a couple weeks ago with Max Vohland signing up. What'd you see in him? What do you think of that? Like, obviously, people forget. He won the very first heat race of the year and was looking so good.
Yeah.
Crashed in the first turn, I believe, in the first round, then got hurt. And, badly with his pelvis and nerve issues and everything else. So he is a definite question mark for next year. I think people forgot about Max a little bit. What'd you see in him, Brandon?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go back to probably some years prior at Loretta's, and then also that heat race. We went to A1 very confident and thought we were going to be, in the mix up front, at least hoping we were. And that heat race, that Max came out, I did feel it right then and there, like, damn, this kid's figuring it out. He's going to be tough to stop. And just, he's got a very unique riding style that just stands out amongst the crowd that always makes you kind of watch him a little bit more. And over the years, I always knew he had natural abilities, and I've heard he's willing to work, and I've heard he's a good kid, and he doesn't put himself out there to the highest extent to where I don't think many people really truly know who Max is. But he came to club before the pro circuit deal, and we were in negotiations with him at that time, and so he got to see what we do and see the property. And so I think after the pro circuit thing kind of was aware he wasn't going to have a spot, it was an easy pick back up where the last conversation was, right? Like, he knew we had something to offer and a platform, and knows we're going to try really hard. So likewise, we expect him to try really hard, and we do have a little bit of figuring out to do on rehab and continuing to get him back to 100%. But once we get him there, I think you got a stallion.
Yeah, I think it's a real boom or bust thing. I think, Brandon, like, the bust is like, hey, he never gets back. He has some foot nerve stuff going on, and he never get it back, and that's the bust part of it. Or like, you got a kid that everyone forgot about, and with your bike and your program, he starts top 5ing or better. I really could see that working either way. I really can.
And I agree. And in all fairness, I think that's kind of the cards we're going to get dealt here. We have for the past few years, and we're going to, is we do have to take the guys that the factory teams are giving up on and try to help them turn it around, and hope along the way that we can capitalize on that opportunity as well. So Max is just another one of those guys that I hope we can support him and have the patience to go through these times. And hopefully someday we're fighting to retain him.
Cody Schock, he's riding World Supercross for Rick Ware, I believe. And he's obviously, you made noise signing him to a deal last year. Like, how are you? If I'm you, Brandon, I'm not letting Cody go. He makes a salary. He's doing well. I just wouldn't want him to get hurt or ride for another team. How did that all work? Why'd you let him go, and how'd the negotiations go and all of that, like to let Cody do World Supercross for another team?
Yeah, that was interesting. So Brayton called me about it, and Max Yancey, I think, originally had that spot, and it wasn't going to work out. So he just updated me on it, and at first I was like, I don't have anybody interested. I really want to give these guys an off season and a good boot camp. But when it comes to Cody specifically, this is new territory for him racing up front. And when we came left Vegas, he got 7th in that last moto, which was a quiet 7th, but actually he had 3 to 4 really good guys ahead of him. And
he rode well. Yeah,
insane class. So Cody lacks racecraft in some way. He lacks composure on race day, and I think for him, the more racing we can do, the better. We do plan to take him West Coast this year, and I felt like me and Cody both felt like to go get 4 more gate drops throughout the off season, we can still put in our camp. Why not? So he's doing it on our bike with our mechanic.
Okay.
We worked with Rick Ware Racing on that transition because we want to keep him on our components. The exact same bike he left Vegas on, other than maybe some slight changes for Worlds. But yeah, it was very easy working with them guys. He gets to represent their sponsors and still, stay in FXR gear and on our bike. So really, it was a cool combo.
You're not worried about injury? I mean, I guess in some sense he can get injured at club during the week, right? I mean, that's kind of...
I think if you stand back and look at it, the likelihood is probably equal, right? We're going to put in a lot of hours during the week. He's going to get less hours, but gate drops. I think the risk plays out the same. It can happen any day of the week. Yeah,
no, I agree. There's a little bit of that. Speaking of World Supercross, you're not back for this year. I know they got new owners. I heard through the grapevine they tried to renegotiate with some teams. I'm guessing, Brandon, you didn't like those renegotiation terms and just said we're out?
Yeah, I think, look, I hope for the best, right? Like, I'm running a race team trying to give people a platform and opportunities, and Worlds is just another way of doing that. I'm like, gosh, if we could put 4 more guys in paid positions to go racing, that's awesome. And I did want to support that, and I still do. I hope Worlds does great. But for us, I think the timing of the American side consistently growing the team that it has required so much more effort year after year, and it stretched us a little bit too thin. Very difficult for us to build bikes, and then with SMX, we literally don't have an off season so to imagine, the plan was always just to take our Supercross bikes and roll them to Worlds as we build new bikes for the new season, and it just never really seemed to be as seamless as we could make it. So we were in over our head, and so decided to not opt in for those reasons, and maybe a little bit of lack of trust in the program to say. So
FXR Muck-Off back for next year? All that?
Yep. FXR Muck-Off, pretty much the same look, same partners. We've been very fortunate that these guys keep growing with us. Those two, especially in Yamaha, it'd be near impossible to get to this level without those guys consistently upping to help us out. Racing is about a budget, and fortunately, we've been able to keep growing, so it's been cool.
So you got Shock, you got Max, you re-signed Jet Reynolds, from what I understand, right?
We have, We've been a little late to the party on his release, but Jet's back. Jet did everything we asked him last year. We intentionally didn't want to put a lot of pressure on him and expectations, and he has showed us flashes that we don't need to see necessarily until he's ready to show them, and I'm excited to see where we can take Jet.
Yeah, I think he had some really good rides.
That was good.
For as much time as he's missed, he had some good rides.
Right.
So you got one more spot. What about Simonson? Let's give him a shot here, Brandon.
I want to.
What do we got to do? What do we got to do? Tell me. Do I need to make him go run like down the highway or anything?
250?
250, yeah.
Okay.
No, 250 for sure. Devin can rip Supercross. Last year, even when we started our boot camp, it was, I don't know. He does some things that are just really impressive. He's got great natural abilities, and he's still learning. And he's definitely eager. He's been working his butt off, and I hope I can find the resources to help him. I would love to.
Okay, so you're trying to sign somebody else for the 4th spot and then give him some support, or is he have a shot at this 4th spot? I'm a Simonson fan. He does need to get in better shape. He does
For
need to get
sure.
in better shape.
Yeah,
Well,
and we can help him with that.
Yeah, we can work on that.
But yeah, the 4th spots, we're after a few guys.
Okay.
There is. I wish it was just up to me at times, but then also I got to do what's in the best sake of sponsors and obligations, and all of that as well. So, unfortunately, just got to keep trying to play the game the best we can. And
I'm surprised I'm like
I don't
Marshall.
know.
What about Marshall? He's out?
I don't know. Ask Brandon.
Brandon Marshall? What about Marshall Welton?
I haven't talked to him. I like Marshall. Yeah, he's a good dude. He actually rode really well this summer. There's a couple of those guys that were just absolutely solid.
Switching gears from the race side.
Wait, one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
No 450s then, Brandon. Like no 450 plans to run at all?
No, and to be honest with you, we've always wanted to be 250 only, but it just worked out. Phil on the 450 for sure. We're gonna make it happen, and then Garrett with his size and stuff. Yeah, we're gonna make it happen. But ultimately, the goal, so it'd be to run 250s full time. It's challenging running in both classes. It really is.
Yep.
Okay, so switching gears from the race team, the facility itself is your bread and butter, correct, Brandon?
To be honest with you, even when you open the show, it irritates me a little bit that it's the race team first,
yeah,
facility second.
Okay, this is great. This is great because when I think of club, I mean the race team, awesome, but I think of the facility itself and what the facility offers and brings. A couple things: how many people come to the facility or are just there? How many can it hold? And what separates you from all of these other fucking facilities that are all over hell right now? They're everywhere. And I know you guys are one of the OGs, but sell me a little bit. I got an amateur kid, and I need him to go somewhere. Why would I want to send to club? And just give us some reasons.
Well, so boot camp ended, the race season ended, and the off season starts, right? We get 4 weeks off. Plus the Loretta's kids are starting to trickle back in because they had their break, and in the last 4 weeks, it's been just a mad dash, and it was just tonight. We had our open house weekend also, but our off season is kind of set up for pushing to get ready for the new season. So this last year, previous years, and this year, we had 3 brand new Supercross tracks get built, while 2 new motocross tracks are getting built. Completely new dirt on both motocross tracks. Which, if you guys know, you see a 1.5 mile long track. Imagine capping that thing with 4 foot of red clay.
Jeez.
It's a feat, and just that in itself. Today, I'm riding around on my mountain bike, just looking around this is what it's come to as a training facility to operate at a high level, is to start the new season with 3 brand new Supercross tracks and brand new motocross tracks and corner tracks, new fitness program, new nutrition program, just riding program, updates across the board. Just holy shit. Even for me, it's hard to sometimes take it all in because you're going so fast you don't really stop to just look around. And I know what it's like living in California. I know what it's like to ride in the winters, and to sell yourself short to say you can't be based out of something like this and make it. Your back's up against the wall, and it's sad in some ways, but also it's holy shit, this is insane, incredible. That's our specialty, is his age. I've always kind of, when it was just me at club, I've always done well with that transition from an older amateur guy to pro. They're ready to work hard, they're ready to grind, they're ready to learn more about life, and be on their own without their dad, without the support they're used to, and kind of figure it out, and I think that's where we come into play. Other facilities definitely cater to different markets, but that one's been our strength over the years, and I think that's why it's also fed into the race team we have now, and giving these guys a platform, and not just with us, but the relationship it's helped us build with all the other race teams that, we want these guys to have jobs. That's our goal. And it does kind of suck that we're known as the race team, because at the end of the day, I want all kinds of race teams based out of here if I could, not just ours. So there's a lot of benefits to the facility, the training, the riding programs. I mean, we have meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner from a full-time nutritionist. We have chiropractic care coming in and out. We have on-site gym. We're building houses like crazy. It just seems to be blowing up, and I'm pretty thankful we're even talking about it.
I mean, it's crazy to think about where, when Osborne had the facility, and now where it's at today. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
And that's kind of what I mean. It just dawned on me tonight. we've been driving so hard through the race season, and as soon as racing was done, me and Miguel and Ben and the guys at club, like now it's my time to help them catch up, because I do get pulled away a good bit, and we just absolutely hammered the last 4 weeks, and then today was the first time to be like, damn, we just took it to a whole new level to start. What's going to be specking the starting gates and the grates and lap timing system and GPS and just like, oh my God.
How many people do you employ?
It's actually not a big group of us. PulpMX has 6. The race team now has 12, I think. The race team has just kind of taken off. But club is still a small group of guys. We bust our ass and do everything we can. We obviously have more help than that. We got a lot of subcontractors and stuff like that we work with. But, we're trying to develop the property to a high standard and make sure that all of our members here are proud to call this home. And our Supercross program, we have upwards of 20-something privateer guys to pro-level guys training here this year. And that part of it continues to grow. So, I'm pretty thankful I'll have all this going on.
Brandon Haas here, brought to you by Luxon MX. By the way, Luxon MX clamps on the PulpMX bikes. Brandon, I got to ask you about a few things rider-wise on my end of stuff. The Marchbank situation, like I heard a couple interviews with him about it from him, and he's just like, hey, I got fired. He's put in some really good rides for you guys over the years, got you on the podium. But also, like from your end of point of view, you knew he was going to pro circuit. So take us through that. Why was he fired? What happened there? And let us know.
That was a change of gears.
We're all over.
No. We had an awesome run with Garrett. Our first race together, dude got on the box. Straight off the bat, like, oh man, this is not going to be so hard, and then it's proven otherwise. But no, Garrett, when the PC thing came off, fair play, right? Like, again, part of me is saying, hell yeah, we did a good job.
Yep.
The dude's stock went up, getting offered great money. Super pumped for him. But also on the team side, it's kind of like, damn it, I don't want to keep losing guys to the factory teams. I don't want to be a stepping stone. Someday I want to be that team, and so that part of me struggles with it, and that leads to kind of that tug of war. With Garrett, we expected it to happen. We negotiated back and forth. Ultimately, went that route, which was fine. We had a team meeting about it, and everybody's cool. And coming into round 1 at Paula for motocross, he got healthy. We were a little late to the party, but also riding really well. Good chemistry. Everything was great. And had that hiccup at press day with the flagger situation and got banged up. And then I don't know what happened, to be honest with you, Steve. After that, it was like he came back from his time off and definitely was, not fit, and we were behind and stressed about re-entering the series, the hot part of the summer. Like, he felt like his back's up against the wall. And for us, it's like he's our lead guy. We got expectations, and we know what we can do. We got that second we got at High Point last year with him always proved that if we can start him up there with them guys, he can do work. So that was always the goal, is to finish the year off and ultimately make him on the inside regret the decision. That's kind of the only way you can play it, is do a good enough job that he regrets it. So it just didn't pan out that way. He came back and he felt like we were doing some things to his bike, or we weren't giving him a fair shake, and we had some altercations at Redbud with the track owners, and just kind of some little things that just kept compounding to eventually it was kind of bringing the whole team down in different degrees. Like, just wasn't there. Then at Millville, his mechanic quit him during the day, and then to me that was my final straw, was letting it crumble underneath me from something I can't control. And unfortunately, I got to be the bad guy sometimes, and I had to make a decision I felt was best, and it wasn't what I wanted. I hated it for Garrett, but
he definitely can be outspoken.
The other riders.
He can be outspoken for sure. There were times where I was like, "Geez, Garrett," like,
yeah,
sometimes.
Yeah, but I hate it that that's how it ended, and that's even what we're talking about, because the truth of the matter is our race program would not be where it was if it wasn't for him. And he's so good on the bike. If we could have just figured out, look, from the bike and the training side, if we could have done a better job to get him out front early on in races, that dude's an animal, and he still is. And I hope he crushes us at PC. I'm proud that he's making good money and got another shot at it. It just wasn't the way you imagined it to end.
No.
That's for sure.
No, you always want to just help the guy and get to the next step. I know you said you don't want to be that guy, but, like from the outside looking in, like Peyton or Rockstar and any of these official factory teams, they can pay riders $200,000, $300,000 a year, and then endless parts for their bikes, like things that necessarily maybe that you couldn't do all the time. So I get what you're saying, but I also get the rider side where I'm like, I'm going to jump to Mitch Payton's squad. I'm just going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that, but look, we can contend with these offers now. A couple of years ago, we couldn't. We do have the parts budget to do these things. We do have the program to do these things. So it's easy, I guess, from other positions to understand it is. But for me, when I see the program we're doing and the way we're developing and the direction we're going, then I don't understand. And then that's when the divide happens. And it's like, hey, I want guys here that can see that potential and build with the team and grow with the team. And that is not the right fit for everybody. The sport does not raise these guys to be true team players or see that. So I don't blame them for it. It's just I'm in search of those guys that want to be here. Not because of the high bidder, not because of necessarily one thing or the other, but the overall aspect of the program. And it's a tough sell at times, and the balance act for me to figure out how to deal with it too.
Jeremy Martin also, we're going to have J Mart on later on. I've been trying to connect with him for a while as far as talking about Leadville and what he's up to. But, yeah, man, just a shitty situation for him in his departure from the team. I'm guessing just from the outside looking in, like you guys can't – I mean, we'll talk to him tonight, but – yeah, you guys were really quiet about him, Brandon, and I guess that's for his story, right? For him to say.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's been quiet back. I guess this was still during Supercross of last year when he, everybody's seen the Detroit crash, and that was super unfortunate because he had a good setup coming into that year, like a good camp that I thought Jeremy was mentally in a good spot and maybe start building, and you see somebody finally pick themselves back up and then get whacked again. It's like, man, how many more of these can he take, right? And he had time to figure that out, and it's also a thumb injury. And he came back, started training, kind of like wanted to get back to the old Jeremy and start hammering on outdoors. At that time, we had moved on from Supercross because of his thumb injury. And he crashed on his first practice day back on the motocross track and knocked himself out again. And that was the final straw. I mean, for us, it was like, hey, go take some time off, do what you need to do. But for him, it was within the matter of a week, he kind of knew that his heart wasn't in anymore. And, he didn't want to race anymore and kind of came here and said his goodbyes and farewells to the team. And that was that, and that was tough to swallow. We signed a 3-year deal with him as him being the franchise guy, and I always had a vision for helping him rebound his career and get back to the potential he has, which he still has. The dude's an animal. And I admire his commitment to the sport and to his craft, and have a lot of respect for that. So it bums me out that it didn't work out the way I had hoped, and honestly, for a little team like us, that was a huge investment for us. I mean, that could break a team, and we were lucky our sponsors kind of stuck in there, and also we kind of knew what we were signing up for a challenge. It's an injury thing is hard on some of these guys, and gosh, he's been through some shit. So
there is some friction though, right? There is some friction between you guys and J-Mart, from what I understand. Like, he wasn't coming around, and one of the stories I heard was that you guys were like, hey, can you come sign some autographs? Can you come to the races? And he was like, yeah, no, I don't want to, or whatever. And then things escalated from there, or do you want to get into that?
I don't know much about all that.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Just things that I heard.
No, once he basically, me and him talked on the phone for back and forth after his injury, and I mean, it was clear, like it was on his mind if he wanted to even race anymore or not. So ultimately, I just give him his time to make his decision. Look, if somebody doesn't have it in their heart, like my heart hurts for the guy, right? Like, dang, that's a transition in life. I hope he figures it out. That's a tough transition for these guys that eat, leave, and breathe this stuff. I mean, the dude's living in a cabin at a training facility as a grown man, just all into his craft every single day, 100% dedicated, and then they get whacked like that. And it's like, how many times can guys keep picking themselves up? So, there's some unfortunate behind the scenes things, but at the end of the day, I wish the best for Jeremiah, and sucks to see a guy keep getting whacked like that.
For sure. We got Nash on the phone to talk to you, Brandon. What's up, Nash? You're on the phone with Brandon Haas.
Gentlemen.
How are you, buddy?
Brandon, first of all, awesome to hear you come in and talk multifaceted about the facility and your riders and everything. Everyone appreciates your honesty listening. But I just wanted to share my interaction with the organization when we came and visited, just as a dad who pulled in, who was embraced by the club facility and everybody there, and I was just there going to Camp Coker GNCC, and we wanted to spend some time at the facility. We were welcomed. The facility was beautiful, and it wasn't a cool guy club. Of course, you had your marquee people doing their things, uninterrupting from us as just, two off-roaders on my daughter's race. And I'll tell you, if you're listening, you're a mom or a dad or you're a family member, and trust me, I was blown away about how wonderful it was, the facility, how safe the layouts of the tracks were, and everything was phenomenal. So I'm just speaking openly and honestly for anybody listening. If you're on the fence, go check it out because it is excellent. And I will definitely be going back anytime we're going to Camp Coker. So thank you for your hospitality and everybody there. I just want people to know that.
I appreciate that, man. And that's what it's about, right? Like just because there's a race team and the facility has pro guys, like that's the cool part of what makes Club is we all share the same passions.
I mean, look, there's a turn track. There's a turn track out there where Wygant couldn't even keep it on two wheels. I heard, like even on
blowing off the burn.
Yeah, he ate shit on a turn track. Was the rumor on the street? So
Hey, I do have one question, Stephen. Pardon me for interrupting. Brandon, what do you see for the 3 and 5 year plan? I mean, you really did talk about the new cabins, and again, you can see these things on your guys' Instagram, et cetera, et cetera. Is there anything that you're thinking about doing? More tracks for the public, trail system. And again, I'm just asking questions because I don't know the answers.
Good question. So the Supercross program is steadily evolving. The replicating the dirt, the lanes, the rhythms, that's something we're evolving with. This year, all of our new tracks were actually every rhythm section on all of our tracks were plucked from upcoming track maps. We replicate as much as we possibly can. We're changing things. Motocross do the same thing, but the evolution is going to keep us busy with that. But in your neck of the woods, we are working on entering the GNCC market. We got some additional land around us we've acquired, and if I can bring in the right team of people to help me do it the right way at a high level, I do want to slowly grow into that. We're in the heart and soul of the GNCC area. We don't want more motocross and supercross guys here necessarily. We cap our training groups at 32, so we have the opportunity to have far more than that, but it gets to be very disorganized on our training groups and our programs and the rotations of guys through the gym and just the coaching with the one-on-one. So, but if we can create a whole nother group separate from that for off-road, I would love to enter that market. That's those riders are so good, and even watching them race motos, it's unbelievable.
Well, I mean, I'm a dad, not a fad, but I will be emailing you my resume to be on board. So
there we go. Thanks, Nash.
Go get him, boys. Go get him. Cheers.
All right, last question for Brandon Haas here from Hardy. What's up, Hardy?
Hey, I was wondering, I had seen, I hate to even ask this question to you, but I had seen Lopes was back riding, looking pretty good. Would you ever take him back?
Oh, yeah. The Lopes. Hardy, I don't think they would, but we'll let Brandon answer that.
No, I would not. Yeah.
What if he ditched his agent? Rider. What if he ditched his agent, Brandon? Yes or no?
Still probably not.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I don't know. I'm an asshole and a tough guy sometimes, but I'm also a derelict like that too. That I'm a sucker for these guys as well.
Right,
So,
right. Totally
who
understandable.
knows,
I
but,
just thought I'd ask.
Thanks, Hardy.
No, I
Thank you.
think like I said, it's I want guys here that want to be here, that are buying in on what we're doing, and it doesn't fit for everybody, and that's okay.
Two-parter for you. One, the first one, since you have these Supercross tracks, and I've never really asked anyone why, and I think I know why, but I want to hear it from you. You see your riders at times, these guys practicing on the Supercross tracks, they'll go all the way to the right, all the way to the left, and cut the jump in half and stay low, okay? This is what happens. I see at the track.
I saw it for 15 years as a mechanic.
Why doesn't these tracks or facilities invest in some kind of not hay bales, but tough blocks that mimic and kind of narrow the track down, kind of like a racetrack does, so it forces these guys to stay within the track limits? Because honestly, you go to these practice facilities and it's open. It when you don't have hay bales and tough blocks, it feels like bigger, or it feels like wider. And then you go to the races, and then you got these lined tough blocks everywhere, and it just makes the track feel narrower. Will you ever think about maybe doing something like that to your tracks to kind of narrow it up and force these guys to kind of stay within the track limits?
Yeah, good question. We do, and our tracks rut up to the point, because we have so many guys on Supercross. Again, we have a rotation of groups. Every time they come back out, the track has changed, similar to a race. And typically we are withheld due to the constraints of the ruts. But we have a lot of cones that we move, and we even do motos where throughout the moto we move the cone to take away the main line. It's their job to look ahead enough to know, but we will do that. We'll chop the face in half. We'll make them come down the landing on the inside, so it's a pinched off 90 rather than they can sweep the whole thing.
Okay.
To line it with tough blocks, for me, would be a safety concern. I think those things are super sketchy. If I was to do it, the one thing I did pick up about Worlds Supercross, my first go around there, I liked the concept of the cardboard tough blocks, although it didn't work once the riders figured they could just run them right over.
Right.
But I thought, hey, they're thinking about safety. That if I did it at the training track, it'd have to be something that they could hit and be okay.
Right.
But we do that, and that's a great question, because I agree with that. Exactly what you said. It drives me crazy because I see how tight it is on race day. They cannot ride the whole track, and it just takes the flow completely away, and it completely changes bike setup too.
Right. Star Racing, they're grabbing all these guys, okay?
They got another amateur kid, I saw.
They stole away Dudney from Kawasaki,
yeah,
right?
okay. What the hell, man?
Well, I'm asking Brandon this because how do you feel about the perception? And I feel like this is the perception within the paddock and these riders. I talked to all these kids and these riders that Star Yamaha is the epitome of, I want to be a Star rider. This is where I need to be to win. I can win if I go there. The bike is the best. This Yamaha is unbelievable. And look, let's face it, their bike is great. The engine is unbelievable. But I feel like you guys have evolved your engine the last year or two. It has gotten better. Even it sounds beefier. It sounds like it's better. I've watched the bike. It looks like it's better in the torque range. I've talked to Jamie, and he says it's improved. So what is it that you guys have to do to be like, look, hey, and I know you said, hey, I want people that want to be here. But these kids and these riders within these teams are like, hey, Star Racing's it. When I feel like Team Green and Pro Circuit and Mitch, they've caught up some. You guys have caught up some. How do we get some of that back and say, look, you guys can win over here as well? You don't need to be on a Star Yamaha.
Yeah, so a two-sided question. One, I look at Star like, I don't know how to say it, but when I look back at where they started to where they are now, I'm like, damn, that could be you. That could be us. You start as a private team and build it up from there. And I'm like, damn, those dudes fucking did a great job. But then also there's the other side where, one, I want to crush them on every single weekend at all costs possible. And I also don't like, just from the competitive standpoint, but then there's the other side of me that I don't like when they just chew these riders up and spit them out, because, my background first is coaching and helping these guys. So that always is kind of on my heart in front of the race team, is like, I want what's good for these guys too. And I've always stood loyal through injuries or giving guys time or put up with as much as I can. But just to start signing guys across the board to go win races, to me, is not the way I want to go racing. I want to go racing because we're making an impact in almost every way, shape, or form possible, from on the bike, off the bike, training, to build them up also for the future. But part of me says it's inevitable, right? You take on that many guys, it's great. There's so many paid jobs, so many more mechanics, more industry. Like, that's awesome. So the downfall is there's going to be a lot of guys that not everybody can win, right? So then you look at it from that angle, you're like, damn, well, maybe they don't just chew them up and spit them out. It's just part of the algorithm, right? But I think you're right on the bike side. I think they did have, for sure, an upper hand for a run of years. They crushed it, and I do not believe they still have that upper hand. I think there's still a perception that they do, but I think, man, PC got a lot better.
Yep.
KTM got a lot better. Honda, holy cow, what was it? Insanely slow 250. Now they're doing really good in all aspects, and Yamaha is still, no doubt about it, the power bike in that class. I'm not knocking it. I think that's why we can stand on the platform we have and say, hey, we can whole shot you guys. We can run with you guys. It is because we're on a Yamaha, right? And with twisted development. And I think it took us a lot of years to figure out these little details to make everything come together. And I think last year was the first year I could honestly say that we're close. We're really close. If not, we're better than what most people would realize.
Honestly,
I think our bikes shootout to shootout, I think you'd be surprised.
From, I don't know what, this is 24. From 23 to 24, your bike sounds so different than what it was the previous year. Like, it sounded a little bit muffled in 23, a little bit. It looked a little bit slower. Then you look now, man. It has some of that bark back. Yeah. So
it was, and that's a credit to Jamie and also us just never settling. The riders, I take their feedback. I relate to them. I ride the fucking bike. I can understand what they're saying.
Right.
But we finally figured out that the air, the velocity, and the fueling wasn't really any magic in the actual engine itself with materials, but when we figured out that side of it, it just took off. And we've been chasing that now ever since, and we've actually found even more improvement for this coming year. You know, something interesting for people just to think about. And this is not just our race bike. All these bikes are insanely good at this level. But our bike makes almost peak stock horsepower at 50% throttle.
Yeah.
Awesome,
I mean,
man.
That's crazy to think about, right?
Well, listen, let's get Simonson on that bike. There we go, Brandon.
When did you become a Simonson guy?
I like Simonson. He's a good dude.
When did it start?
He crushed it at Ironman.
Yeah, he did. He rode well. We had a little hiccup at Bud's, but then we did well at Ironman.
What flipped the switch?
I think I just got to know him. I shaved his head.
Right.
So 2 years ago, I shaved his head. He fucking needed a haircut. Got him in that privateer race and just started talking to him.
Okay.
And I liked him. I like the kid's attitude.
All right.
You know?
I liked Evan too. He's awesome. He's a good kid. Hard worker.
Yep. Awesome. Thanks, Brandon. Thank you for the time for tonight. Thanks for taking the tough questions as well. And
hey, really quick before he gets off, I want to give him some praise here.
Okay.
The dude is a good fucking rider.
Well, yeah, he's won Loretta's.
The dude doesn't fucking ride all year.
Yeah.
And he goes as the shithole track of Loretta's, and he fucking rides really. It's impressive to watch. And it pisses me off a little bit because I see him ride and I suck balls and this dude doesn't ride and I ride all the time and he's fucking fast. It's impressive,
ride a
dude.
Little bit.
I know, but like I ride a
bit.
lot and I understand how much you ride and how much you got on your plate, and then you show up. 1, you're strong. 2, you ride really good. Even the plus 25, Steve. Like, you know how fast those dudes are. He's top 5.
Yeah.
Like, that's impressive.
Yeah, I watched both his motos this year. When
So anyway, props to you, dude. I see it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon. Thanks for the time tonight.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, cool. Enjoy talking with you guys.
Talk soon. We got to do something for the ride day. We'll figure it out, man.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. See you, man.
See ya.
All right, that's Brandon Haas, everybody from Club MX, brought to you by Luxon MX. And we're going to move right into our next regular caller here. Regular. Brought to you by Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Use the code PulpMX to save with those guys. And you look at Chance Hymus, you look at RJ Hampshire, look at Dino.
What's the code? What's the code to save?
PulpMX.
Oh, PulpMX.
And now Savachi is in Fly. He's back home. He was there for Cowie days.
Dino and Savachi going at it.
Yeah. What's up, JT? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're good, man.
I was just listening to you guys talk to Brandon there. Do you guys really think their bike's as good as a Star bike?
No. We didn't say as good. I just think it's.
Well, he was kind of leaning into that. I didn't say you guys said that.
Oh,
he
okay.
was kind of leaning that way.
One thing I agree with is that Star doesn't have the best bikes in the class anymore.
Deegan's bike is.
Deegan could win on
I
anything.
don't agree with that.
Deegan's bike is by far the best bike out there.
You don't think Deegan can win on anything?
Yeah, no, he
Of
can.
course he can.
That's not what he said.
Right. But
No.
Deegan's bike is not like everyone else's bike in the team. Just FYI.
Come on.
It's not.
Come on.
It's not.
I know they use a different muffler.
It's more than that.
I don't know. I don't.
Have you listened to Deegan's bike versus the other guys?
Yeah, but the other guys aren't as fast.
Oh my God.
Remember we used to go to Lakewood, and no matter who was on Star, they'd qualify like first, second, fourth, fifth, sixth, like just horsepower, altitude, right?
Yeah.
Those days are over. Mitch is caught up. Honda's caught up.
Not all the way, but it's closer. That's what I'm trying to say.
I don't think it's clear better bikes than the best bikes anymore. I just don't.
JT?
I think they still have a significant torque advantage.
I don't know.
Mount Martin, triple?
Yeah, good up there. Absolutely. You're right. Yep. Yep.
They have closed the gap. There's no doubt about that.
Yes.
But I still think that they have the best engine in the class.
My debate was when we were talking to
Brandon.
Brandon, JT, was like the perception, and I'm sure you know this, all these guys are like, oh, Star's bike's the best. This is why so-and-so's doing
amateurs,
good.
yes, the amateurs that go there, right?
Even some of the pros, like, hey, if I had a Star bike, I could be able to do this. That's not the case. Like, there's really good packages.
That becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, and we've seen that happen at multiple teams, right? Because what ends up happening is you get the best guys. So the best guys perpetuate that same narrative that they have the best bike because the best guys want to go there, and then they win because the best guys are on a really good bike, which may be the best bike. But when you have the best guys on the maybe the best bike, guess what happens? You win a lot.
I don't know.
So,
my thing is a perfect example is Levi Kitchen. Look how better Levi did on a Kawasaki, and he came from Star, right? Like that is they're catching up.
He was more consistent.
Yeah.
He was more consistent for sure.
I think maybe they're the best bikes still in the class, but it is by a razor thin margin. I don't believe they are. I think there's a few of them in that mix now. But you don't
think that they have the best engine?
No, I don't know, man. The Mount Martin thing is. You're absolutely right about the Mount Martin thing. They do get over that easier, without a doubt. So there is that. But do you see them up front all the time outside of Deegs? Like, just take Deegs out of it because he's next level. Like,
yes, he is.
Do you see Thrasher and Jordan and Romano and these guys up front all the time, like they used to be? Remember how they used to be?
There's no doubt about whether the gap has been closed.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean it's closed all the way. That's all I'm saying. I still think they have the best engine. I commend all the other teams for closing it down. Like you talked to, I specifically asked Tom, like, where did you guys improve from 2023 to 2024? And it's engine, no question about it, right? Like they have taken steps. Yeah. And RJ wasn't really talking about engine so much. He was talking chassis more throughout, where did they get better? But it seemed like the KTM, they definitely took a step. I don't know what's different there. It could be settings, could be, who knows, proprietary team stuff. All I'm saying is just listening to, it wasn't even more about the other teams. I just still think that Star has an edge over Club, like in a pretty big way, and it didn't seem like Brandon felt that way. I was just curious where you guys came down on that. That was really it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Star bikes are better than the Club bikes for sure. Yeah. I think that I think you could, a few years ago, a B+ rider could ride like an A+ rider on a Star bike, and now a B+ rider is going to ride like a slightly better B+ rider on a Star bike. It's not going to take you to the next level. Like I think we saw some riders' results that were like not indicative of.
Right. Well, let's face it.
These things are cyclical.
Yeah.
It's always cyclical.
And it's placebo effect.
Mitch had the best bikes by a lot. Then Star had the worst bikes by a lot, right? In that same time period, like 2008, 2009, the Star bike was terrible. Yeah. Carbureted. Everybody hated it into 2010, 2011. And then they caught fire. Mitch was on the back end of that for a long time. Now he's really kind of caught back up. I think Suzuki had the best bike at one point. There was no doubt. Now it seems like Honda's really taken a big step with their 450. I don't know. It just, these things come and go in waves. Like KTM had the edge, I think, like 2019, 2021. That bike that Webb and those guys were riding, that bike I think was significantly better than everybody else's. I think the Honda was good, but it was really twitchy. So yeah, it's no different. It's just we're in a the cycle might be about to turn over again.
Ride the wave.
Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Jason Thomas here on the show. Let's talk a little bit of GP riders. So we know Prado's coming, obviously, for Kawasaki. But, Keefer, we were talking before the show. We know Kaida Wolf is the MX2 champ is here. He's going to ride some Supercross. He's coming to America at some point. It'd be interesting to see where
Maybe.
Yeah, okay. Keefer, you seem to think they're going to give him, if he's at all good, they're going to give him some early races like Roxon or like
things to do like a Prado thing.
Yeah, like a Prado thing. You think they'll give him some races?
I heard not too long, a couple days ago, that he's going to try to come over and ride over here for a little bit on some Supercross tracks, and depending on how he rides and how he feels, then going into Anaheim, maybe he'll ride a couple just like Prado and just feel it out. So I think.
Okay, so I have a question for you guys on that front.
Yeah.
So the Coonans are coming in 26. I'm almost positive of that. That's my personal opinion, that those guys are coming in 26. So what does KTM do, right? Because Hurlings has an expiration date on him, right? Like, he's not going to be around forever. He's already kind of, I think, in his twilight years due to injury and success and money and all those things. Like, he's not going to be around forever. Now Prado leaves, which he seemed to be the heir apparent. Now the Coonans are going to leave, I think, after one more year. And then they had Kaida Wolf, who was kind of waiting. Like, at some point, they're going to have to step up and say, no, dude, you're staying. Here's all the money. Like,
here's all Hurling's money. Right.
Yeah, or whoever, right? Like, Prado's free now. Like, they have to step up and have that top-tier MXGP guy that's going to come up and fight for world championships. Because right now, everybody that they've fostered through their program to get there is talking about going to America. So that's where I wonder if, like, DeWolf, I know DeWolf wants to go, and I think the Coonans are planning on going, but at some point does Pitbuyer step up and say, okay, enough, right? Like, here's $2.5 million and a 4-year deal. Like, you're staying in Europe, right? Like, I just am wondering when that time comes, because I have never seen, well, I say never, but it's probably been a decade since there's been this wave, like this momentum wave of riders wanting to come to America. Like, they kind of stemmed the tide of that. Like, those guys like Geiser, Hurling, they started getting the $2 million salaries, right? Like, the OEM stepped up and stemmed that and kind of nipped it in the bud. And now it's starting again, where Roxon, Muscan, Ferrandis, all these guys were coming every single year, like somebody was coming over. It feels like we're slipping back into that. And I'm just wondering if they're going to kind of let that happen, or if they're going to, what is the move here?
I think, from people I know that have talked to DeWolf directly, he wants to come to USA. He just wants to come to USA.
He does.
So,
I've heard it out of his mouth.
Yeah, so, money always talks, like you said, but I wonder more, and I put this on Twitter last week or the week before, like, with peer mobility, KTM financial stuff going on, how do they keep Tom Vial and Aaron Plessinger and Coonan Brothers and DeWolf? Like, and I know Mitch Payton's talked to DeWolf and the agent, and, he's keeping on board with that. Like, I don't see enough money from the Austrians to keep all of their talent.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. But at the same time, they're going to it's not like they're just going to completely deprioritize MXGP, right? Like, Red Bull's going to want them to have a presence there and stay involved. And so could they downsize in America? Maybe. I'm not, in their financial department, but they still are going to need someone in Europe to be the next guy.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Like,
Jeffrey's 28.
Abandon that plan.
What's Jeffrey, 28-ish?
If you told me Jeffrey raced 2 more years, I'd be like, okay, that sounds about right, if not less. Like, I don't think he's going to be around all that long.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But he's been through a lot, man. Like, his body is beat up. And
Hurlings is 30.
Know, like,
he's 30.
He can't be their long-term plan. Like,
no.
He's past that.
Yeah.
So I think they had a great plan. The Wolf and both of the Coonans are ready to do this thing. Like, they look fantastic. But I don't know, maybe Langenfelder is that guy, but he hasn't proven consistent enough to take the reins, So I don't know. It's just an interesting bench racing topic of all these guys want to come to America.
Yeah.
What about MXGP? They're just, like they have multiple brands over there. Obviously, their Red Bull KTM effort being the most prominent. And what's going to happen to that?
Do they just throw so much money at the Wolf that he's like, okay, I'm Antonio Caroli. I'm just going to stay here.
Yeah, I think at some point that has to be a conversation of like, we've got to lock one of these kids up.
Yeah.
We have to, right? And like make them like Lucas Kunin wants to get paid. He sees America. He sees all the money. He sees Supercross. Like he's been pretty vocal about wanting to come, right? I could even see them going, hey, you want to get paid. You want to do these things. We'll give you the deal. Here's the Prado Hurlings type deal. You're going to be a multimillionaire on signings. We need you to stay, though.
Yeah.
We have to have somebody. I don't know. We'll see. It's just going to be fun to watch play out.
Excuse me if I missed some of this. I could be wrong. But Kunin is on a 450 KTM next year.
Yes.
Yes.
What's the motivation putting him on a 450 this early?
Because they needed somebody to fill Prado's spot.
Okay.
And he tested the bike, basically, and rode it really, really well. And they said, okay, this will work, right? And I agree with you. It's for strange, right? Because one side of you looks at, well, he could win MX2 World Championship, but I guess if they're going to look at Kai and say, well, Kai can get that job done, we have to have somebody on the Carly Red Bull KTM to ride this 450 because Prado's leaving. There's not an obvious heir to that spot. So I don't know. It's a strange setup, but I think it's more out of necessity than anything else.
I would have thought they would have put Kai on a 450, being that he's bigger. He won the MX2 already. Kunin hasn't won the MX2 yet. He's smaller. Just seems ass backwards to me a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because of the MX2 World Championship, if that played a role, right?
Like wearing a plate, you mean? Like having the number one plate?
Yeah. I don't know, man. It is strange. Like the first time I heard it, I was like, wait, what? Really? Because from what I know, he very much will be on a 250 in the U.S. in 26, right? So he would go up and then come back down,
right?
Which is kind of it's weird.
And then when you look at the KTM group over here, they're downsizing the Gas Husqvarna guys. RJ will be up in the 450s, but Ryder D still looking like a 250 guy in a couple of years. Maybe he has to step up or get cut loose.
Yeah, those guys got to get it
Cochran,
together, man.
Cochran, there's no room for Kunin brothers right now unless they make.
I think they go directly to Red Bull KTM.
You do?
I think Vial goes up
to
a 450 somehow, some way, and those two are slotted to take that spot. What I don't know is what do they do with Beaumer, and then how does this long-term all play out with Cochran, Ryder D,
or
all those.
I mean, we think Chase is moving on. He's ended next year, his deal's up. But I would think Chase would move on unless he turns this thing around.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I hadn't got that far.
No, I know, but
it's not been perfect. But where's he going to go? Like, where do you? He
would have to go to the way I would look at it. He'd have to go to Yamaha or Cowie because Anderson
Chase?
will be. Yeah, Anderson will be out to Triumph or out at Cowie, and maybe
Chase will go to Star.
Chase would go to Star.
I think I would guess that Cowie either gets Deegan or I don't know. That's tough. I don't know if Chase does leave. I know he was talking to Star before, so that could be a landing spot.
So much.
We've all heard Cowie's going after Deegan, right? Like, so Star's going to have to basically choose when Tomac leaves what they're going to do.
There's so much interesting stuff, and it starts with the Austrian group on what they want to do with these Euros and with what they have here.
Yeah, and they're repositioning financially and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That cuts a lot of rides.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be fascinating to watch for sure.
A lot of pressure on those kids to turn up this year.
I had a guy at Des Nations, a European guy, tell me that he thinks Prado's going to be a top 5 guy in Supercross.
Yeah, it seems
consistently.
It's not far off.
I don't see it, man. I don't see it.
No.
I just
don't
see
think
it.
So either.
Fifth?
Yeah, no.
You don't see him getting a fifth?
No, I don't.
Really?
Jet and Hunter.
Every week?
Yeah, of course.
Jet and Hunter.
No, not
Chase
Sexton. Every week.
Okay. I mean, he got
Tomac
9th, 10th here this year, and he wasn't really doing anything. So why wouldn't he improve on that?
He can't.
He can't just get better?
No,
man. Hey, Prado, you're fucked. Just stay back there.
Chris.
What's that, JT?
He also got 12th sometimes.
Yeah. No, I understand that, but you guys are just like counting it out. Like, yeah, fuck off, 5th.
I just thought this guy was crazy.
Consistently top 5 is what I'm talking about.
The journalist,
the
journalist I talked to said he's going to be a top 5 guy. Not 5th in the round 3 and then never sees 5th again. A top 5 guy.
Yeah, I don't see that right away.
Right.
But I do see that at some point.
Can he be 7th and 8th most weekends? All right, I'm willing to go with that. But you're going to tell me like a consistent top 5 guy means those on the podium sometimes. Like you're going to need some injuries for that to happen.
Well, that's for sure going to happen. You know that.
But I'm saying at the top, like Jet, Hunter, Chase, Eli, Webb. Those are 5 guys that Prado won't be consistently in Supercross, right? So one of them has to go out. AP, he's riding better than he's ever ridden. It's tough, man. Like it is not. Just because Prado is so amazing in MXGP, and he will be in Pro Motocross. Make no mistake, when Prado shows up at Fox Raceway, if you don't have him on your bingo card as a title contender, that's a mistake. But Supercross, to me, is going to be another year of learning, and that will mean some really good weekends, and he gets the whole shot because that's what he does, and he maybe sneaks out of 4th or 5th.
Yeah.
If he gets a whole shot in the Cowie, I'm going to be even more impressed.
He's going to figure it out. He's going to, I'm not saying he's going to whole shot every time. Like, he whole shots every time.
It's not him figuring it out. It's about the team figuring out how to get off the line.
Well, I think he's going to figure out a way to whole shot something sometime. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, you can't take one of the best starters we've ever seen on any motorcycle and say he's never going to get a whole shot ever again. Like, Anderson got whole shots. You're telling me that Anderson is a better starter than Prado?
No, I'm just saying, when do you see Anderson getting whole shots? I don't see it.
He got whole shots this year.
What? Whole shots, plural?
I don't know about mains, but heats.
Main event. Yeah, he was up there.
Oh, yeah. No, he's up there for sure.
Yeah, for sure he was up there.
Yep. No, I agree.
I'm not saying it's going to be the same. I'm not, because I think that they have some work to do engine-wise on the Cowie. I'm just saying you can't take the best starter ever and say he's never going to get a whole shot. Like, I don't believe that.
Fly Racing's Jason Thomas. JT, some big announcements coming for Fly. We're buckling up for that. Stay tuned, everybody. Stay tuned.
Maybe.
Well,
maybe.
No, I saw you on Twitter. You tweeted it out.
I said not that there was anything to look for.
Okay.
When does this announcement get made? November 1?
Just don't worry about it.
What? I'm a fan. I like hearing gear shit.
Just don't worry about it.
Well, you started the conversation.
Okay, it's a JT and I conversation.
Oh, sorry. I didn't on the show.
Yeah.
Okay. Where's Daniel Blair?
Fly Racing, PulpMX is the code to save with those guys. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Let's do this.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second
rapid fire. X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. Freddie Noren, Kyle Chisholm, Privateers, Ricky Russell. You name it. They're wearing X-Brand goggles and EKSbrand.com. PulpMX show, Pulp Show 2024 is the code to save with X-Brand. The Lucid goggle is out. It's fantastic. And, thanks to the folks at X-Brand Goggles.
Lucid goggle's been out for a long time.
It looks good, too.
Can we say something different?
I mean, we can work on it. Wait.
Lucid goggle's been out 4 years now.
Listen,
how's it going?
It hasn't been 4 years. What a goggle. A lot of colors, by the way. A lot of great colors.
New colorways for 25?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, here we go. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. No? Okay.
Barely.
All right, let's do this. 30 seconds on the clock, please.
JT, what's the most money you won in an off-season race?
Rich.
One race?
One race.
Hold on. Let me and Steve. Hold on. Let me and Steve guess before you answer. Oh, I didn't hear it. Did you hear it?
I didn't hear it.
Okay, I'm gonna say 35,000.
Yeah, me too.
22.
Oh.
All right, 15 seconds.
Steven, rate your Sphere experiences from best to worst.
No, we were talking
from best to worst, sir.
No, we are talking Sphere later on. Stay tuned.
That's when the show. Everybody's gonna turn off the.
We are talking Sphere
show.
later on. Keefers and the Mathises and the Keefers with the Sphere, JT, on Friday night. So
I saw that. Eagles, bro.
Yeah, Eagles.
Good.
All right.
Keefer, how far along is the Triumph 450 development?
Don't know.
Stop it.
I can tell you this: 450 intro is coming up soon, so that's all I can tell you.
I saw Ricky ride one.
What's that?
I saw Ricky ride one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, how was it?
Yeah.
I mean, it looked okay. He was doing about 3 miles an hour, but it looked great.
RC edition, everybody.
Yeah. Now, is there a regular edition and an RC edition, or is the 450 an RC edition?
I would assume they'd have 2 versions.
Okay, so you can buy one decked out with Ricky's sponsors. Does it come with a toolbox? Because he's the toolbox guy.
Makita?
Yeah, no, he has a toolbox company that sponsors him. Does it?
No.
Does it have the toolbox on the rear fender?
That'd be sick. Rear fender toolbox by RC.
Yeah.
JT, which Destinations was the hardest to watch, and which has been your favorite?
Oh, that's a good question, actually.
Ooh, the hardest to watch.
I already know the hardest one.
Right, I
already
do too.
know.
Matterly 17.
yes.
Both because you couldn't see because it was raining so hard, and also I don't know that we finished any moto. I don't know what Zacho got. Zacho get second?
Zacho got second, I think. Yeah.
I know the best one, too. I was gonna say.
I mean, my favorite was Red by 22. Like,
Right.
how could it not be?
Exactly.
My favorite in Europe, though? It's a great question, actually. I enjoy them all so much. France in 2015, 16 was pretty awesome. It was just a great experience. Kegums was actually really underrated. I don't know. They're always pretty great. I will say though that like I don't get the same kind of Euro crazy chaos experience at Matterly that I do the other ones. So Matterly's kind of lower on my totem pole of Motocross Nations. I don't know. Maybe I'm just on my own on that one, but to me, it's not as good as like a Majora or an A or something like that.
You think the Brits would be off the chain too, right? Like,
it's fine. It's just you're really far from the fans. Like they're on the other side of everything, and you don't get this. I don't know, man. Ernay has this like stadium type feel to it because it's like in a bowl, and Majora was the same. I don't know. It's fine. Great event. I would go again, no problem. I just think it's missing a little something that some of the other iconic ones have.
you see what you're doing to people?
What?
What he just said. He said it twice. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
This is what you're doing. You're fucking us all up.
I'm not doing it. It's JT.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Is a Steveism?
Yeah, that's Steve. I don't know, man.
Huh, all right.
It's got a little
Well,
more
I mean, I've
flair
known
than
the guy
that, but yeah.
going on 30 years, so maybe.
I don't know, man. All right.
Steve, best off-season gossip or rumor that you've heard?
Oh, there's so much out there that doesn't come true, that you just don't even report on because you're just like, that's stupid.
The Deegan to Fox thing is funny.
Is that a thing?
That's a thing. It's not a thing, but it's a thing.
JT's in the gear business. JT, are they going Fox? Or
No, they're not.
Okay.
I think it's only a thing because Brian was wearing it in a
Oh.
like in a social post or something.
okay.
I don't think there's anything to it other than that.
Did Brian wear Thor when the team wore Thor?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that was where people would put the two
I
together?
think, it's Brian being Brian, like fucking people all up, on social media, getting the pot stirred up,
Yeah,
So,
we race Rider D. We'll get there. We'll race him when it's time.
and people bite. That's the
Right.
thing. He knows people
Did we
bite.
ever find out what Star's wearing?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. I had heard Alpine Star head to toe, and then there's Nations that was shut down by someone at Alpine Stars. So I guess that's out? I don't know.
I don't know, man. At this point, it feels like they have to be in Thor again.
Yeah, I don't know. The new guys are in Thor, like Pierce Brown and things
That's
like
what
that
I mean,
on social,
right? Like
yeah.
Pierce is in it with new stuff, and knowing the moves they've made globally, I would be very shocked if they didn't have that team still.
Yeah. All right.
Keefer,
Yes.
who do you have at World Vets? Dark or Steve?
I got my guy Steve, just because he rides Glen Helen more. And I feel like he has a little bit more of aggression than Dark. Dark has gotten a lot better, but still, I don't think at Glen Helen, Dark is quite there yet. If Dark was here more, riding it, then I would say it's going to be closer, but my man Steve needs to get a start. We talked about this before the show. Like, if he does not get a start, it's going to be hard because traffic is thick and heavy in the 50B class.
I'll be coming through the pack like no other.
I mean, Steve's good at starts.
Yeah, he's great.
Clearly.
We're going to work on those tomorrow, JT.
That's right.
Do you have a start hook? Works connection, maybe?
Yeah, no, I got to start hook.
He doesn't know if it works or not.
Well,
so.
I just...
You don't know if it works.
No.
Okay.
Listen,
He hasn't tried
I was
it.
a factory mechanic. It works.
Well, Hayden and Jet Lawrence both use that one. Eli Tomac uses that one. I think it works pretty well.
Yeah.
JT, what should Sexton be working on this off season?
Ooh, that's a loaded question. I I think the starts are number one. Without starts, nothing else kind of matters. That's I'm overstating that big time, right? But
nothing else
for
matters.
Sexton, championships are the ultimate goal, right? Like for him, if he doesn't win a championship, it kind of feels like the whole season is a letdown, which is that's a great place and a terrible place to live, I think, for a lot of riders. Like they're in this mental purgatory most of the time, but financially they're doing really well. But I don't think he can win a championship unless they get the starts figured out. So unless they sort that out, the rest of it kind of doesn't matter.
All right, 42 seconds. X-Brand goggles,
Nope.
choice of champions everywhere. What?
Nope.
Oh, wait, what?
Nope.
Okay.
No more?
We got 2 more.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Steve.
Good job, Tallon.
It's a little premature there.
It
What do
happens
you guys think of my
sometimes.
answer, though? I want that before we move on.
He wants feedback.
8. It's an 8.
It's an 8?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, your answer is an 8.
No, I don't care about a rating. I'm saying, do you agree? Like, is there something more important for Sexton than starts?
No, that is the number one.
Okay.
Agreed.
Fair enough.
Okay, 2 more. Steve,
Mm-hmm.
which Cabo resort has been your favorite?
This last one was really good. It was really nice. It was
Was it?
really expensive though. It
Dude,
wasn't.
your party felt bad on the non all inclusive.
What's that? Sorry.
That's a big boo-boo.
It's not my best moment. No, it's not my best moment. I thought it was all inclusive because for that price it should be. And then the day before the trip, I was kind of looking at it. I'm like, wait, it doesn't say all inclusive, and there's prices besides the menus. Like there's prices beside the menus, the items.
So you cost more for buying food.
You buy everything, drinks and food and everything. Not one of my finest moments.
How
No.
much did it cost you?
What does it matter?
We're open on this
What
show.
does it matter?
We're all open. Adam came on, talked about his salary. Let's do this. Let's make
like
it.
6.
6G?
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's the cost of an RMZ right there.
I could have bought an RMZ.
Damn it.
Yeah, I could have bought an RMZ.
Okay, last one. Keefer, when's the last time you turned down Heather?
Whoa. This is a good topic because I do it all the time, actually.
Oh wow.
Last night. So
You can't do that, dude.
her exact words were, "Did you just deny me?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm tired."
Yeah.
And I go, "Tuesday, because I'll be back Tuesday night." She's like, "No, you won't do it Tuesday night because you'll be tired when you get home."
Yeah.
I'm like, "No, I will." And she's right. I probably won't.
Wow. I was just tired. Yeah. All right.
So it's getting bad, guys. I'm getting old.
Yeah. No, I can relate. All right, X-Brand goggles. There we go. All right, JT. Thank you for the time tonight on the show, Fly Racing, flyracing.com. And yeah, man, we'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Bye,
All right,
JT.
guys. See ya.
All right, see ya. That's Jason Thomas, by the way. Moving right into our next guest here, brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Honda HRC guys partnered with Wiseco, and I don't know, man. It seems to me like they're doing pretty well
Yeah.
with Wiseco. So Pulp24 is a code to save with Wiseco, whether it is 4-stroke pistons, 2-stroke pistons, garage buddy, engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and more. Check out Wiseco, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, all of that. The code is Pulp24. It saves you on that. You can get the reliable cast and forged pistons all the way to the Racer replacement ones. Bringing you our next guest on the night, this gentleman, 2-time 250 motocross champion, a legend in the sport, Jeremy Martin. What's up, J-Mart? How are you, man?
What's going on, boys? How we doing?
We're good. Long time no talk, buddy. I'm glad you're all right. Fuck me, dude. Leadville. Leadville.
That's great. Fuck me is right.
Like, let's talk Leadville. How deep? Now, look, J-Mart, Phil's been on here. Alex has been on here. Everyone has told Johnny O. Everyone has told stories about how you can dig.
Yeah.
And you are phenomenal on a
VO2
bicycle.
max freak.
Yes. So, what is the level of pain cave you were in at Leadville?
I mean, I was 170 heart rate for 7 hours. You know,
Damn.
An average heart rate, but it was gnarly, man. And I mean, I went out the month before to get acclimated to elevation, and I was with John Wesleyan in Park City.
Yep.
And then I went over to Durango and was training with Eli the rest of the time. And man, I tell you what, like, it is such a tough race, and those top guys are so freaking gnarly, man, and they're so fit. It's insane.
So, like, was this the worst you've ever been for you yourself, like in your your shape, your condition? or were you okay?
No, I was good, man. I'm in the best shape of my life right now,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay.
Hands down. And it was good for me because I was like, I don't know if I can do this. It's always been like kind of a bucket list deal, right? Like, you may be kind of sick, get the Leadville belt buckle, like pretty cool deal, right?
Yeah.
But I'm like, you kind of got to be you got to kind of have a screw loose for one to want to even do it. It's 100 miles.
Yeah. Dude, the elevation's insane.
Yeah, but it was, we took off. It was super cold in the morning. We took off pretty early, and I shit you not, guys. It was like, I'm like, why are we sprinting right now?
We just started.
So did you start like
98 miles to go?
Explain to us, like, there's there corrals, like you have to be in a certain corral, or you start up front? How's that work?
Yeah, so I was really lucky. I qualified for Leadville through the Lutzen 99er, which was way the heck up north, past Duluth, pretty much by Canada, it felt like. And that was a mud bath, and it was supposed to be a 99er, but it ended up being a 69er because literally the whole course was flooded, and I hike-a-biked for 3 hours.
Jeez.
And I got sixth. I got in. Well, that getting sixth at Lutzen got me into the Gold Corral. And then, I was with the top dogs, and it was nice to be with those guys because obviously the speed difference went further back from each corral a little bit, and it just got a little bit slower,
Oh, so you could pace yourself a little bit with those dudes.
Well, yeah, and then there's some really, like, big-time studs, like, in corrals that I think are further back, and then they say that it gets, like, pretty jam-packed, like, on the course in spots.
And then I love Johnny T out there working the support crew. That's awesome.
Cute. I know. I was stoked. Him and Kathy Tomac came by, and dude, he was handing me Cokes, and whatever I could get through that dang race, I was taking whatever I could.
So, again, this is just – it's not an enduro, right? Like, you're not stopping and checking your times. You're going, right, J-Mart? Like, it's just
it's like a legit, like, I was a little bit worried about it. They're like, oh, it's Leadville. It's the gnarliest, most extreme mountain bike race of the year. I mean, to be honest, guys, you could have drove a car on most of it,
Oh, okay.
Like, it was basically just like roads, right? Like big roads.
Got it.
And then, like, at the biggest climb, which was Columbine, like going up towards the top, it's really gnarly steep. Well, as we were going up, the top guys were coming down already because they're so fast, so we would share the road together, and then obviously there was the other people in the other corrals as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it was basically like a glorified road race,
Okay.
It's like Edison roads and like cart roads. and stuff,
Jeep roads or whatever. So is this the toughest thing you've ever done, or can you compare this to some 30-minute moto at some sand track somewhere, that just kicked your ass?
No, I would definitely say, guys, this ranks is probably one of the gnarliest things I've ever done.
Okay.
For sure.
All right. Yeah.
Like, you're in your head. Like, there's moments where you feel good,
Mm-hmm.
and you're like, dude, I'm clicking, and then, all of a sudden I'm, like, in my head, and I'm like, what the hell am I doing?
Do they have spots to charge my battery if I do this race? Can I charge my battery? Is there spots for this? Just wondering. Are there outlets anywhere? Because that's what I'm going to need. I'm going to need some outlets.
What did you get overall?
Well, at your feed stations, your crew that's there, what they could do is have a battery ready for you. So if you could somehow get the battery in and out, you dialed.
All right. Yeah, we could do that.
What did you get? What did you get overall, J-Mart?
I think I ended up 48th overall out of, I don't know, like, obviously there's a ton of people that did it, but in the pro class, I want to say there was maybe like 100 people,
Yes.
And you beat Westling, right? That's the most important thing.
I did beat John.
That's all that really
John
matters.
was a stud, dude. He dropped me in the first bit, and I'm like, damn it, man, this sucks. Because low key, we had like a little bit of like a rivalry going on,
Yeah.
But he ended up kind of like puncturing his tire on a rock at the top, just at the top, coming down Columbine. So then he was kind of limping it through, and then I was able to kind of get on him. And dude, I was battling those Baghouse guys,
Yeah. No, that's awesome.
That was cool.
That's great.
It was cool.
So obviously we know, you hit your head a couple times this year. You were in some spots that we'll talk about when you get your heart rate up like that and you're pushing yourself that deep into it, how'd you feel physically from motocross injuries and motocross stuff? Like, was that all fine? Just no worries?
I think so obviously, as you guys know, in Detroit, I went down and I hit my head, and I also tore my thumb, right?
Yep.
And the East Coast guys did one race, but remember it went back to the West, so it took a bit of a break, right? So I ended up going back to Minnesota, taking time off. My thumb was jacked. I couldn't ride. I went and saw this functional neurology center up in Lake Minnetonka. They did a scan on my brain, tested me, whatever, and they said, hey, we're seeing some things here. And then I got better. I went back down to club, and I remember doing a workout in the cabin, and I definitely had a headache. You know what I mean? I did some intervals and felt it coming, but I wanted to really try to get back out there, right? For me, I was like, hey, let's just have a healthy season, try to set aside the results, and we got to build here,
Yeah.
And, unfortunately, I got back out there, and I did okay, but it was, it wasn't great. And then after Indianapolis Supercross, it was my first day on outdoors, and, I went down really hard, and I was out for 5 to 6 minutes.
Jeez. Yeah.
And I remember waking up, I was out of my gear. And then I remember looking out the club shop door and seeing John Wessling, and he's like, dude, what the hell happened? And I'm like, I don't know, So it was pretty gnarly, and I ended up going home and seeing that functional neurology center again. And, I was not good for a long time.
Yeah, that's yeah.
So I had some concussions, J Mart, and I know everyone's different. It feels different, but for me, I had a couple in 1 year, and the second one that I had, I could hold a conversation and I knew what I was talking about, but it felt like I was in a dream, talking to you for 3.5 months. That's what I felt like. I just felt like I was almost out of body, even though I kind of knew what I was doing. I just felt like I was dreaming, and it was the scariest thing for me because I was telling my wife, I go, what if I'm never going to be normal again? What if I feel this way? And it's kind of like a scary thing. Minus racing, I just wanted to be normal again. Do you have any of those moments oh my God, hopefully this gets better?
Yeah, for sure. I felt like I didn't feel like I was all there. I would kind of go to take a step up the stairs, and I missed a couple times in my own house, and I was like, well, I never did that before. And then I would want to puke. I had the feeling of wanting to puke, and I was sleeping a lot, and at that point, it was just hey, my doctor up here was in Minnesota for the concussions, hey, you need the rest of the year off, mate.
Yep.
You need to take the rest of the year off. If you hit your head one more time, you're done. And then on top of that, I had I had a doctor's written note saying, hey, you sustained a UCL avulsion fracture. He's not fit to race for the rest of the year, And that was kind of where I just said, hey, man, I ain't no spring chicken anymore. This is on me to I was kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot in, 1 foot out at that point,
Yep.
But I need to worry about my health here,
So obviously at Leadville though, for you to do Leadville, is your head good? Because I would think anytime as serious as your concussions have been, Leadville is going to knock you out of not literally, but I mean knock you out of any sort of recovery. But you must be better to do Leadville.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
It took time.
Good.
After the second concussion, I didn't do anything for at least a full month. No
Yep.
training, none of that kind of stuff. And then I was going to see that functional neurology center place, and what they were kind of having me going around in the machine. And then what they've learned is back in the day, it was more about, hey, no lights, no screen time, chill out, kind of whatever, right? And he was like, hey, we're gonna try to stimulate you. If you have you break a bone or whatever, through therapy, what we do now is we try to stimulate that. So we do X amount. Let's just say we do 5 minutes, 10 minutes of activity. If you're struggling after 10 minutes, back it down. And then maybe tomorrow we can do 12. And I was able to kind of work my way back up to, be healthy again, for sure. good enough to go race, the mountain bike and get better. Yeah.
Weisco Piston bringing you Jeremy Martin here on the show. Pulp24 is the code to say with the guys at Weisco. 702-586-PULP. You got a question for J-Mart, give us a call. We had Brandon on earlier, obviously the owner of PulpMX, and, I know there's been some friction there between you and the club guys on how it all ended, how it went down. I mean, he kind of told us his side, but, is everything okay with those guys, or were you a little bitter at the way they handled it on their end of things? Take us through that a little bit.
Yeah, Steve, get in there, son.
Well, I gotta ask. You can say whatever, but yeah, I gotta ask.
It didn't end well.
Right.
I'm not gonna lie about it. It's definitely not ideal. My whole idea of going to club in the first place was, I was getting tired of the injuries, right? And I was thinking about the next step in life, and I was like, well, these are Minnesota-based guys. I can help develop this team. Like, I've been on kind of the Rolls Royces of dirt bikes, like Star Racing, Geico Honda. I had a great relationship with, KYB and certain people, and I was like, well, I can, learn from Brandon and them, and then maybe I can help these guys, and we can build this team up, And unfortunately, it did not go at all how I had envisioned, right? And sometimes that's how things go in life. So, but yeah, it did. It's a bummer for sure.
Are you safe to say tonight that you're done racing and you're moving on to the next step on whatever that is, mountain bike racing, Leadville or whatever? Or are you, like you said, 1 foot in, 1 foot out? We don't know.
I was definitely 1 foot in, 1 foot out when I left, and I still have that dog in me. I lost that dog in me,
Okay, yeah.
And part of this endeavor this summer was to, find it again, and through getting healthy, and basically the training has kind of been my therapy. I was like, hey, you're not in a good spot right now. Let's focus. Let's get in the best shape of your life right now. Let's do this bucket list thing, Leadville. And let's not make an emotional decision. And I think if the right opportunity comes around on the right bike, I'd have a hard time saying no to it for sure.
Right. Yeah,
I found that dog in me, and I miss it. And it's racing's like a drug for sure.
I'd like to see you take a chance at 450 motocross, J-Mart. Just, you don't need to be on a factory bike, to be really competitive. You can be on a good bike with a good team and run up there like we saw our guy Phil. And I like to think you're better than Phil outdoors if you're right. I'd love to see that, man.
Yeah, like I said, if the opportunity's there, I would definitely be interested in it. And, I think I'd have no problem doing 30+2 twice.
No, not at all.
I don't think anybody.
No.
Yeah.
So are you one of those guys, J-Mart, like when you're recovering from your injury, are you watching the races every weekend? Are you following it, or are you just like, I'm pissed off, I'm hurt, I don't care? Which guy are you?
I think back in the day, I definitely took a little bit of like, hey, I need some space or whatever. But as I've gotten older, I genuinely enjoy watching. I watched every weekend. I'd watch Phil. I would tune in for Garrett. I would check in on Eli. And, it really helps having guys that you like and And I want to be involved in the sport at some capacity. I didn't really kind of know for a little bit, but I genuinely enjoy racing dirt bikes, and I miss it. I rode the local Golden Eagles hair scramble for the first time.
Oh, wow.
I hadn't rode in forever, and I was just like, hey, I'm going to sign up. I borrowed Big Al's bike, and dude, next thing you know, 2 hours and 6 minutes later, I finished a hair scramble.
Wow, look at you. What'd you ride?
I just borrowed one of Alex has a gas.
Oh, okay.
350.
Yeah. Okay, hair scramble guy.
How'd we go? How'd we do?
I had a lot of fun, and it was a little dry and dusty. The dead engine start was different,
Okay.
but it was fun. I truly had a blast, and
he's not saying how he did. He's not saying.
Yeah,
how
he
did.
doesn't want to know. Yeah.
I got second.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Shit.
Oh, hey,
it was fun.
breaking news: J-Mart GNCC 2025.
Yeah, imagine being a double A guy. You're on the line. You look over and J-Mart. You're like, fuck, dude.
It's just like, oh man. So have you been like doing a little? What have you been doing to keep yourself busy? Like, I follow you on Strava. You've been doing some rides, all of that. But like, what do you do? Do you talk to Alex about the track and help him talk about that with your dad and Alex, or like, what do you do?
Well, I mean, I've just kind of been obviously riding the crap out of my mountain bike, and then just trying to stay busy and keep my mind from kind of going down like the rabbit hole.
Yeah, for sure.
And whatnot. So I've been had a big role at Spring Creek this year. I did a lot of weed whacking, Steve. Dude.
Well, listen,
all these guys are like, hey, I want to get a job, I want to race, and then, you save up your coins and you're like, I don't want to do that job anymore. Well, I always knew when I was done, or if I am done, I go back to Millville and I'm fencing, weed whacking, and dozer work.
Yeah, because Tony Alessi's got that famous story back in Mike's day of showing up and they were weed whacking with you and Alex in order to ride there, like when you were young, Yeah.
That's for sure, and I thought about that this summer out there.
That's funny.
But, I'm grateful for dirt bikes.
Yeah, you're like, I'm happy to do that, right?
Yeah.
Jeremy Martin here on the PulpMX Show, brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. Pulp24 is the code to save with Wiseco.
Here's a kind of a tricky question. Let's say peak J-Mart championship years to J-Mart now. I'm honest, the head injuries, just if you think, okay, I get back up to speed where I think I'm fit enough and you do want to go racing, do you think you're as good as those peak years still?
I think given the right bike and the right environment with the right crew, absolutely. I think I'm smarter. I would pick and choose my battles, but I think I could definitely be there for sure.
Yeah, because I feel like guys that leave the sport that, kind of got forced to leave and didn't like retire on their own terms. You're almost like chasing the dragon. Like it's hard in our sport. It's all we've ever done. I mean, you've been doing this since you're a little boy, and then it just gets kind of ripped away from you because of an injury. And I think about this a lot. Like I ride all the time, and I'm thinking, okay, what comes a time where maybe I don't ride? What am I going to do? And I'm very one-dimensional. I don't fucking do anything else besides ride my dirt bike, and anything else I do, J-Mart, is like, mountain biking, cycling. That's because I ride dirt bikes.
Yeah.
And it's hard for me to wrap my head around, especially for guys at your level, is like, do you find yourself, are you getting depressed? You're like, okay, I'm just going to go ride my mountain bike because I don't want to think about it. Where are you at mentally with all this?
Yeah, I would definitely for sure get, a kind of depressed. I miss the competition, right? I miss I miss lining up and being like, oh, can I beat that guy? Or, and racing and being an athlete is selfish, right? Like I was a results guy. I was never a social media guy, right? So for me, I could just kind of alienate myself and just focus on getting better and then do my thing. So yeah, I think I miss the dirt bikes the most. It's the mountain biking's not the same, and I was pretty damn good on a dirt bike, especially in those turns, man. And I feel I'm definitely pretty bitter about the way my career has gone, to be honest, the last couple of years for sure. I felt like I would just kind of start to get going as my last year, 21, 22 on Star. I was just starting to hit that peak J-Mart form again, and then I get hurt, right?
Yep.
And I never really got like a clean run, and I haven't gotten that closure, right? And when you've done something your whole life, you want closure on it. And you always want more. I think I've won a lot, but I always wish I would have done more.
No, there's always that, right? As good of a career as you've had, J-Mart, 2 championships and Supercross wins and all of that. Yeah, it's funny no matter what level you're at, you're always like,
Well, I think about J-Mart just completed 100 miles, Leadville, gnarly. Relate that feeling, versus the feeling leaving the track going 1-1 at an outdoor national. Is it similar? Is it even close? Is it the same?
It's not the same.
Okay.
It's not the same. Yeah, like, dude, I just did this gnarly thing, got the belt buckle, but like a 1-1 when you were dialed in and you came from behind, like let's just say you were 6th or 7th off the start, and you passed all the good guys, dude, and you get the overall. That's a hell of a feeling.
Yeah. I can't relate to that, but yes, I could imagine that's a hell of a feeling.
Yeah.
All right, we got a question for you from Brandon on 2. Brandon, welcome to the show. What's your question for Jeremy Martin?
Yeah, hi, how's it going? I just want to say it's an honor to be on the phone with you, Jeremy Martin. You're an awesome guy, and I loved your career, watching you through the 18 years, and it's fun to see that you're going out. But I just want to ask you, if you had the opportunity to ride for, let's say, Triumph, where do you think you would be in the outdoor season if you got through Supercross healthy?
That's a great question, man. I think obviously if I was pretty comfortable on the bike and I kind of know the crew pretty well and whatnot, I think, are we talking 250 here or 450?
Let's say you got a contract offer for 2025, 250 outdoor only, and then 450 Supercross and outdoors for 2026. Where do you think you would run for 2025 on the 250?
Judging based off of how I am right now, like I'm kind of in the same position I was after I broke my back. So mentally, you get back into it all in. I would be definitely a top 5 guy. Top 5 guy.
I think you would too, for sure, man. I've always been a big fan of yours, and I was actually at that race in 2018 at Muddy Creek when you broke your back. I was working for Traders Yamaha at that time, and it was a bummer to see you go out, man. I've always been a huge fan of yours, and it sucks to see the way it's gone for you, and, we all hope to see you back out on the track again, and if we don't, we totally understand. But, it's been an honor to watch you completely kill it in the 250 class, and I really wish you had an awesome 450 career, man.
All right, thanks, Brandon.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate the call.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Jeremy Martin here, brought to you by folks at Weisco. Anything else, Keefer?
Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite Martin? John?
My favorite Martin?
A Mart or J Mart?
What, can I go Greta?
Nope.
I can't go Greta?
No, 3. You got 3. If you're saving someone in a fire, all of them are burning. Who are you saving?
Big Al, the troll.
Big Al.
You're saving Big Al.
What about you?
I don't know. I know Big Al more, right?
Yeah, I mean, everyone knows Big Al.
Yeah, exactly.
Troll.
Well, this is why J Mart and Eli get along so well, because they're recluses.
Right.
Well, dude, hey, Big Al is definitely more friendly. He kind of socializes with everyone, and I've definitely been more of, a little bit more on my island,
Alex is a liberal.
When's the last time you talked to Phil, by the way? Has there been any?
Should we give him a call? Should we try to call him right now?
You think he's up?
Dude, give him a call. He never misses a PulpMX.
No, I think he's got a bit of a life. We can try though. Yeah.
It's East Coast.
He's got to be up, dude. He's retired. He's got to be drinking a beer. He's got to be doing something right now.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
We can try. All right, let's.
Cold calling people.
Yeah.
All right. Cold calling people.
But all right, hold on.
Are you going to connect to this? Okay, I got a question before we get to Phil. If you could pick one bike that was your best bike of your whole career, which one was your favorite?
Dude, I had 2 really good bikes. My championship years, wow.
Good.
Wow. Engine insane, chassis insane, and then, dude, my 2020 Geico year with Ziggy at Factory Connection, I had him do my suspension, Keefer.
Unbelievable.
And, dude, I'm telling you, I didn't have that show of factory stuff. I had the Ziggy special, dude, and the Ziggy special was pretty good.
I've told this story before, but that Glen Helen year, the year you won the title the first year, up Mount St. Helen, you were basically coming up on guys, putting a turn signal on, going around them and tucking back in up the hill. It was the bikes were so good up that hill. It was unbelievable how good those bikes were.
Dude, I remember that. I was going really good preseason outdoors then, and then I rode the bike on press day, and I told Brad, I said, don't make it any faster. And then I went and rode it, and I was just like, dude, I told you, just don't do one thing, you know?
Yeah.
And I was so fast. Wow.
Well, he was up. You were right about that, J Mart. What's up, Philip?
Hello, fellas.
So you're both not doing anything. You're both just sitting around, both of you, Phil. Nothing going on.
Yeah, nothing going on, and we call each other every day, and we battle our demons together now.
So are we doing Leadville, Philip? Is that something that we would want to do?
I would like to do Leadville next year. Me, Jerma, Alex,
John,
yeah, John. I think it'd be a fun little boys trip, but I mean, it just kind of fucking sucks. So when you go with Jerma and John and like they just set the standard of 7 hours, and then I'll be out there for 11 and a half hours fucking wishing I got ate by a mountain lion. It's kind of it's a little different vibe.
Though, to be fair, I was getting my teeth kicked in from Keegan Swenson. And then as I'm coming down the tallest hill, Columbine, you're seeing guys, average Joes, weekend warriors, people on a tandem bike. I mean, it was a pretty cool environment. There's everybody out there.
Okay, well, I'll be trying to catch a draft off the tandem, 3.5 hours behind. So, I don't know. I'd like to do it. I don't know. Yeah. It would be cool.
Well,
it would be cool.
Maybe you can go do some hair scrambles with J Mart then. He did a hair scramble,
Well, I know he did a hair scramble, and he knows I'm doing the Ironman GNCC this weekend, and I told him to come down and do some riding.
Yeah.
But
Phil's off-roading this weekend.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we on a 450 in the woods?
I'm riding the boys at Husky are building me a 350, and I'm going to ride that.
Hell yeah, that's going to be sick.
That's a good bike in the woods. Yeah, you'll like that.
Yeah, so it'd be good, but Jerma's being a pussy, and he won't come down.
Come on, J-Mart, how far is that? It's not far.
Well, I mean, here's the deal, though, Steve. Like,
8 hours exactly. I've already mapped it out.
Oh, he mapped it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Imagine him doing 17 Supercrosses, 11 Outdoor Nationals, the SMXs, and then I'm just, on the mend, finally good now, and I come down there on Al's borrowed gas bike, and I kick his teeth in.
Yeah, no, good point. Good point, Jerma. Yeah.
Fucking suicide watch.
No fucking way you would beat me in Ironman this weekend.
You never know.
No, you and Steve pays way down. He can be your PulpMX liaison.
PulpMX guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck.
What do you think, Jerma? Yeah, let's do it. Put some hand guards on that thing. Let's do it.
I would enjoy it. I would enjoy it for sure. It'd be fun. It'd be a hell of a spontaneous trip at this point.
Phil, what class are you riding?
Industry class.
Okay, so that's 2 hours?
Yeah, 2 hours.
Yeah.
But RV's, when we're in London, RV was talking shit about it. So I think RV and Marv are both doing it. So it'll still be kind of a little competitive,
and I think Mr. Side is lining up too.
On a quad though, or some shit.
He's on a quad?
Yeah.
No, him and RV are riding a quad on Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
But Sunday, I mean, I don't really consider it dark side in the caliber. I mean, hopefully he can start his bike from a dead engine start, but
wow, that's fucked.
Dark side's he's gonna get lapped by Phil, and he's gonna fuck Phil, and Phil's gonna freak the fuck out in the woods.
That'd be great. If he eats shit in front of you and takes you out when you're laughing.
And then Marv goes by Phil and wins.
Right.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah. So Jerma, come down. We could have a couple national champions and Phil on the starting line. And I can smash all your fucking teeth in. Be good.
So Jerma, when you ride now, I guess can you still ride right now there, mountain bike? It's getting cold, or?
Yeah, we can do both right now, moto and mountain bike stuff. Yep.
So how long do you go, Jerma? Just for like do you go every day, like for an average, or like what do you do for an average ride?
It just kind of depends, right? Like Troll Training had me lock and loaded. There was, this summer I was doing 6-hour rides.
Jesus.
And then the longest one I did was at 7,000 feet up to 10,000, a 7-hour ride with Wesleyan. But right now I've biked the most I've ever biked, and I kind of need a little bit of a break.
Oh man, Phil. Phil, have you ridden a bike yet? You said you would.
Bike or bicycle?
Bicycle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got on it about The problem is like, you end up feeling like such fucking ass, dude. You kind of have to go for a ride. You know, I just hate the feeling of, I don't know, not flushing out the system. So, yeah, I've been back on it for about 2 weeks now. So, and plus I didn't want to go to Ironman and be a complete bag of dicks, you know.
But you haven't ridden a dirt bike?
No, I haven't ridden a dirt bike. I'm actually going tomorrow to Trevor Bollinger's place to ride a Husky for the first time since 2018 and make sure I know what the fuck I'm doing. So,
hell yeah.
Might be a good chance that Bollinger puts me off a cliff somewhere. So you might never hear from me ever again after today.
So, Phil, you don't own a bike, right? You don't have a dirt bike right now? Or the club?
No bikes.
Took your bikes and whatever? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not under contract or anything, you know. Right. You know, I was planning on doing the open house at club, but then I wanted to go do the Hincapie ride this past weekend, which I also tried to get German to come down for, but he was a pussy with that too. But then I ended up skipping that and went to Morgan Wallen and
hell yeah,
just drank some alcohol. So I woke up with the Sunday scaries.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Steve, do you like the mountain bike? Do you go every day or what?
Yeah, I try to. Not every day, but yeah. It's so nice right now here. This is the most beautiful weather we have in the Des. So, but I've been doing more road biking too than I normally do. So I've been adding road biking.
And he just got a new road bike, everybody.
I did.
Oh, attaboy.
Yeah.
What'd we go with?
I got a Felt from the KTM guys. I think it's Pierce Brown's old bike.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, they took back PB's bike, and I think they gave me a killer deal on it. So it looks sweet.
How do you finagle these deals, dude?
It's just called being a friend, Phil. It's just I'm a nice guy. Yeah.
Yamaha bikes, Felt bikes.
Well, Intense and Yamaha don't make road bikes.
I know, but
you know,
yeah, I guess.
I mean, so
just start a show, Phil. You get everything you want. Fuck it.
Yeah, start a podcast, Phil. You and Germa should start a podcast.
You, Germa. Steve gets all these bikes for cheap, and you just got 48th in Leadville, and you're looking to pay full pop for a fucking bike. Full pop.
Well, hey, maybe I need to come on PulpMX a little bit more and work on my social skills, and then maybe I'll start getting a little bit of a discount.
Listen, Andy Jefferson's coming on later on the show. We'll get you a deal, J-Mart, on a Felt.
There you go.
We'll get you a deal, and then. What about your podcast? You guys
that'd be great.
The old retired men podcast or something, or the
Angry and Mute podcast.
Washed up racers pod.
No, I'm okay. Me and Jim we're back talking now. We have been for a while. I think that would just make our friendship disintegrate.
Germa, these guys in Leadville, these guys up front, you think they're on some shit?
I don't think so. Hey, I'm going to believe and say that they're not. I mean, imagine, Keefer, how long you been riding for now?
A long time.
Long time, right? I raced long time. Well, those guys have been, biking for that long.
Right, okay.
So imagine, the base, I've done 5,000 some miles this year, and those top guys, if you go look at, what they do and what they have in their legs, it's insane.
Do they have jobs? Do they work? How do they make money, these guys?
If you earn 6 hours a day, what are you doing for a job?
I don't know, man. That's what I mean. How are these guys making any money? Because there's no money in this. They're not UCI guys, right?
No.
I think those top guys make pretty good money, but I don't... Mm-hmm. The Keegan Swensons and whatever, I think they make good money, but I don't know how deep it is. I guess I haven't really sniffed around or asked, but yeah, for sure. It's a lot of time on the saddle riding a bike like that, for sure.
I can't even imagine. Yeah.
I'll go to some of these crits, down by my house, and there's 55-year-old dudes that are just shredded and they're balls out 180, 190 for a full hour. And I'm just what the fuck are you guys on? Because there's no way.
I mean, I think it's what Germa said. They're just got such a base. They're such crusty old guys with a base. Phil, I'm sure you see those guys around Charlotte.
Oh yeah, there are. But of course, some people. People nowadays do testosterone like it's going out of sight. You know what I mean? Every average Joe probably 6 out of 10 guys are on it, you know. So, but obviously that's not just it, but there's
Right.
plenty of other things. But, you know, and if a guy is 55 and he's riding a bicycle and wants to do testosterone, go ahead, dude. You know what I mean? It's not like you're going to make money riding a bicycle at that level where Germa's at. You know what I mean? So it's a completely different realm. But a guy like Keegan that's winning Leadville and stuff, like, I just know how fit Germa is, and obviously I know Germa doesn't do anything. And again, this year he did 5,000 miles, but like most of that came toward the later part of the year. So these guys are, you know, doing almost twice, 3 times that, you know, and they have been for years and years. So of course they're going to be savages. You know?
What's Keegan's time compared to your time, Germa?
God, I want to say he did at least
5:45?
Yeah, 5 something, right, Phil?
Yeah, I think it's like 5:45 or something
And he got
like
he,
that.
he, he got
And
a
he got
flat tire.
Jeez.
He got a flat tire this year, rode on it for a couple miles, and still won the race.
Wow.
Well, I just passed 3,500 miles for the year.
That's good.
That's good, dude.
Keefer's soul trainer. No Strava. No,
we
anything.
don't do that.
We don't, nothing.
I'm like the Jeremy Martin of Strava. I don't,
You're like the Tomac. No, you're the Tomac.
Just don't
Yeah.
put anything up.
Right. One time, Phil asked Eli Germa on the show what he does for training, and Eli just would not say anything. Just he's like, none of your business.
No. You know what he said? Ask Germa.
Eli is tight-lipped on that stuff. He
Dude.
does not share anything.
Nothing. Like, could you give us anything, Eli? Nope.
He didn't even laugh. He's just like,
Nope. Just you know, he's got 1 year left in the sport, but he's not giving nothing up. Nothing. Keegan did 5:49. Germa did 7:07. Mark's just looked it up.
That's insane.
So, yeah. Yeah. No, Eli, just nothing.
Yeah,
what about
yeah.
the Leadville 100 running race, Germa? Next.
No, I'm out. I'm out, dude. I'm out. I would, the mountain biking stuff's fun, and it scratches the itch for now in the competition a little bit. But, you know, Keefer, it ain't the same as shredding on a dirt bike, dude, lining up with the boys.
That's
know?
what I'm saying. That's what I kind of brought up to you. Like, you're always chasing the dragon of that feeling, and I don't think there's all of us
nothing
here
like moto,
talking.
right?
There's nothing like it, you know? No matter what level. You can be a novice and still have the same level as Phil and Germa. You know, it's just it's hard to replicate.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when was Leadville, Germa? Over Unadilla. That's right. I'm like, fuck, dude. I'm going to start my day after Germa, and I'm going to finish it before him, and he's just going to still be out there hating his life. You know what I mean? And after I got done with Unadilla, I had a miserable fucking day. You know, miserable day. And I called him on the way home to congratulate him, and I'm like, dude, I had the worst day ever and this and that. He goes, well, no matter what, he goes, you having a bad day riding a dirt bike was still a better day than what I just did today. You know?
Yeah.
He's just like, just the feeling you get riding a dirt bike versus a bicycle. Like, you know, like, yeah, it's cool, but he says it every time. It's not the same drug, you know?
No,
not even close.
No,
I just know the heavy load on you because I've ridden the motocross track up at Leadville,
Yeah.
you know, and you ride a little bit, and it just feels like there's a weight on you. So I can imagine riding 7
Dude,
hours on a
struggling.
bicycle.
I was struggling at Lakewood for my ride day. I was like, "What the hell's going on?" Like, it wasn't easy. Like, I was going, Jesus, this is like kind of gnarly.
Yeah, it takes special people, man.
Yeah. All right, boys. Well, hey, listen. Thanks for the time tonight on the show. Weisco Piston bringing you Jeremy Martin and, of course, our guy Phil as well.
I'm glad to hear that you're not completely done. I'm glad there's still kind of a little bit of ray of light in there that it could happen if something came up. I like that.
Yeah, it's still there. If like I said, the right opportunity comes and whatever, I'll be ready for it. So you never know. I mean, injuries happen in the sport, and maybe someone needs a fill in or something for outdoors. I do outdoor only at this point, but I would definitely like a call.
And Phil, you're going to work with Taco in Arena Cross, coach, trainer?
Ah, dude, that's fuck. I don't know, man. I don't know. But Taco did pull through. I didn't have to wait in any lines after Morgan Wallen on Saturday to the clubs in Charlotte. He got me right in.
Taco,
you know?
Taco really excels at that, doesn't he?
Yeah. Hey, German knows all about it. He sees Taco, you know, in his own little world down here in Charlotte. There ain't no one better on Germa.
Taco runs
No,
Charlotte.
I had a beer with Taco one time down there with the gang, the Charlotte crew, and Taco knows what he's doing in that city, dude.
Yeah, no, I thought he was going to focus more on racing, but maybe not. Maybe not. Hey, Gerber, you could also always ask Beam for a deal on a bicycle. You know, I'm sure Live It Extreme. You know,
that's true. That's true, huh?
We didn't even think about that. You know, we got to figure out which day he's open for business, and then we'll go from there. He's doing the fucking GNCC with me this weekend.
Oh, he is? Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So him and Darkside can fucking battle.
There we go. Perfect. That's awesome. Well, hey boys, thanks for picking up, Phil and J Mart. Thank you for calling in. Always good to catch up. I'm glad you're doing better.
Yes.
And all of that. And boys, thank you, Jeremy. We'll work on getting you here in studio. I'd love to do that one time. So.
Yeah, I definitely like that. Thanks, boys, for the banter, and have a great night.
All right.
See you,
thanks,
Jeremy.
guys.
All right.
All right. See ya.
Phil.
All right. See ya. That's Phil Nicoletti, Jeremy Martin here on the PulpMX Show. All right. Let's.
Taking a break.
Yeah, we gotta go to commercial.
7:30, bro.
Yeah, I know. We got people on hold for questions. Stay on hold. We'll get to you when we get back.
Don't
we got
hang
Andy
up.
Jefferson coming back. We got Heather Keefer on the Sphere. Race Tech Rant. Motorsport tweet at that guy in the corner. Leafs won tonight.
Leafs won. You're happy.
Leafs won. I got a Sphere sign.
Got a Sphere sign up.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Life is great. Stick around, everybody. Be right back here on the PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Decal Works and Fly Racing.
He's just in my ass.
Wow.
Not in. Sorry.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com. Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by FCPRacing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 50 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage in 1973, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhaust 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF, over 50 years of American-made power.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motorsport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since 1983. Proudly partnering with the finest OEMs including Chevrolet, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram, we bring you the ultimate turnkey custom truck on the market. Each vehicle is easily financed through your local dealership and, best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassles of DIY customization. No more waiting for parts, compromising ride quality, or risking voiding your warranty. Drive the vehicle you've always dreamed of today. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch Start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
The power of fun. Celebrating over 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Half a century. It's pretty cool to see how far we've come. When I started the Flying Machine Factory back in 1973, we were just a bunch of California kids obsessed with racing motocross. The faster we went, the more fun we had. Throughout the decades, one thing has never changed. We come to work every day to help make riding dirt bikes more fun for everybody. The sound, the smell, and the feeling you get from twisting the throttle is something that can't be replaced. It's been one heck of an adventure innovating, engineering, manufacturing, riding, and racing. Thank you for being part of our family-owned and operated business, and we look forward to celebrating you here at the race and continuing to deliver quality products. Don Emler, owner and founder of FMF Racing.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jay Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride. upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2024 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Decal Works, Fly Racing. Use the code PulpMX to save at Fly Racing. Cherubies. Cherubies is the world leader in accessory dirt bike plastics. Love the guys at Cherubies, and they've been there for you for a long time. At Cherubies USA on social media. Please check them out. At Cherubies. Love the guys there. Fits great. No fucking filing the holes.
No fucking
None
filing.
of that. Just
All right.
it fucking lines it perfectly.
Fucking.
Love it.
Fucking.
Speaking of fucking,
Fucking.
Jerry Bernardo was stopped by before the show.
My guy, JB, was here
Jerry
earlier.
Bernardo.
JB has been
What'd you
living
think of Jerry Bernardo, Marks?
I mean, he walked in and he said, "What's up, fuckface? I've never met him before."
Hey, this is
And
mellower Jerry,
That's
too.
all I expected
Yeah.
and wanted, and it just took me
Yeah.
back to the old days of
Great
on
Jerry
TV.
Bernardo.
That was great.
We got to get him on the show.
We do. I
There'll
did a
be
podcast with him. Check out the archives, but we got to get him.
How long ago was that?
2, 3, 4 years ago? I don't know.
Fuck, I thought it'd been longer.
Maybe. I don't know.
'Cause he was in Australia like 2 years,
He
half
was
years.
back here, I thought.
Oh, okay.
Firepowerparts.com. Batteries, chains, everything. Firepowerparts.com. Loading ramps. I got a loading ramp from the guys at Firepower Parts. Please check them out. Firepowerparts.com. Love those guys. And Andy Jefferson coming up here right away, but we do have some phone calls to get into. First up is Pete.
Pete?
What's up, Pete?
Hey, how's it going?
What's happening?
What's up, Pete?
Hey. Well, I'm taking my nephew to his first Supercross over in Vancouver.
Nice.
And I want him to get some tips.
Okay.
It's pretty embarrassing, but I've never made it over to a Supercross. I live in Hawaii, so it's kind of hard for me to get there.
Yeah.
But I'm doing it in Vancouver.
Nice. Good. It'll be good, man. I think it'll be a good race. Like Tomac and Roxon and Dino and Savachi. Like,
Hold on.
Yeah, it'll be good.
I don't understand.
What? Huh?
Why choose Vancouver out of all the Supercross races and you've never been to one?
Because I live in Maui, but my family's in Vancouver. My nephew's in Vancouver.
Got it. That's what I needed to
okay,
know.
that makes sense. All right.
Yeah, I'm an expat.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. So, go there Saturday and check it out. I don't know if the pits are open or not. I got to think they're probably not open. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, man, should be a fun time.
Did you get good tickets, or where's your tickets at?
I haven't got my tickets yet. I was thinking Steve might hook me up.
Oh, no, dude, I don't know any World Supercross guys.
You're You're not in, huh?
No.
I figured there'd be plenty of tickets.
Oh, I think there'll be plenty of tickets. Yes, absolutely. But
Yeah.
I mean, Adam Bailey was one of the owners of the old World Supercrosses. I definitely could have got the hookup and all that, but I don't know anybody involved in this other than Kurt Nickel, who's sort of the rider team liaison guy. So no, I'm just going. I'm just going to check it out. So I got no hookup for you, buddy. Sorry.
That's okay. Hey, I had a question. Since we both kind of grew up in Canada and then came over to the U.S., what was it like? How long were you in the States before you got legit legal?
Probably like 2 years.
Oh, that's nothing. I was like 8 years.
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
ever have any nightmares about not knowing, like, where you, like, I'd wake up and I'd be like, am I in Canada? Am I in America?
No,
Am I getting
I
picked
never.
up?
The thing is, you could come down to America for 6 months at a time without worrying about it, right? So I would go back to Canada before the end of 6 months, and then I would come back in the U.S. So I would always make sure I was, even if I was just going for like a few days.
Yeah, you didn't want to overstay.
I didn't want to overstay. No, exactly. So I always made sure of that when I was doing that back then. And then I started getting a renewable work visa for like every single year, like a couple years into my mechanicing career. So
nice.
And then I was getting paid up in Canada. I was getting money sent like to a Canadian person, and then they were paying me. So it was a whole thing.
And then you got married.
And I got married. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I did. And how long have you been American now? Did you get your citizenship?
I didn't get my citizenship yet. No. It's another topic for another day.
When are we doing that?
I got to do it. I just.
You're fine now. You can do it.
I know. I've always been fine.
You failed.
I didn't fail.
I failed.
I didn't provide the proper documents. No, I need to do that. I just don't know when. Like, yeah, it's coming. One of these years, I'll do it. Like,
I mean, I've been here 20 years, and I felt until I actually became a citizen, that's when I really felt American. And and I like it. Like I got my Canadian roots, but I've been here longer than in Canada now. And
I have too. I've been here longer than I was in Canada.
American.
And I would never get the American citizenship if I had to give up my Canadian passport, which I don't have to. I can have both, so I'm good on that.
When you take the oath, they make you renounce your other citizenships. But I cross my fingers, so I'm figuring.
Yeah, I think you're fine. I know lots of Canadians. Lots of Canadians that have 2 passports. So yeah.
Yeah, Canada doesn't care. America says you can't, but you can always get your Canadian passport.
Dude, screw the Canadians.
Yeah. So.
Hey, easy. I hope I run into you over there, Stevie.
Sounds good, man. Thank you. Thanks for the call.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Bye.
Josh, what's going on, man?
Hello?
Josh?
We're back, Josh. We're back.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I feel silly even asking this, but I've been cleaning up this cylinder on an 04 CR125.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rebuilding the bike, and there was a lot of carbon in the exhaust ports. And I saw a YouTube video that said you could use oven cleaner to help get that out.
Yeah.
I did, and as I've kind of been scrubbing, now like the whole cylinder kind of turned black, and I don't know how to get that out of there. The oven cleaner doesn't seem to help.
Turn black, like I don't like it's black already from carbon, right? So like, are you talking about the cylinder walls?
Like all around the outside of it. Like as it came out, I was scrubbing, and then there was like essentially like liquid carbon floating around the cylinder. And then when I went to like scrape or wash it off, it all just stayed black, and now it's not coming out with the oven cleaner.
Yeah, so you got on the outside of the cylinder.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you're screwed. Yeah, I think that stuff's pretty gnarly, like attacking wise. It probably attacked the chrome on it, right? The chrome on the cylinder. Yeah, I think you're kind of screwed.
My dad used to, back in the old days, just get that torch out and burn that carbon out with the torch.
Yeah, I can do that too.
Okay.
Or just get it like a little like wire wheel.
Yeah.
And wire wheel that.
Do a little
okay. Yeah, I do have one of those. Like little drum.
Polish. Do a little polished life.
Little wire wheel on that.
All right.
I'll
try that. I appreciate it.
All right, no problem. Thank you. 702-586-7857. We got Sean on 3. Sean, what's up, man?
Hey, man. So I got around me. I'm from the Midwest, and it seems to me like a lot of the tracks they're not practicing as much. They're not racing as much, and then the prices have gone up almost double So I'm curious if what is the state of the general industry of moto? Is it kind of going up? People riding less and the tracks are not getting as much business?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Keefer?
Practices are packed, races are down. At least here, I'm going to say here. I know East Coast, it's booming. But for me, Southern California, a lot of practicers and a lot less racers.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So are the prices up by you guys too?
I mean, it's been steady for a little bit. Gate fees have been $40 for practices, for a while. Racing has gone up maybe $10 or so, but it hasn't inflated that much. I think it's everything else around that. The tracks aren't the problem. I think it's parts, fuel, things like that.
Yeah. Okay. So you feel like $40 is a good reason? Because I remember when it used to be 25.
Yeah.
And it was especially if you're 16 years old, or you know what I mean, you don't have that much money.
Right.
And you want to go ride, and it's once it's to 40 is enough of a chump change where it's all right, now I got to make a full day of this instead of I can go half day for practice.
Yeah, it's been 40 for a while, and I feel I guess maybe I'm a little bit removed from it. I mean, I still pay most of all my gate fees to go into practice, but I think it's been 30 to 40 for so long. I haven't seen 25 on a gate fee since I was almost a teenager, dude, and I'm 40-some years old, so.
Maybe, you know what? It must be because you're from California then.
Yeah. But honestly, I think East Coast, some East Coast tracks that I've been to here recently this year, they're still $30. And, I know some tracks that are $50 now to get in. So.
Wow. Okay. All right, dude.
All right.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. By the way, Randy Richardson, Michelin.
Life swap guy?
He's really into this life swap thing.
Jesus.
I mean, it's going to happen.
Is it?
We're going to do it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. We haven't talked about it.
We're going to do it.
Okay. Listen. Yeah, exactly. I don't know when we're doing this.
We're doing it.
Okay.
So just.
We can't back out again. Listen.
That's what I'm saying.
If we to say this, we're going to do it. No matter who calls who, and say, hey, man, I don't know. We got to go do it.
Michelin. Thanks to Michelin. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about complete offering of Michelin tires. Follow them at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook. Great mountain bike tires now, too, as well. E-Wilds are out. Wow. So thank you to the folks at the new E-Wilds. Really, really good stuff. It's more like a basic between the E-Wilds and the DH tire that they have. So thank you to the folks at Michelin for the new E-Wild mountain bike tires. You guys should check them out. As well as, of course, the Starcross 6 tire range. They've been out for a while. These are very, very popular in Europe. You'll see these on a lot of race teams over there. So please check that out. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle. Starcross 6s, I just put a new front on the other day.
Ready to rip?
Ready to rip. I was looking at my old front. I was like, geez, it's all cracked and stuff. And
front tire is the most important.
I know. I don't know why I left mine on so long.
I do.
Because Randy hasn't been here for so long. By the way, thank you to the folks at OGO2, OGO Power Sports. Pulp 15 is the code to save. Whether it's a 9800, whether it's the travel bag, the layover bag.
Trucker.
That's your favorite?
Yep.
OGO Power Sports. Check them out. Not the regular OGO bag website. They make golf stuff. OGO Power Sports. Pulp 15 is a code to save with those guys. Get the deal. Tell them, put the Pulp 15 code in and save with the folks at OGO. Good company. Great bags. And, thank you to those guys. Bringing you our next guest. This man has been in studio before. He was a SoCal legend on the track back in the day. He's now working with the Austrian guys. Andy Jefferson. What's up, Bro Show? How are you?
I am very good. How are you guys tonight?
Hi, Bro Show.
What's up?
Bro Show, how do you feel about the results of the shootouts so far that you're seeing? Because Keefer and I were discussing shootouts earlier.
Did you listen to what we talked about earlier, Andy?
No, I didn't.
So adding up all of the shootout scores together, Honda wins the overall. Like if we were doing a grand champion,
Right.
Honda wins. And then KTM is second.
Right. Yeah, I know that. You believe me, I know the numbers. So yes.
So Andy, you're still in really obviously, you're working with the Austrian guys. How important are these shootouts for you? How much do you read them? How much do you listen to them? And how much do you sometimes want to pull your hair out at some of the things that you see?
I think all of those things in one. So yes, sure. We watch them. we listen, and sometimes it's kind of weird because you get so differing opinions on bikes. So, but in a way, it's good because maybe a consumer, that there's different, strokes for different folks. So, the way I look at it now is as long as I'm in the top couple, I'm okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't win them all, and as long as my bike's not 5th or 10th or whatever, the last bike, it's okay. Like we're doing okay. And by the same token, all the bikes are so good.
They are.
It's pick a color, pick a dealer, pick a place where you're at that you have a good representation for that brand, and then buy that brand. So, I mean, I really believe our bikes are really good, and they do a lot of good things. But all the bikes are good today. So I don't know that you buying whatever brand it is makes it is a bad idea.
Do you think shootouts are still relevant anymore?
Do I think they are?
Yeah.
It depends. Yes. I mean, I think that the problem I have is when I'm at a shootout, and it's hard because if you have 6 guys riding bikes,
right?
So in the morning they go out and they ride. So in the morning when the track's really smooth, they get an idea of what the bike feels like. Well, by the afternoon when the track is trash, well, they're too tired to ride again.
Correct.
So you base it on the smooth track. So whatever bike you rode in the morning is going to win.
Right.
So that's kind of thing with shootout. To me, I think too many of the publications spend too much time like riding a bike early. Like you need to do like fast motos in the morning, like 5 laps.
Yep.
You know what me and Andy talked about before?
Yeah.
We've talked about, because Andy's from the desert, we were talking about doing a shootout on a beat-up, nasty, shitty desert track, or just any kind of nasty track.
Yeah.
I feel like that would help to begin with. Like, just go to a track that's already hacked out, start your day like that. Because the track, once it gets to a certain point of roughness, it's really not going to change that much more.
Right.
Not like a new track till like later in the afternoon.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not a bad idea.
I mean, even doing a sand track, like we have the sand track out in the desert. Keefer knows it very well. Like that. We've never done a shootout out there. I would love to do that just because it's different. Like this, and this sand track is nasty.
Right.
It would be fun.
I think a couple things for shootouts. Most of the shootouts use really fast riders. I don't know if that's necessarily the best thing to do. You got to have some, but I don't see enough variety from one. I disagree. Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Is there variety out there for everybody?
Most of the magazines are doing a good job with that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Second thing.
It does run. It does for sure run. Sorry, Steve.
Okay,
but it does run the gamut right now of vet guy, even beginner guy, pro guy. There's a spattering of everything in most of the shootout.
Okay, good. Second thing, and I know Chris has gotten some pushback on this before. Like, I love the idea. Like the MXA guys don't leave Glen Helen. Chris wanted to do a West Coast shootout and East Coast shootout.
Yeah.
And there was pushback from some manufacturers on letting them have bikes back there or how to arrange to get a bike and all of that. And Chris, you've never done it.
No.
But I really like that idea. Like that to me, California is so unique, so different from 80% of the country that I'm listening to a bunch of West Coast guys tell me what my bike's going to do. Like, why can't we do East Coast stuff? I don't understand the manufacturer's hesitancy on that.
Well, if it wasn't me, because Chris knows that I would give him a bike.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He did give me a bike, actually.
Yeah.
And for me, yeah, sure. And I think that you should get East Coast riders, not the same riders that are here.
Yep.
Okay.
You should go to the East Coast and find East Coast guys, go to some local area and find that smattering of vet, beginner, pro guys, and have them do a shootout. I mean, I think, first of all, I think that because no one's done it, I always think that it would be so different and people would love that. I really believe.
Yeah, so the manufacturer that wasn't on board, I've had a conversation with this year, and I think they're coming around.
They're coming around, okay.
So I really pushed hard on that because that's kind of what I've been doing with Keefer because I'm trying to do different kind of things lately. I went back east and did some testing, and you're right, like it feels the bike is completely different.
Yep.
So let's say the results end up being the same. It really, at the end of the day, doesn't matter because at least we're trying to hit a different demographic and different conditions.
Mhm.
And for me, it's beneficial for the whole, media world and the consumer world to try something different. Because look, I'm at Glen Helen too. I'm guilty of it as well. And I get sick of saying, hey, everybody, we're at fucking Glen Helen again. Like, it just sucks.
No, I love the idea. I mean, look, it's a pain in the ass logistically. I don't know if you drive the bikes out, if you bore them from East Coast people. I don't know how that would work. It seems like a massive pain in the ass, but wow, that would be really interesting to see that,
Yeah.
So.
And
but see, I think we as manufacturers have to ship bikes. I mean, I guess you could borrow someone's bike, but you don't know what that bike has on it.
No
matter what you do. So it would have to be something. And see, me, the detriment is I have 3 brands, so I have to ship 3 bikes.
You got to figure that out, right?
I'd ship my guys back there, or one of us or 2 of us would go back there, and I mean, let's do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I got no problem saying let's do it. I mean,
I think it'd be great.
It's something that no one's done yet, and now's the time. Let's do it.
Chris, it was the Blue Guys, right?
It wasn't them, no.
Oh, I thought it was the Blue Guys.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, they're always open.
Okay.
It's easy with Blue Guys because the 2 manufacturers that are really good is the Pierre Mobility Group. I can get bikes.
Yeah.
And then also Yamaha is in Georgia,
Yeah.
so it's super easy to get bikes.
Yep.
So
True. Okay.
it's just tougher to get bikes on the East Coast, and I would rather just say, hey, East Coast, they have the bikes over there and get them.
And fly.
And like
And
manufacturers,
fly, yeah.
and maybe Andy can attest to this, they don't like if I say, well, I'm going to go to dealership and buy one and then put it in the shootout.
Yeah.
They don't really like that.
No, for sure, because when and not all the dealers. I don't want to. I'm not going to throw all of our dealers under the bus, but you pick up a bike from a dealer and you don't know if the bike is set up correctly. I mean, we painstakingly make sure the bike is set up to the rule of the manual.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
we go through everything. I mean, we break the bikes in. We make sure everything is exactly where it's supposed to be. If there's a problem, we make sure that we figure out the problem and fix it back to the manufacturer's spec, and then the bike goes out. You pick it up at a dealer, I don't know what you're going to get. So then you're going to test the bike and go, hey, this thing's not that good. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's not.
Yeah. Like in your case, the air pressure in the fork is wrong or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of things that go into it. So for me, it would be, and it's not that expensive really to ship a bike. It's probably $500 per bike to ship them to the East Coast. And, I mean, if we plan for it, I mean, especially now, if we plan for it, we can get it done. I think maybe it's a thing for next year that we just plan and say whatever, when everyone's bikes come in, and it would be probably about this time of the year, September-ish, October, let's do a shootout on the East Coast and figure it out. And that gives everyone a year to plan. And if you can't plan it in a year, then that's a problem.
Look, I'm not big on shootouts, but if it was something different, like I've been trying the last 2 years,
Right.
I would do one if it's different.
I'm in.
Okay.
You'd
go do that?
I'd go do that.
You'd pick Yamaha to win?
Yep.
So you can't be in it.
No. I mean,
we'd put you in there. We just take your score out, though.
Andy Jefferson here on the Pulp Show, brought to you by OGO Power Sports. Please check them out. Pulp15 is the code to save for that. Also, I stole another idea from Dirt Bike Magazine that I would love Chris to do, Andy, for shootouts. And Dirt Bike did this a couple times in the 80s, I think. They took the most expensive bike, and I don't even know what it is now. What is it? Does anybody? I don't know retail prices.
Probably KTM.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
So you take the most expensive bike, and you spend nothing on that bike. That is the baseline top end.
Yeah.
And you take all the bikes, and you spend whatever the difference is between the KTM and the lowest one. You can spend that much on mods. So muffler, suspension, bars, whatever retail stuff is. And then you say, okay, so the KTM is bone stock. We've thrown $3,000 at this RMZ because it's that much cheaper.
Right.
Is the $3,000 worth it? And I love that idea. Dirt Bike did that, Andy. You probably remember that back in the day. But I think that's a really neat. I'm not saying those are like the Bible of what you should do, but I like that concept and be like, here's what we couldn't spend any money on the KTM, but we could spend this much on the Suzuki, and so on and so forth. So I like that idea.
The problem with that is the cost difference wouldn't be that much nowadays.
Yeah.
And what are you going to do for $500 or $600?
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Sure. Yeah. A guts seat and a.
But I do like the fact that let's say we all put a price on, like, let's say it's $2,500 for each bike. So
Okay.
each bike gets $2,500 worth of mods.
Yeah.
let's do that.
What's the best $2,500 I could spend?
Right.
Right. No, I like that too, because some bikes you'd be like, hey, I did an ECU on this bike.
Correct.
I didn't do an ECU on this bike,
Right.
or whatever.
Yeah, some bikes need different things.
Right. No, I like that. That's another good idea.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. We fixed magazine shootouts.
Yeah.
So, Andy, by the way, I want to thank you. It looks like I'm going to end up getting a road bike from you guys.
A non-e-bike road bike.
Yes. Yes. Looking forward to it.
Beautiful bike. It's an amazing bike that you're going to get.
Yeah. So thanks for that. And then I was talking about it earlier tonight, and then J-Mart was complaining that he had to buy retail. So can we get J-Mart on the program, or how do we?
Well, if we have bikes, the problem is, we had some bikes that we had to get rid of. That's where yours came along.
Oh, okay.
And J-Mart's not very tall, so he's a little guy, and those bikes go quick.
Ah, damn it. Okay. All right.
J-Mart would probably like a 52.
I don't know what J-Mart would be. Yeah.
But if you tell me what size bike he wants, and then I'll look around and see what we have. Maybe we have something.
All right, I'll actually do that, because J-Mart was he was complaining he had to buy bikes at full retail, and then me, the non-Leadville guy, I get bikes at really good deals. So, and never mind intense bikes, which I get for free. So
right. So just give me his sizing, and I'll look and see what we have.
All right. Okay. Also, Andy, I want to talk to you a little bit about the downsizing, the consolidation of Gas Cask and Husqvarna next year. Like, I don't know what you can say publicly or what's happening. Like, we all know the Troy Lee guys have went away, but the Gas Cask brand is still racing. And I guess, can you take us through on what you can say publicly as far as how that's going to look? Is it one truck, two trucks? What are we looking at?
Well, I don't know. Realistically, I don't know it all.
Okay.
I can say that there will be a Gas Gas team. I am told that there's going to be a Gas Gas truck. There's going to be a Husky truck and a Husqvarna truck. I shouldn't say Husky. A Husqvarna truck and a KTM truck.
Okay. All right.
That part hasn't changed.
All right.
Besides that, as far as I know, the race teams are going to be basically what everyone knows they are already today, and we're moving forward.
Okay.
So we talk about it a lot, and the tough part for us is, and me, and this is my personal opinion, has nothing to do with our company, is, we have 3 race teams, and when you look at the amount of guys we have, Star has a lot of guys. Yamaha Star has a lot of people. We have just as many. Even though it's 3 brands, it's still a lot of people. So, the question is how much do you really do with this racing?
Yeah.
And so, it's for sure, it's a question that we have to answer. And so far it's been really good. We've had good years with the 3 race teams. So it'll continue next year. And then we'll see what happens from there.
I've never understood peer group doing Husqvarna and Gas Gas and KTM. I've never understood that. But, hey, like you said, at times it's worked. You've had all the brands, but there's never been a clear definition in my eyes from the outside, Andy. Never been a clear definition of, like, why would I buy a Gas Gas or a KTM? I know Gas Gas is a little cheaper, but not a lot, like we talked about earlier. And I know Husqvarna is a little different, but, like, I don't know. Like, it just never made a lot of sense to me on why we're doing it this way. But, we'll see.
Well, one of the things is, I'll say, and this is a thing, the bikes, the KTM and Husqvarna, they run different.
This is good. Tell Steve this. This is good.
They do run a little bit different. And you can, I was at a shootout today, and guys cut off the KTM, they get on the Husky, and they're like, oh, this one runs different.
Okay.
And then the lowered suspension is a big thing.
Yep.
Some people really don't like it, and some people love it. And for me, I really like it. So I think that, with that, it's like the bikes are different. And the Gas Gas is just a little bit, let's say, it runs even different, but the suspension is plusher. So people like it.
Are you guys still marketing like this? Like KTM is the race brand, Husqvarna is the boutique brand, and then Gas Gas is the fun brand?
Yeah, for sure. That's what it is. It's for sure that, and trying to, how do you differentiate? We have to do something. Besides the color, we do something just a little bit different. But even the lower thing, like today at a shootout, these guys are coming off, and some guys are going like, I think the lowered bike is better. It turns better. The turn-in is better. But the motor runs different. I mean, there were guys that say, I like the KTM motor, but I like the Husqvarna turn-in.
Right.
Okay.
So we have a little bit different characteristic. But then, just to throw even another monkey in the wrench, one guy gets off of the gas and said he loves that bike better than anything. And I'm like looking at him going, well, the gas is good, but it's not. And this kid's pretty fast. And I'm like, huh. And it's just what you gel with.
Yeah.
I mean, the handlebars are different. The top crown's different. Both of the fork clamps are different. So, it's one of those things that you kind of pick your poison a little bit and go like, I like this one for these reasons. And then gas too. I mean, and I see it all the time. Gas sells because it's red.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
People like red.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things.
Yeah, I could believe that. That's for sure. People
red cells.
People are drawn to that, no doubt about it. Also, Andy, another thing we're talking about was you and Keefer were talking a little bit earlier. I know there's this misconception out there in the internet, which is sometimes a very dangerous place to read, sometimes or to believe. But like there is a bit of this sort of stigma out there that KTM is building their bikes in China, and I know like Anton and Lewis recently visited the factory, and they got a little bit of behind the scenes look at that. But that's not exactly what's going on, is it?
No, not even close. And it's so weird when I hear it, and I'm sitting there and I'm listening to these people just bash us about all your. And this is just a quick story.
Yeah.
We were up in Malibu doing some road bike stuff, a road motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
We had a 401. Our 401s, we had a launch up there. And we're riding, me and Chris Fillmore, and these three guys on bicycles, one guy like from South Africa, one guy from Australia, and some other guy that was, he was an American. And they stopped because one of them guys got a flat. So we stop and we're talking to them. They're like, what do you guys do? And we tell them, blah, we work for KTM, Husqvarna, blah. And the guy goes, hey, are all your bikes made in China? And I'm like, where did you hear that from? He goes, no, it's all over the internet. And I'm like, really? Like, wow. So, I mean, I went through it. I've been through it a zillion times. We have, in the U.S., we have two models out of, and I'm going to use the number, like 125 models that we bring into the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Two models, the 790 Duke and the 790 Adventure, are made in China. Now, with that comes everything is engineered in Austria. The bikes are not engineered in China.
Right.
All they are is an assembly plant for us. So none of that. I mean, and on top of that, I understand where people kind of get, well, you're making your dirt bikes China. I'm like, who said that? Where'd you hear that from? Because it's not true.
Yeah.
Like,
it is out there. Yeah, I've heard it too. Like in my DMs or something, if I post a KTM thing, they'll be like China crap.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, what? Like
China.
And we pride ourselves on Austrian built. Our 790 Adventure and Duke are made there so we can bring the price down for that consumer.
Mm-hmm.
And like we're not shy about telling you, those bikes are made in China. The price is lower because of the cost of labor there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So they're lower, they're cheaper. The same components.
Yeah.
It's like
good components.
It's like Triumph's made. Some of the stuff is assembled in Thailand.
Yeah.
So people are saying, "Oh, it's Taiwan." I'm like, "No, it's Thailand."
Yeah.
I mean,
right. I mean, and all of us manufacturers have to do that. I mean, we had a thing with Kimco a while ago, where someone's talking about our Kimco cylinders. Well, our cylinders have always been made for Kimco. They just never said Kimco on the side. I mean, and I'm like, it's the same cylinder that we had last year. It just didn't have the name on it. Then if you go to Kimco's website right now, if you look at the masthead, you'll see it says, and I'm going to try and remember, but it says BMW, Honda, I want to say Suzuki or something.
Mm-hmm.
Our name's not even on their masthead. So they don't make that many parts for us, but they make parts for everybody.
This is a great subject. I didn't even think about this, Andy. If you are smart enough and you really want to look in all this, you can go to these vendors, any kind of vendors, and you can go to these vendors' websites, and you can see certain parts that they make that are on certain motorcycles. And most of these vendors make parts for a lot of manufacturers.
Yes, a lot more than people think.
If you looked at a bike and say, okay, I wonder how many vendors are on this bike, there's probably over 30 different vendors on one motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to, like anyone, it's a global market for us. Like everything we do is a global market. And, sometimes you can't get enough parts out of certain places. So we have to go up to other suppliers. Like, otherwise we couldn't make motorcycles. Like there's points where we have to find other people to make stuff for us.
Mm-hmm.
Now, assemble it's a different story.
Right.
But to make parts for us, just like everyone does. I mean, and I always like to say, and it's something that, that is true. Like people talk about the countries that make stuff. Well, our phones, our computers, our refrigerators, everything we touch is not made in America. I mean, most of the stuff is not made in America. I mean, if you look at most anything you get, it's made somewhere else.
Yeah, it's crazy because we have this whole nationalism thing going on with political and everything else, and like a lot of these problems can just be solved by bringing it in America. But wait, it costs too much.
Right.
I mean, and I'm as American as it gets. My father was in the Air Force. He fought for our country, and I mean, I grew up in a military family, so I'm as American as it gets. But I have a brain to go like, like we have to do this stuff, and not just because I work here.
Yeah.
Because that's the way it is. And if we didn't have a global market, it would be big problems. I mean, it would be trouble for everyone.
No, absolutely.
I mean, Andy was out of the motorcycle industry for a while, and he worked for a different company. I'm sure it was the same way, right?
Oh, yeah, completely. Yeah,
Right.
it was exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and people always get this, they tend to think that, all these bikes are made, even Harley Davidson aren't all made in America.
Nope.
I mean, there's a lot of them that are made in other countries. And that's the way we have to do it. Otherwise, you can't compete.
Yeah. No, it's it's an easily talked about thing for points and political points and all this, but the real world is you can't do it. You just can't do it. Same with Fly.
Not
and
if you want to
same-
be profitable.
You know what I mean? Yeah, like it's just you can talk about one thing and then I've seen some companies that boast that they're made in America. They've been fined by the Federal Trade Commission, I think it's FTC or something, because they take they buy the shirts offshore and take the labels out and sew in a "Made in America" label, and they got busted.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and they've had to pay millions of dollars of fines. Because they simply can't sell a T-shirt for $30.
Right.
If you have to make it in America, you just can't do it. So.
Yeah, exactly.
How is KTM doing as a company? Because I know there's another part of this that is on the internet, like KTM's going to go bankrupt or all this other shit that I see too. I know, and I get hit up a lot on my emails about this.
Right, and it's so funny that like everyone is struggling. I mean, and KTM, we're compared to Honda and all these, we're a small brand. Like realistically, we do a lot of stuff, and we look like we're this huge, but we're small compared to some of the big brands. And like everyone, it's a struggle. Sales is a struggle right now. People are holding on to their money. Hopefully when the election happens, it loosens up a little bit. But, I mean, it's a struggle, and we're all struggling, and we're all doing – right now we are really doing everything we can to help our dealers. I mean, KTM itself is – we're helping our dealers floor their bikes. We're helping them with incentives to sell bikes. So it hurts us on the bottom line on our side, but if we don't do this for our dealers start going out of business. Well, if our dealers go out of business, we can't sell bikes. So we are basically taking hits to make our dealers successful, and our dealers are doing well to make our dealers successful. So hopefully as 26 or 25 rolls in, 26, our dealers are right-sized, and then it just goes back to a normal cycle. But right now, sales is tough. And you can, if anyone tells you they're not, they're crazy.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I mean, even on the gear side of things and the hard parts, I think the election has something to do with it for sure. At times, uncertain times always lead to, market stagnation a little bit, right? People just don't know what's going to happen either way.
And people are holding on. I mean, and remember when COVID was here, and people were buying stuff like crazy, buying stuff they normally wouldn't buy, but they had nothing to do, so they're buying all this stuff. Now they have all this stuff.
Yeah.
Some of them can't pay for it, and then some of them are going like, I already got a bunch of stuff, so I don't need any more stuff.
Yep.
So so it's just one of those things. It's the ebbs and flows of business.
Well, and then, as you know too, Andy, the bicycle world is just,
rocked. Yeah, we're in the bicycle world, and the bicycle world's upside down.
I talked to the guys at Intense just last week.
Yeah.
And everyone's got so much inventory. If you're a big guy like Specialized, like you are Trek, you have so many units that you just
right.
Because you ordered so many in the COVID, in the heyday.
They killed it in COVID.
Yeah.
And then,
When it was going, and that's the thing I wonder is when it was going, everyone was going gangbusters, and there was, to me, every company was doing it because you get blinded by, hey, these people want this stuff, so we got to order more. And there's a point of saturation where you go like, you know what, we better slow down. And it's hard, especially even in every business, like our business, manufacturing stuff. We order stuff 6 and 8 months out. So what do?
Yeah.
We put a purchase order in 8 months from now.
You have to know what's going on.
Right,
yeah, you have to be like.
What happens when the market gets soft? You can't not take that purchase order. You committed to it. So, it's hard to. Right now, sure, it's easy for anyone to say, "Oh yeah, I knew this was going to happen, and we should have." But did you know? No, because the first year of COVID, we thought it was going to go bad. Then it went good again. So you're just riding this wave, and now it's going to right size it. The market will right size itself. And then everyone will be back to normal, and we'll be okay.
Yeah, no, exactly. You're not a fortune teller, Andy. You're not a fortune teller. Hey, I did a podcast a little while ago on the Steve Mathis network of Zap Espinoza, a guy that works for you at the Felt group, at the peer group, I should say. Super interesting guy. I got a lot of great compliments from it. He's been in the moto media forever, right?
Yeah.
Transitioned to the bicycle world after that. Jody gave him a job when he had a mohawk and all of that. And what a career in moto and bicycles Zap has had.
Yeah, he's like the guy is nonstop. Like he's got more energy at his age than anyone I've ever seen in my life. He does not stop. He's always thinking. He's always writing. He loves to write and he loves to tell stories. And we have this thing that runs around the company called Andy's Watch List.
Okay.
And I started this thing, putting it together, and then now he's taking it over. And people think I do it, but I don't do it. So I probably shouldn't say that. But it goes out every month. But it's got all this stuff about different little things in our industry. It has something about KTM and Husky and bicycles. And goes back to Ben Allberg or Heike McCullough,
right.
A picture. and he sends it out company-wide. Well, it started out as just going to our marketing side of the business. Well, other people would see it. Now it's, I think there's 300 people in our company, and I'll bet you 200 of them get this email now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
They love to read the stories and love to read about what, and Zap tells amazing stories. We've known each other since we were 18 years old.
Right.
So we've known each other for a long time and done a lot of things, and he's a fabulous person.
Yeah, it was cool to do that podcast with him. I had DM'd him, and he never replied, and I was like, oh, shit, maybe because of the MXA thing, he doesn't want to do maybe he's Team Jody or I don't know. And then he's like, no, I'd love to do it. I'm like, okay, cool, good, because I got a lot of questions for you, Zap. So,
and I sent you that picture. And that picture was one from 1980, whatever it was, 2 or something, of me and him together
and then
at Carlsbad, and it was like amazing little photo of us together.
Great. And then so Mitch is in that photo too, and and I showed it to him the next race I was at. I said, hey, look what Bro Show sent me. Mitch looks at it and goes, what are we doing by the fence? I go,
I don't know. I wondered.
I don't know either.
What track was it?
Carlsbad.
Yeah.
And it's weird because at first I thought it was Saddleback, and Zach goes, no, that's Carlsbad. I'm like, because he goes, there's no fencing at Saddleback like that. And I go, oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it was. So, I'll show Kiefer the photo right here. Here's Zap, and then down.
Was Andy's shirt off?
Yeah, Andy's shirt's off.
Oh, shocking! Yeah.
But
I'm not like,
damn, son, look at those pecs.
Yeah, Andy's ripped right there. Yeah, he's.
When I was young, that was young. He was a young man.
I think it's 82. I think that photo's.
Which one's Mitch?
On the right, there's a guy in a wheelchair.
I see him. Okay.
It's the only guy in the wheelchair.
Yeah, I didn't see him.
I would have pushed him off the hill if I could have, probably.
I'm looking at that girl next to Mitch in those Daisy Dukes. Andy, what's up?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's a cool photo though. It's got to be a national. And you guys are just watching Jim Gibson.
It was either a national or Golden State.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a great photo. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Look at that moist dirt, Andy.
Yep. There's no moisture to Carlsbad. It's just the ice rink there.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Well, anything else for Bro Show, Keefer?
No, Andy's one of the good guys in the sport. I've known Andy a long time. He's a high des guy, and he's just.
We had him in studio. We rode the new gas e-bikes with Parabinos, and he came in studio a little while ago. It was awesome. So.
What I like about Andy is he's always straight up. If I'm being an asshole, if I screw up, he'll call me out. If I'm doing good, he'll say I'm doing a good job. So that's not a lot of people like that in our industry. So I like it.
Awesome. Well, I have one thing to say. I have a friend named Drew. I have to give a shout out to. He's the coolest guy. He is a fan like nobody's business. He called in a couple of weeks ago to the show, or a couple of shows ago. But I was in Vegas with him not too long ago, and so I told him if I'm ever on again, I'll give him a shout out. So shout out to Drew.
Shout out to Drew. Yeah.
Right now, so
awesome. Right. No, that's great, Andy. Thanks for the time tonight. I always appreciate it, and thank you for the deal on the new road bike. I'm looking forward to
ride your dirt bike more, Andy.
On that. Andy does not.
Yeah. Dude, he's not riding much.
Is he doing World Vets? Are you doing World Vets?
No, he's bicycling more than he rides dirt bikes.
I'm out of town. I come back on that Saturday, so
he's not out of town.
Okay.
But I'll have to come up and we'll do a road ride, Steve.
All right. Yeah. Sounds good.
Kiefer has a bike.
I took him on the Red Rock. I took him on the Red Rock loop.
Yeah, it's really good.
That should be a good one, right?
It was awesome. It was really fun. Yeah. Although Aiden was gone.
Yeah.
Aiden was gone from you guys?
Yeah, he was pinning it.
Yeah. It's very, very upsetting to see this 17-year-old kid just look at me and be having a regular conversation while I was dying. And then just decide he was going to just take off. So.
Right, that's every day for me on our group rides.
Yeah.
They look at me and they're just talking away and I'm barely hanging on.
Whatever. You're so good on a bicycle. Don't act like that.
Is he better than you?
Oh, yeah. Road bike?
Yeah.
If it's flats, gone.
Gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he's bigger than you and he's older than you. So I would think, Chris, you would have.
I would say climbing, I'm better than him at climbing, but if it's flats, I can't push like he can.
Yeah.
No.
That's because he's got that skinny body.
I'm all dick and ribs, Andy. That's what I am.
Yeah. Thanks, Andy. Thanks for calling in.
All right. Okay, man.
All
right, Andrew.
Later.
See ya. All right. That's Andy Jefferson, everybody. Brought to you by folks at OGO. Good people.
He's a good dude.
Bro Show. Rental.com. Love the guys at Rental. You're going to visit the factory?
Yes.
Coming up, right?
Can't wait.
You're going to UK.
We're going to go to UK.
Back to the UK. You are just fucking international travel guy.
I've been going at it this year.
Dude.
At it.
Delta miles?
Lots.
Rental. Rental Works Fit Tools on their website. Inventory locator as well on the USA, for the USA. The championships, they've got them. You look at the Red Bull KTM, Factory Honda, Factory Kawasaki, rental.com. Bars, grips, sprockets, their mountain bike parts are now available in power sports dealers. So you look at their stems and their bars, aluminum and carbon. Renthal.com. Thank you to those guys. 8 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at FCP, Factory Chassis Parts. PulpMX-chassis is the code to save with those guys. I've got the race cups
in.
I got the race cups in.
Do you notice anything?
I did. I noticed. Well, I put them in. I talked about this last show, I believe. Put them in. Was worried that I was going to get some stability, which I didn't have a problem with, but lose the cornering.
Okay.
Because I like the cornering.
Okay.
I like being able to, and honestly, put them in at Glen Helen and noticed it being more stable down the hills, and then was still able to hit all the insides.
Did you leave your fork height the same?
I did.
Okay.
Put the fork height back with the same, but I want to try something tomorrow. I'm going to talk to you about that.
Okay.
But FCP, check them out. Race Cups available for all the bikes now across the range. And PulpMX-chassis is the code to save. And then don't forget about the engine mounts that FCP does as well. So thank you to those guys. And use the code to save. All right, Heather Keefer coming up here to talk about the Sphere.
Oh, boy.
But Race Tech Rant, first of all.
Okay.
And this has to do a little bit with the Sphere.
Okay.
Well, concerts.
Okay.
Racetech.com. Please check them out. They got motor seminars going on. I don't know if they are done yet or not. I have to ask Chris. I don't think they have been.
Motors?
Yeah, they got motor seminars.
Oh, okay.
So right now, what makes a world-class engine? How do you create low-end power and power band while improving peak power at the same time? How do you build a high-performance engine that will last? Go to these Race Tech motor seminars right now. Suspension seminars are all sold out. I think they're over with, but the motor seminars have spots left. And if you want to get in the industry as a motor guy, it's a great place to start at Race Tech, racetech.com. Go to their website and check it out. And, man, they pass on everything they know right to you, folks at Race Tech. Race Tech Rant. Do you have one tonight, Chris? Do you have something that is...
I mean, it's just traffic.
Oh, my God, dude.
I can't do it.
Okay.
And I can't, here, no, I have a rant, and it's about you. Since every time it's about me, it's going to be about you.
Okay.
Steve doesn't drive enough to understand what traffic is all about. I drive down the hill every day. It is screwed up, always messed up. Hold on, let me finish, and you can interject. I'm coming from Paula home, 2.5 hours. Going down to Glen Helen, 1.5 hours. Always screwed up. I come up here, traffic is effed. Over what? Some dude stalled out in the middle of the lane. He doesn't move his vehicle. Just move your vehicle to the side. Let us flow. I'm always in traffic, no matter where I go. My job requires me to drive. It just drives me up the wall. And then Steve texts me while I'm driving. I'm in traffic, not in a good mood. Just chill, bro. You can't do anything about it. Just relax.
Yeah.
You're not in it. You never drive.
Well, I drive a lot.
No, you don't.
Okay. I drive a lot. I go to Glen Helen. I come back. I go to California. I go to Anaheim's.
You fly like I drive.
Okay. Getting upset about traffic is useless energy. You want to talk to me about being a 5 all the time, which I am for the most part. Just be a 5 with the traffic, man, because whatever you're spiking out, you're nothing's going to get fixed. Nothing's going to get better.
I try to calm down, but it's just you're right. It's useless. I feel like I'm wasting my time because of what? People can't fucking drive. And I know it's everywhere in the world, but I swear here in California, it is so bad. You can drive all the way to Vegas. It's a straight fucking line. There's nothing to do. And you have an accident. What did the guy do? What are you doing? You can't drive? Like, it's insane to me.
That people get in accidents with cars? That's
yes,
insane to you?
Like on a straight line. Oh, I rear ended a guy. How? How'd you? Okay, another one. Heather and I are driving to the track Saturday morning. On our way to the track.
Mm-hmm.
We're going one way. A guy on a street bike is sandwiched between 2 cars. The car in front of the street bike guy is trying to turn right. The chick brakes because the car's turning right. The bike brakes. The chick swerves into my lane thinking, oh, God, head on. She swerves back in her lane, rear ends the motorcycle guy. Boo! Tom goes flying through the fucking air. Tom's fucked. So I'm like, oh, my God.
Was his name really Tom?
Hold on.
Okay.
I look at Heather. I go, did that just happen? She's like, yep. And I was almost just going to keep going. I'm like, fuck. I got to turn around. So I turned around, got out of the van, turned the hazards on, went there. Tom's laid out. I thought Tom's dead. I was like, I'm going to come up to this guy. This guy's dead. I get to Tom. Tom. He's sitting there. I didn't know him, Dave. Sorry. Sir, you okay? By this time, I thought the chick ran. The chick that hit him. She stops halfway down the road. I thought she bailed. Tom, can you move your fingers? Can you move your legs? Yeah, okay. I'm going to flip up your visor. Flipped up his visor. He looks, what's your name? My name's Tom. Tom, you're going to be okay. Because us dirt bike guys, we see shit all the time. We're like, yeah, you're going to be fine. You can move your legs, move your feet, all this shit. You're fine.
Mm-hmm.
The bad news is I was chewing a bacon sandwich while this was going on.
Yeah.
And a little bit of that bacon came out of my mouth while I was talking and hit Tom right in the eye. So a little piece of bacon was next to Tom's eye.
Tom's eye.
So as I'm looking to see Tom, and said, Tom, are you okay?
Yeah.
The fucking bacon's staring back at me like, you dumb asshole. You just spit bacon in Tom's face. So I wiped that bacon off his face. I'm like, Tom, you're going to be okay.
Did you say, I got to get this bacon off your face?
No, I just kindly gently down with my finger and wiped his face down.
Right.
Didn't tell him what was going on. Tom was fucked up. Didn't want to spoil his day more.
Right.
So then by this time, the chick walks up. Calm the fuck down. I go, Heather, dial 911. We're good. What?
No one else stopped?
One person. The chick that hit him.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, people are blowing by. Heather's in the middle of the road. Dudes are doing 50. Tom's laid out. No one gives a shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm one of those guys. I'm just going.
So then I'm like, okay, we got 911 coming. The chick's freaking out. I go, hey, if you're going to freak the fuck
Fireman
out.
Dave's coming. Fireman Dave's coming. Calm down.
I was Fireman Dave.
Yeah.
I can do Dave's job.
Right.
I can do it.
Yeah.
I did it.
Yeah, I could do
Besides
Dave's
the
job,
bacon
too.
part on
Right.
his face. I fucked that up. I told the chick, you got to get out of here.
That's right.
Move the fuck on. Get out of here.
Well, no, the cops are coming to deal with
I
her
go,
ass.
go over there if you're going to freak out. Tom doesn't need that shit. You just butt ram Tom, right? So I go, hey, do you have a wife? Do you want me to call anybody? I try to call his wife, figured out he can move, didn't take his helmet off. He was asking me some.
Was he reporting pain anywhere?
I go, do you have any pain? He's like, my arms hurt a little bit, but, dirt bike guys, we can kind of assess the situation. We've crashed many times. Tom wasn't bad in the world of what could have been, right? So then the girl comes back over. I'm like, okay, what happened? I just looked down for a second, and I swerved, and I saw you, and I looked down for a second. It was more than a second. Like, no one else on the road besides three fucking cars. Like, what is going on, dude? Like, no one can drive. It's insane to me. Like, so the fucking fire guys show up, firemen show up.
Travis has a question. Travis has an important question.
Yeah.
This girl.
Yeah.
Was she really short and round? Was she Cartman?
You just got into the Cartman voice.
No. She had red hair. Looks like she was going to work for like a restaurant, like a server or something. I don't know.
Every interaction of her or impression of her from here on out needs to be in Cartman voice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Proceed.
Yeah.
So I just said, look he's going to be, you're lucky. He could have died and you would have been fucked. So you need to pay attention. And I was kind of, and then she's like, should I? I go, no. Don't do anything.
Should I what?
Should I? I go, no. I didn't let her finish.
Respect my authority.
I just go, no. That's what she was doing the whole time. Fire truck show up. Dude show up. I go, this guy's name's Tom. By then, I took his helmet off, even though he moved his neck. He was good. I stretched it. We got it good.
He never sat up?
He sat up.
Okay, come on, Tom.
Tom was pale as fuck.
Yeah, come on, Tom.
He's like, oh, I feel like I'm going to black out. I go, just chill out, Tom. I gave him some water. Bacon was gone off his face. He was fine. And, I just assessed the situation and left. So I could fucking be a fireman.
You got to chill out on traffic.
I can't. It's insane how dumb people are, dude.
Yeah, but, dude, nothing's going to change. You're just going to lose your mind. And then when you get spiked out and your heart rate's high and blood pressure's up, you make poor decisions. And who knows what's going to happen. Maybe you're going to hit a Tom. Like, you got to chill out. You got to be
trying, dude. I try.
I mean, I get it, but.
I try, and I think I would be more chill if I didn't drive in it all the time. Like, for you, you're chill because you're not in it all the time.
Why do you think I moved out of California?
I don't know.
One of the reasons was this fucking place sucks.
Well, you moved out because you want concerts.
No, that's not why.
Yes, it is.
No. I was like, I hate this place traffic-wise. I hate this. Like, when you plan your entire day, like, shit, man, I got to go. I got to beat traffic. Shit, man, I'm going to stay late to beat traffic. Hey, shit, like, it fucking affects your whole life in California.
Okay, so you agree.
Yeah, but there's...
What do you want me to do?
But there's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do, so just chill out. Just chill out.
I'd leave.
Maybe
I'm not the guy who leaves
late.
late.
Weed gummies?
No, I can't do it. You know me.
Okay.
I leave 2.5 hours early.
Yeah.
So I can make sure I'm on time.
Yeah. It's too much down there, man. It's too much. Traffic's great here, except for the 15s getting Tropicana. This is a horrific construction they've been doing, but traffic's generally pretty good here.
I felt bad. I spit bacon on his face.
Yeah, poor Tom.
Yeah.
It wasn't the guy from MySpace, right?
No, it wasn't Tom from MySpace.
Okay.
He was going to get his Harley registered.
Oh, really?
So I told Tom, I go, he's like, I'm on. He's like, I go, man, your bike's fucked. Yeah, yes, exactly.
Yeah,
I go, Tom, you're going to get a new Harley. Don't stress. You're good.
What about the car that was turning right? Did he stop?
No, gone.
The bike hit that car? Or no, the bike never went into the back of that car?
Tom got butt rammed so hard, and he flew off of the bike like 10 feet. I saw a car coming at me, then swerve, and then human being in the air.
And the car that was turning right never
even
just kept going on life.
Yeah.
Wow. Respect my authority. Race Tech Rant. There it is. Mine was going to be just concert goers, but we'll skip that. It's fine.
I forgot about the accident. I wasn't going to put that in there, but since I was pissed, it kind of got brought up.
Yeah, that's fine. You got to calm down about that. Okay, so I want to talk to you about silly season.
What?
I want to talk to you about silly season.
Okay.
250 stuff, specifically. Motorsport.com, tweet it. Tallon segment coming up as well. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. This is a cool job. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, job of the week. Video, photo, social media manager for Beta. Full-time job up in Paso Robles. And Beta USA is growing and looking for a person with a vast amount of experience in photo shoots, videos, as well as overall social media management. Relocation expenses are included for the right person.
Damn.
It's a nice area up here, too, to live.
It's really nice up there.
Yeah. Do you think about all the little kids, all the kids that do like banger videos and banger edits?
They don't want to work.
Okay, they don't want to work?
Nah.
Okay.
Nah. That's real life, dude.
Okay, well, listen, they do photo shoots, video material, new motorcycle videos, growing the social media platforms and all of it. Super fun job. Some travel. Mostly work from our in-house outdoor and indoor studios. So Beta USA, check it out on motorcycleindustryjobs.com. It is a full-time job up in Paso Robles, California for Beta guys. Sounds like cool. Sounds like there's a ton of you people up there. So,
do you know how hard it is to find a good videographer? Hard.
Upload your resume for free today. Okay, so quickly veering off moto stuff to the Sphere.
Okay.
So anybody who listens to me, sees me on social media, knows that this is next level, the Sphere venue we have here. And to go see a concert is amazing. And I saw U2 a bunch. You were a skeptic, and I took you to U2.
Mm-hmm.
You're not even that big of a fan of U2. You're like, okay, you're like, fine.
I'm not like you, but I like them.
Yeah. And then you left and said it was spherical.
Spherical.
And you watched videos on your TV once in a while.
Yep.
From the show.
I show people videos from my phone.
You show people your video, so you are converted. You are one of us.
Yes.
Welcome to the club.
Thank you.
And but your wife, Heather, on our group text, Pookie's all board. Pookie doesn't even like U2 that much, but she's pretty amazed.
She's in, yeah.
So in our group text, there's a lot of Sphere talk, mostly from me. And your wife has been, she's not a hater, but she's been ambivalent or
She's a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, she's like, whatever.
Right.
Stop talking about the Sphere. It ain't that cool.
Right.
Basically. So I decided to change that. We got Eagles tickets. Eagles doing residency. I'm not even a big Eagles fan. Like, they're good, but whatever.
Yep.
But I'd never seen them before. But Eagles and Sphere, I'm in.
Yep.
So we got tickets for 4 of us, and we went on Friday, and we went to the Sphere.
Yes.
And it started rough.
It did.
It started rough.
It really did. First of all, before we get into it.
Yeah.
If anybody knows Steve, it's like you said, he's a 5. Only time I have seen him not a 5, and I've been with him a long time, is when he's around the Sphere. It's like the light that comes from the Sphere goes inside of you.
Yeah. No, it's a spherical
yes.
Spherical thing. Also, I want to thank our buddy Heavy D, Dennis Parker.
Dennis Parker makes shit happen. He's a fucking unreal human being.
I hit him up the day of the thing, and
he hooks it. Dude, I can't believe he did what he did.
Yeah. Dennis Parker.
Dennis Parker, you're a
don't ask him how or why.
Unbelievable human.
Don't ask him how or why.
And he's just such a nice dude.
Yes. So thank you, Dennis Parker.
Thank you,
for
Dennis.
dialing us in for these seats.
Yes.
So anyway, let's get the lovely Heather Keefer on the phone. Hello, Heather.
Hello. Good evening.
Hello. Hey.
How was your gym session that was like 3 hours long?
How was Sancho?
Gym was good. Then I went to work, and then I came home to a frat house. So life is great.
Frat house.
Can't wait for Life Swap, Steve. You're going to love it. There's three boys here screaming, running around.
They will not be doing that when I'm there. They will not be doing that. They will be.
They may or may not. We're watching Gypsy Tale a little bit ago.
Oh.
So, Heather, just to start off, though, you were a little skeptical of the Sphere.
I don't think I was skeptical. I was just kind of tired of hearing about it. How spiritual it was.
You didn't believe. You didn't believe.
Oh my! Is this like Santa Claus? Am I supposed to believe that there's a Santa Claus? Like, is that what we're doing here?
Walking into the Sphere for the first time, Heather, before we get to the rough start. What did you think when you walked in and just saw the video before the concert starts, before the band hits? You know, they got a backdrop up there. Like, what's your initial thoughts?
Oh, it's pretty cool. Like seeing the downtown Hollywood, all the iconic places of like L.A., Hotel California. You know, the Chateau Marmont, the Hollywood sign, all that. Pretty rad. Pretty cool.
He's talking about the outside, walking.
No,
up
no. I meant the inside.
Oh, okay.
I meant the inside.
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, I mean, like, what did you think of the outside and walking the interior and like the sort of that glow of purple that comes over you as you go right up the escalator to this? You know,
I don't remember a glow of purple. Okay. We didn't go up an escalator.
Yes, we did.
Yeah,
right,
we did.
Right away.
Yeah, we did.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
You know what? Because you were too busy talking about a statue, and you were just like, there was too much going on. kind of overwhelming.
So here's where it started rough. We go and now the Sphere has a lot of positives. One of the negatives is the drink prices. It's
$32.50.
$32.50 for a mixed drink.
And if you want Premier vodka with a double, it's $112.50.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Listen.
Lord.
Experiences, they're not free. So we get down to our seats. There's cup holders in the seats in front of us, which are awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Heather puts her $32 drink into a cup holder. And then the lady in front of her gets up from the seat, and the seat recoils back.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole drink, because the violence of the seat coming up, spills the whole drink all over Heather and all over the floor.
I look over, it explodes all over.
Yeah. $32.50.
It sure did.
Gone.
Maybe one sip in.
Yeah.
Maybe two. I might have
Maybe
had two.
I mean, that recoil had faster rebound than a shock, dude.
Yeah,
that thing came out quick.
That was basically think Rhino hitting the ground in Steel City like 0-2. I watched it in front of me. Just absolutely into the ground
Just
and bounced
slapped.
up like a lifeless body.
And there was a few that actually did that. There's a chair behind us that did that.
Yeah, no, they all did that around that
No,
area.
mine didn't recoil that quick.
No? Okay.
No.
So the Sphere usher comes down, but doesn't really say, just says, we'll clean it up. Doesn't really say hey, sorry, let's get you a drink or
nothing.
let me take care of that.
No.
I was more I don't want to say pissed, but more embarrassed that people thought it was me. I was the drunk girl at the concert. I wasn't even drunk. It wasn't even my fault.
Right.
And the lady that did it wasn't even her seat.
Yeah,
they weren't even the proper people to go in that seat. They bailed and never came back.
I mean, she was apologetic. She's like, "Oh, sorry." I didn't.
Never offered for the drink,
no,
though.
she never offered anything.
Nope.
But so rough start.
It wasn't good.
Rough start.
Got fucking shit on her jeans. And,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
any husband
we
knows
also-
shit flows downhill.
Yeah.
We could also go back to our drive up there with the traffic, because that's where it really started, was the traffic.
Look, I already told the Tom story.
I know.
And about the bacon on his face.
And the chick did stop that was in front, because she stopped and then she came back because she had to go drop her kids off, remember?
No, I was attending to Tom. I didn't know what was going on.
Okay, she did. So the chick that was turning right did come back or stopped. Okay.
Yeah, she was like, "Oh my gosh, can I go drop my kids off? I'll come back," and then came back 30 minutes later.
Was Tom Cartman? Was he Cartman? Or the chick was the chick
know.
Cartman? Yeah.
She was just sitting on her knees with this really dazed and confused look on her face. And I was on the phone with 911 because that took 20 minutes to talk to them and then get transferred to somebody else and talk to them.
Fireman Dave, don't do
I don't
shit.
know. I don't know what was happening with Tom.
This is Sphere talk. Let's get back to the Sphere.
Okay, so rough start, but Heather, they opened with Hotel California. They got so many hits. You are Heather. You do lean country. Unfortunate, but you do lean towards the country, liking the country music, which is not, like I said, is unfortunate.
Yes.
But Eagles are sort of like rock country, so you're down with Eagles music, right?
Well, if you get in my car, 95% of the time, it's on classic rock in my car, not country. So I don't technically lean country. I like country artists, and I like to go to Stagecoach.
Here's the deal. She
I'm
doesn't know
well-rounded.
the songs until they play.
Right.
It's kind of like these guys right here.
Yeah.
You sing it to them,
Yeah.
they'll know it.
Yeah.
That's Heather.
Okay.
I'm like that with 95% of the people I listen to. I can tell you song names, but I can sing you the whole song.
So let's start this. Hotel, they get on stage, the smoke's up, the whole thing's going off. You see the car coming over the hills, Hotel California plays. What do you think?
I thought it was super cool, a little overwhelming, and I did get slightly nauseous at one point in time during the concert.
She gets motion sickness.
Because things are moving.
Yeah,
Right.
it was only when they were singing in the city and the buildings were going up and down.
right.
I could not look at that. That made me.
Yeah.
It was not good.
Yeah,
But other than that,
they
it was
panned
great.
up and looked down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, we're out on that.
So you're in on the Sphere, Heather. Okay, so maybe your enthusiasm isn't like mine, but you're in. How many people have you talked to about the Sphere since you went?
3 people.
Good enough.
Three's not bad.
Three's not bad.
It's only been since
I have
Friday night.
I haven't really gone anywhere, so.
And she hasn't worked yet. She hasn't gone to work yet, so that's when it's going to start popping off.
Right. So you're a believer, Heather, of the Sphere.
I guess you could say
she's not a cheerleader of the Sphere. She's a Sphere leader.
Sphere leader, yeah.
Sphere leader. I don't. I mean, I'm not on Steve's level, but I mean, yeah. No, it was pretty rad. I do think that if someone's band is playing there that they want to see or love, they should go see them there. I'm not sure how the country artist is going to be there. I don't know how that's going to really work, to be honest.
Tallon told us Zach Brown Band. I don't know what that is, but that's a band.
You don't know who Zach Brown Band is?
I just don't feel like Zach Brown Band's going to pack the house for that long.
Right. Like, I feel like it needs to be people like the Rolling Stones, AC/DC. Like, you need, like, classic rock groups in there to sell it out.
Well, you need people with money because the tickets and drinks are expensive.
Yeah, shit.
So you need a band that has an older clientele of fans.
Not everybody has Dennis Parkers in their pocket.
No.
Right.
No.
But no, it was pretty rad. So
if Steve's a 10, where are you at?
I'd say I'm like, the show is about a 7.5.
Oh wow, I thought it was gonna be better.
Listen, I feel like she's understating her ambivalence for the Sphere in the group text.
It's one of those things. Like I feel like as time goes on, she'll be like she'll grow more from it. Like, oh my God, that was really cool. You know? You don't really know.
It was really cool. Like,
well, she said it was really cool.
Yeah, but
I did. I said it was spherical, and I wasn't being sarcastic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's great. Now, Kris, this is an important question for you.
Yeah.
Eagles or U2?
I'm going to stand by the U2 first. The graphic images, the whole show with the music was a bit better than the Eagles. The Eagles was great.
Mm-hmm.
Loved it. What's great about the Eagles is I knew most every single song except one. The U2 stuff, I knew half of the songs.
Mm-hmm.
But I still feel like it was more of a show with the graphics and the images versus the Eagles. So U2, a little better.
Yep.
Eagles, not far behind.
Right. Okay.
See, that's where I think it gets overwhelming because you want to watch the band because you're there to see the band, but then so much shit is happening behind that it's like you don't know where to look. Like, do I watch behind them? Do I look down at them? Like, where do I go? What do I do?
Right.
Yeah, that is a problem, and U2 purposely took away some of the images for, say, half the concert because they didn't want to watch. You didn't watch everything behind you.
Right.
Yeah, because that is a problem, you know. But
and what I do like about the Eagles crowd, mellow, polite. They'll ask you, "Hey, is it okay if I stand up in front of you?" Like they're like, I was like, "Holy shit, I've never even had that before."
Right.
So yeah.
Pookie says the Eagles were better than U2, but I've also filed for divorce. So
you'll be going back to Canada soon.
Yes, I'll be looking. She'll be looking for a place to live soon. So
F you, dude.
She might hit you guys up because that's blasphemy to say that. But she enjoyed Eagles better than U2. So, yeah, hell of a venue. Marks, Tallon, you guys haven't been yet. It's sad.
No, not yet.
Sad.
Is it? Maybe for our holiday party, you'll take us all?
Oh, Jesus.
Yes, Steve rented out the whole Sphere.
Yeah. What's going to make you guys go the Sphere? Like a different band or just ticket prices or what?
Yeah, probably depending on the band.
Okay.
And ticket prices, but
I'd probably go see the nature show.
Yeah. Go to the Postcards from the Edge show. It's every day.
Yeah, that one.
Right. I mean, it's not that good, but I mean, would you go see that now?
You're not that good.
You wouldn't see that?
What is it about?
It's just like
nature?
Yeah, and then just close-up stuff and
yeah, I would go see it.
Yeah.
Because it's such an experience to see how well the graphics are and how cool it is. Like even when the Eagles came out and the clouds were over us, it got cool. Like they blew cool air through the crowd.
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. The seats vibrate too, although they didn't do that for the
They didn't
Eagles.
do that, yeah.
No. But the
Probably because they fucking broke because of recoil.
Yeah, maybe.
Too many drinks spilled on and they short-circuited.
Well, listen, I'm glad Heather, she's a believer now.
Yeah.
She's one of us.
Yeah.
She's converted.
Is Aiden listening to the show right now or is he not listening?
He is not listening. He's in the jacuzzi with Mason and Matt.
How good was our drive home, though?
Our drive home was real good.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
So good. Hey, man, you beating off? No traffic on the way home, and it went by real fucking quick.
Oh my god.
And then continued at home.
Oh.
Wow.
Just when you think you got home at 2 and asleep by 2. Nope. Fuck no. It's 3:30.
There is.
You're fucked.
There's no way. Like. Pookie and I are going right to bed.
Oh no. Well, we got 2.5 hour drive, right?
I mean, I guess.
You think about little dip trip, flip Fantasia when you're going home and shit.
Okay. Yeah.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
Yeah. Lipstick on your lipstick. Yeah.
There might have been.
Have you ever done stuff with Pookie in the car and you're worried about people peeking in through and seeing while you're driving?
No.
Have you done it though?
I don't think so.
What?
I don't think we've ever done it. in the
What?
car. No, I don't think so.
You've been married how long and nothing's even
Yeah,
happened like
21 years.
God.
Not that I can remember.
Man.
Sorry, man. Tallon? You? Yar?
Me and Travis were laughing that we hit the drop at the same time, so I don't know what you said.
Okay.
Have you
ever been doing stuff in the car and been worried about someone looking, like passing you or passing them, looking inside to see what you guys are doing? Yes or no?
I don't think we were worried about what other people were seeing, but the rest of it, yeah.
Okay. Marks? I mean, your wife is pregnant, so I know something's going on over there.
I don't know if we have, to be honest. I legitimately don't know.
Yeah, see?
I don't
Marks and I
remember.
we live our lives.
Have you had sex in a car at all, Steve?
Yeah, not with Pookie, though.
Okay.
Marks and I are just losers. Wow. Where's that from?
Wasn't that convenient?
Yeah, wasn't that convenient?
I mean, it wasn't no Pamela and Tommy Lee. I mean,
no.
God.
No, nothing like that. All right. Well, Heather Keefer brought to you by the folks at MTX Braking, by the way. Love these guys. Brake pads, mtxbraking.com. Road bike, mountain bikes. Use the code PulpMX to save. Available in over 800 power sports dealers. Make your mountain bike brakes better. More power, better modulation while remaining dead silent.
Heather, what are you doing?
Running from the boys.
Why do you just sit still?
A lot of noise going on. Yeah, a lot of background noise.
Sorry.
What is that?
mtxbraking.com. Bringing you Heather Keefer.
What was that? Anybody?
What? Huh.
You've never heard that before.
No, what is that? Is that a porn music?
That's like the intro to Pornhub.
Oh, I don't. Pornhub sucks.
The Mormon guy played it. You have to know what that is.
The Mormon guy? Oh, the Mormon
Marks.
guy.
Well, Heather, I'm glad you went. Thank you for coming up here. I know because you guys drove up same day, drove back after the concert. Drive back was good, though.
Had to say Tom in the morning. A lot of shit going on.
But I appreciate you making the effort, and I'm glad because I thought, first of all, I backed off on the Sphere hype a couple days.
You came in hot first.
I came in hot.
Yes.
Oh, so hot.
But then for Pookie's like, that's enough, and so I backed off for a couple days. I just was like, okay, I'll let her experience it. I'll let her,
Yeah.
And then I wasn't sure, even if she loved it, if she would tell me that she loved it because she was so sick of hearing about it from me that she might be like, hey, I'm not going to give this guy,
Oh, my God.
But she did
I'll
not.
give credit when credit is due.
Yes.
Come on.
Yep.
And
What if I would have been like, that was horrible, like worst thing ever?
Then we knew you're full of shit. Like,
yeah, we just know you're a liar. You're a liar. Yeah.
But what if I wasn't lying, to be honest?
Obviously, like going to a concert with the right people, it makes a difference. Like, I don't know how many times I've been to a concert and you take someone and they're not singing, they're not into it. Like, it's nice to go to a concert when people are singing. Like, I like that you sang songs, babe. Like, you knew the songs, like you were dancing. It makes it fun, right? When you have people just sit there and listen, it gets boring, right, Steve?
Yeah.
Or do you even care?
No,
Have you been with someone who's like, you took them to a concert and you're like, they just kind of like, yeah, it was good. And they didn't really fucking do anything.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
But no,
No, I had a good time. Did you like your little gift that we got for you?
I did. It's in the studio right now. I'm going to post it on my social. Pookie is not a fan of it. Pookie is not happy.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
She thought it was funny.
Why?
She LOL'd it.
Did she?
Yes.
When she saw it?
Yes.
Okay. She just doesn't like rule breakers, Heather, as you know. She's a very,
I mean, Heather, seriously, like, how quick was the decision just to grab and go?
It wasn't even a decision. You just literally like walked by and just grabbed and kept right on going. Like,
Dude,
it
there
wasn't
was
even,
no
like,
break
stop
and
think
stride,
about-
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was like, bloop.
I just posted on my Instagram right now. Yeah.
I just thought, I saw it and it fit you, and I'm like, that would be great for the studio because that's all you fucking talk about. And it's the only thing that I've ever seen Steve above a 5'4", so
Yeah.
why not
It's great.
take the hit for
It's
that?
the greatest thing in here.
Right.
And I got a lot of cool stuff in here, but that's the greatest thing. All right, Heather. Well, thank you for your time. I'm glad you enjoyed the Sphere. And people, if you're listening, Eagles extended their residency till March, so still tickets.
And of course, if you go to the Eagles concert and you go to the Sphere, give Steve a review. He loves those. He doesn't want to hear from you otherwise, but if it's a Sphere review, he would love to hear from you.
Yep. It's life-changing. It's life-changing, and if you're into concerts, into music, the Sphere is life-changing.
I mean, you're wearing the shirt.
I'm wearing a Sphere shirt tonight.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He is?
Yes.
Yeah.
You should just work there.
Yeah, I was wondering.
We were talking about that.
Yeah, we were talking about that because this was my 10th visit.
Like, I could see you being a greeter and like showing people like why you should like this or what's the best.
Yeah.
I think
I
you'd be
wonder
great at
what
it.
the most visits is. Like, does Steve hold the record, or is there someone out there that is more psychotic over the Sphere than him?
Oh no, I saw people on a Reddit page for U2 that went to like 20 concerts.
Really?
Yeah. So yeah, that's nuts. But yeah, I will tell you, like I've 30 DMs about the Sphere. The last little while, like I just answer them. Hey, we're I get back to people about the Sphere.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So, all right. Thank you, Heather. Appreciate it. Thanks for the time.
Bye, dear. See you later. Love you.
Goodbye. Love you. Have fun, boys.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Spherical.
Heather Keefer, everybody. She's on our side. She's in the group.
She's not. She's tough.
By the way, I want to thank the folks at motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X Brand Goggles, Race Tech, Renthal, Michelin, Acherbis, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade, Atlas Neck Brace. Check out Atlas Brace, Kyle Chisholm, Dylan Wright, among others, wearing an Atlas Neck Brace. Guts Racing, FMF, Pro Filter, Works Connection. PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Works Connection. Please check them out as well for whatever you need. Radiator braces are big with those guys. They do a lot of that. Get Data, WUSA, Wiseco Piston, MTX Braking, Ethica, Luxon, Troll Training. Talked Troll Training earlier. Factory Chassis Parts, Rocky Ridge Trucks, all on board with us. Rocky Ridge Trucks, your ultimate off-road vehicle capable of getting down and dirty. Rocky Ridge has a rich history and has been building custom vehicles since '83. They partner with all the OEMs out there. Each vehicle is easily financed through the local dealership, and best of all, retains the factory warranty. Say goodbye to the hassle of do-it-yourself customization. Join the Built for the Bold family at RockyRidgeTrucks.com. Thank you, Rocky Ridge. All right, Keefer, here's some silly season stuff.
Okay.
That I kind of thought about. In my eyes, the 3 moves for 250 class that are big.
Yep.
Faulkner to Triumph.
Yep.
Jordan Smith to Triumph. Pierce Brown to Star. There's a few other ones like Max Volan we talked about earlier, and Ryder D's kind of staying with the same team, but maybe a different team, So maybe the bike might change a little bit. But those are the 3 big ones in the 250 class that I can think of. Garrett Marchbanks already rode for Pro Circuit this summer. Max Anstey already rode for Star this summer, so I'm not really counting those. These are the new ones. What's your take? Faulkner, Jordan,
out of
Pierce
those
Brown.
3 in order, I would say Pico. That's what I call him.
Okay.
Pico's number 1. Let's talk about him. If he's going to a place where he's going to have to win right away, I feel like they hired him to go win. And if he doesn't win the first year, it's not going to go well. I don't think there's going to be as much patience with Pierce as there was with the Gas group.
Yep.
He's capable of winning. Obviously, we saw him the last round SMX, but for him to continue on with that, to keep that, we've seen it's been tough. Starts have hindered him. I think his starts will be better on the Yamaha. So for me, that's the first one, and I think that's the most important one because I think that will be the shortest lived agreement if it doesn't go well soon. I still, in my personal view, this is just my opinion, I still don't think he wins a championship. I think there's other guys out there that are going to be a little bit better. But I think he has, he's got a good mindset. He's a pretty
I think you just want to see him get some podiums. He's barely got any podiums, right?
Well, he was for a while. Then it was like a dry spell for a long time.
Yeah.
And then I know Will's been helping him, and I think that's a good thing for him. I don't know how much Will will be a part of his program anymore.
Nothing. No.
So it's out.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a huge thing for Starr and him is he's going to have to win right away. The number 2 thing will be Faulkner. I know Triumph's not going to expect a lot from him right away. They're not going to say, hey, you got to win. I think they're going to want to get him to be a top 3 guy, get some podiums, and maybe if a win or 2 happens, that's great. But let's try to get you through the year and build upon this relationship and the bike. So I don't see him winning right away either, and depending on how he feels. I know he hasn't even ridden yet, so I guess that's going to start here fairly soon.
Will that be something where he has to stay in Georgia?
Yes.
Probably, right?
So he's moving. He's packed up and he's moved or moving.
Yeah.
So I think being with Brownie, being with Scuba, all those guys, I think that's a great environment for him. I think it's a great group of guys over there. I spent a lot of time over there. They're a bunch of good dudes. It's mellow, kind of how he is. He's a mellow kid. And with him being a dad here fairly soon, I just think being away from California, being on the East Coast with those guys, I think it's going to be a good move as long as he stays healthy. I see him winning, but not right away.
Okay.
I still think if he is healthy, he's got a good bike, he's got a good group around him, I just think he's going to need a little time to get his feet under him a little bit. And then the last one for me would be Smith. I just, he's been around a long time.
He had a good year.
And had a good year.
Yeah.
Again, I just don't see him coming right in and smoking everybody. But if he did, it wouldn't surprise me either.
I don't even mean smoking everybody, any of these guys. I just meant sort of like which is your bar for progress or, whatever they're going to – are they going to step up or is it more the same? I think
the guy who's going to progress more will be Pierce.
Pierce,
yeah.
right, okay.
I'll say Pierce Chamberlain.
Yeah.
I haven't heard that in a long time.
Yeah, geez, that's a while back. I think – and, Styles Robertson's going to Triumph too, but I put him, he's got to just –
Styles got to get a year under his belt,
He missed the entire year. Yeah. So I think Jordan's got a 3-year deal is what I heard.
Yes.
And the third year is 450s.
Correct.
So good for Jordan Smith for getting the bag.
Dude,
3 years.
And I've heard what he's making.
Yeah.
It's great.
3 years in our sport is not easy to get.
No.
So good for Jordan.
But I think Faulkner's deal is a long-term deal too.
Really?
Yeah. More than 1 year.
Yeah. Where is speaking of Star, so this Dudney kid they just signed, and then they have Cole Davies, and then they have
that new New Zealand kid or
Aussie kid, I think.
Aussie or New Zealand?
This is a surprise to you, the three of them, or are they just basically like
Dudney was a surprise.
Yeah.
Because I know how Team Green treated Dudney.
Yeah.
And that was going to be one of their guys. Because I know Drew Adams is still going to be a futures kid next year.
Yeah.
And then outdoor motocross. So, but he wasn't going to do outdoor motocross, I think, until after Loretta's.
Dudney.
No.
Drew. Oh.
So this Dudney thing, I was like, oh, wow. Thought they'd need him. But I guess they let him go. And
why would they? Would that just be a money thing? If you're Dudney and you see these other two amateurs and you kind of know like it's dog eat dog and you're sort of on a nice path with Team Green to Mitch, why leave?
I don't know.
Okay.
I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
And it has to be a money thing because I feel like how long he's been on Team Green, and I think I've spoken to the family a little bit. They don't seem like they need a lot of money. They seem like they're pretty well off.
Yeah.
But also, if you got it in front of you, and just like I said, the perception that's the best bike, and I can win right now.
Yeah,
and
I would be so wary of going there, because of how many guys they have, because of the throwaway attitude they have. I mean, Romano's out, right? Fry's out.
And let's face it, these guys, these kids are coming out. It's a performance clause.
Yeah.
It's not like, here's your deal.
Yeah. And I would just be like, hey, man, I'm on a solid thing with Kawasaki here. They're going to slow play me a little bit. They're going to look after me a little more. Stars, dude, you could either bust or boom. They don't care either way.
Yeah.
Which is, you want to live like that, fine. I'd be like, whoa, to me. I know, on the Davies thing, talking to people who would know, 0 chance the Austrian guys were ever going to come close to the money that they threw at him. Started.
Right.
So I would assume they would throw money at this Dudney kid too, because why throw money at Davies? It blew away any offer that KTM could have kept the kid.
Right.
They didn't even see ya. You should take that. So I would assume the Dudney thing's the same thing.
Well, the NSA team, the Yamaha team, the amateur team, folded.
Oh, they did?
That's
okay.
gone.
Yep.
So Alof and the other kid, what's the other kid that was tall? Avery Long?
Yep.
No ride.
Nothing.
So I would have thought NSA would have been like, hey, these are our guys to groom up to Star. Those kids didn't even get asked to be on Star.
Yeah.
And then they pulled Dudney from Team Green. So if I'm the kids on NSA, I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Thanks, Yamaha. Well, it shows you how little Yamaha has control over Star.
I'm just like, Avery's been solid all year.
Right.
That kid's good.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing.
Right. So do they have rides or no?
No. I know Avery was calling Michael from Vital.
Mm.
and say, hey, do you have any leads? Like anything I can do? The dad's hunting around for his kid.
Right.
They're like, hey, we can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
I can't keep spending money.
Right.
And Joe and Liam, I know Liam was kind of riding at Star and hoping that he would do good, and Liam's a solid A kid too.
Yeah.
Kind of left out.
Yeah, it shows you how little control Yamaha has over Star, I think.
So,
it
I guess some of these kids, they don't understand that there's really no loyalty. They think, I'm going to get here, and then maybe they'll groom me up. Like, we've seen it with Blair's kids. Like, Blair's trying to do that, but how many times have they taken a kid from his group to the factory level?
Yeah.
There's no room. It's like we talked about in the live show. There's no room for them.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? So why not leave and go somewhere else?
Yeah.
That's why I've always felt like Team Green was the best, because you have the most opportunity to grow within that brand.
Yeah, and they do slow play you a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know Ryan. Ryan's a good dude. He's straight up. Like, he wants kids on Kawasaki's. He looks after Aiden. He didn't have to give Aiden shit next year, but he did. So I don't know. I look at the people behind the program a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't know much about the Star program, but I see what I see. You see the same thing.
I would just think you'd get lost there, man. But maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, again, the strong survive, and
maybe this kid wants that kind of. Maybe that's how he's driven.
Yeah.
So some people thrive in it.
Ethica, by the way, PulpMX 20 code to save at Ethica. You're using the code to save with
I'd
Ethica?
use them for motorcycle socks. People, if you want good quality motorcycle socks, Dave, Ethica has great socks. So if you have motorcycle socks, especially that go all the way up to your thigh, and this isn't a pitch for Steve because I don't give a shit, but like I buy my own socks.
Yeah.
Because once you wear your socks, you sweat in them, they're crusty, you wash them, they don't stay soft. The Ethica socks stay soft.
PulpMX 20. Use the code SAVE.
That's my
great
pitch.
underwear too. Great.
You got something to say, Tallon?
Oh. Wow.
I was just watching Fireman Dave sneak in there.
Was Tallon mad dogging you?
Yeah, he was like.
Really?
Yeah, he's like he
I
had
just looked up to see him sit down.
Like he had some off-road socks to butt me up with.
He wants a piece of you.
Yeah.
Ethica's only.
Will you stop mad dogging our guests, please? Thanks.
I
Jesus.
just looked up from my phone. Jeez, I'll go back.
All right, before we get into the tweets, Fireman Dave, welcome to the show.
How you guys doing?
I got to get you on here.
All right,
because
he fucked you, for one.
Why?
Remember, Loretta's.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting him on.
Oh, okay.
So,
Sounds gay.
Dave, your dream was to go to Loretta's.
Yeah.
You said you never got to go because your dad had no money, or you never chased the dream, or I don't remember what sob story you had.
Oh my God, what a dick!
No, but
whatever.
What? No, but you want life, and congrats, you made it.
I did.
This past year, you rode really well, beat Darkside, all of that. So you go to the ranch, and it was cool. I was happy for you. I know you fairly well now over the years. And I go to Loretta's, and on Tuesday afternoon, I'm like, dude, I watch your moto. Doesn't look like fun. It's fucking 8,000 degrees humidity.
That's facts.
The ruts are 6 foot deep.
That's facts.
And I go to you like, hey, man, how is it? You're like, you know what? You're like,
I don't think he was breathing like that, but okay.
You're like, I'm done. Like I am. This is gnarly track. I'm not used to riding like this. I don't like it. I'm glad I came here. I'm glad I made it, but I'm never coming back here. You said I'm never coming back here, but I'm glad it's off a bucket list. You said the bucket list. I'm done. Your wife's there. Your daughter's there. And I just go, okay, like, yeah, like, got it. You know, like I get, like, yeah, never mind the money and everything else. And what you said made perfect sense. And I watched you, and you were not having fun. And I watched a lot of guys there. And
he got Mako'd.
Yeah, he got Mako'd. A guy in an 81 Mako got you late.
He got
Keefer
fucking Mako'd. I was losing my mind.
Keefer was so mad.
Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
So whatever. So like all your things made sense.
Mm-hmm.
Bucket list, one and done, never coming back. Couldn't go when I was a kid, went now. And that was like a nice little, okay, like I get it, cool, man. And then, dude, like a week after the event, Kiefer's on my ass about going. And I'm like, Dave, I'm not going. Like, no. Like, watch Dave. Dave hated it. And he's like, Dave's in. Dave's back in. I'm like, no, he's not. He told me he's like all the things I just said. Kiefer's like, no, man, he's in. So I'm like, what is Dave's number? So on this text, and you're fucking going back.
Not 100% sure.
What?
No, hold on. I do want to go back. Is it going to be feasible? I have no idea. It's cost a lot of money. I want to go back, yes.
But you would go back.
If I had the opportunity and have the money, then I will.
Dave, put yourself back in that lawn
I
chair
know, I
on
get
Tuesday.
It. Believe me, I hated myself. I wanted to stop the hemorrhage. I just wanted to go home. It was horrible. But the reason
it was horrible. You just ended there.
This is what it does to you.
It was not fun. I'll be honest with you. The whole trip.
It was fun.
Being with Kris was
you
fun.
You had a clutch problem going on.
That was a whole other saga. I just was mad at everybody. It was a horrible thing.
Hey, how many times has Dave said horrible in regards to his Loretta's experience?
6.
Yeah.
I'm going to put up a count.
Right.
The only reason why I would like to go back is just because now I know what to expect. And Steve, let me tell you something. When you get passed by a Mako, you're like, what the hell just happened? And I'm thinking to myself.
To be fair, you beat the Mako the other 2 motos.
I did.
Okay. Yeah.
And I had such bad arm pump. I was so nervous. 40 guys in the gate. The second corner had arm pump so bad I could barely put the clutch in. That's straight up truth. Long story short, I got past my Mako. I'm like, this is not good, man. This is not good. I'm not riding good. And if I go back to the pits, I know Kris is losing his mind, and I'll never hit the end of it the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Look, so I finally passed him back. Okay, I did. Okay, I passed him. But when you get passed by a Mako, you're like, dude, I'm just going to quit riding. Because it's like, listen, I'm not trying to be a pro rider, but I hold myself in pretty good. I'm in pretty good shape for 50 years old.
Yeah.
I can ride okay.
Yeah.
I go out there, and I'm looking at these guys, and Kris told me, he goes, look, dude, you're going to be so pissed. And I'm like, I'll be fine. But look at these guys, like some of these guys are going to fall over. I mean, that guy has a beer belly. Must be a plumber. I don't know.
Yeah.
Doesn't ride as much as I do.
Yeah.
I'm in shape. I've been training.
Yeah.
Getting passed by these guys.
And then the beer belly guy goes right around you the outside.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And the Mako guy had been there. That was his 25th year racing it. He knows how to ride that stuff.
Yeah.
I do not.
Yeah, yeah.
And am I going to go back and be just as bad? Probably.
No, you won't be.
I don't know. I mean, it didn't start well at Game Moto. I'm like, it was like the second day. I'm like, I can't go home.
What's he talking about?
So we went early to go to Game.
What is
Oklahoma?
Oh, okay.
Oklahoma.
Albertson's place.
Oh, okay. I didn't know what it was called.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
So
Game
I
Moto.
said, hey, I'm taking him so you get to understand the dirt.
Yeah.
It's soft. So I go, don't freak out. You're going to freak out and act like you're going to feel like you've never ridden a dirt bike ever. But I go, just relax. So we get there. Homeboy's like me in traffic. He's gone, dude. He's losing his mind. He's losing his mind. I go, this is part of it. This is good. This is why you need to freak out here and not at Loretta's. Like, Heather has a video of me. She just had the video camera out on the phone. I'm yelling at him at Game because he wouldn't even jump the finish line jump at Game. And this is how sketchy and hard the track is if you're a California guy.
Right.
So I'm like, Dave, just fucking blip the throttle. You will make it.
It's as big as this table.
He's doing this section 10 times. I'm losing my mind, dude. I'm holding my hand.
Because it's slippery.
Yeah. So Dave, don't go back.
No, he needs to go back.
Don't go back.
Look, if I have the opportunity, I want to. It's honestly, it's kind of a long shot. It's a lot of money. But I don't know. We've talked about I'd love to go back. And
he'll go back.
It's hard because
he's going to go race the area, right?
I'm going to race the areas.
He's going to race the regional. And then we'll get him back there.
It's stressful for me because it's summertime. It's fire season for me. So it's
hard
hard to get the time off.
Yeah, so it's stressful, it's expensive, and you had no fun. Don't go back.
It was on a scale of 1 to 10 being the most fun. I probably had a 2.
Yeah, and you want to go back.
But that's why you have to go back to try to be better so that taste isn't in your mouth. That's why.
No, the taste was in the lawn chair. He sweating. He's like, I'm glad I did this. It was a goal of mine. I accomplished it. Like, just being here is good. Bucket list. That's the goal.
Yeah.
That's it. You're done. That's it. No more. That's it.
We talked about it. That's not it. The goal is to try to be.
Okay, so he got 23rd, I think, right?
No, worse. 28th.
25th in the 50 class and 30th and 45.
If you fucking improve 10 spots, you're 15th.
Yeah, that's
Who
what
cares?
we need. No,
who cares?
We do.
Yeah.
Who
he
cares?
Does.
You're not in the box
because
you're not on the podium.
It's a different goal, though.
I guess we our goal was top 20, and I would have been happy with getting 20th, knowing the track the way it is. But I'm so angry and so mad deep down that I rode so bad. Guys passing me, I'm like, I gotta be able to do better than that. Just hold my head high. I feel like I almost feel like a failure, honestly.
So here's the thing: it's hard for you to understand because you don't have that into riding. Your riding isn't about that, you know. Like if you go to Vet National,
Dave's a fireman. He's not chasing Roger DeCosta's not calling him.
No,
we know that.
It's just I've ridden since a kid like you, and I wanted to go back there and just get top 20, hit my goal, be done. And I was so far from it.
You got 28th. I'll give you a
25th.
plaque. Okay, I'll give you a plaque that says top 20 if you want. I'll make you a plaque. Just don't go back.
That's a shitty outlook. Look at personal goals are important to everybody.
It is, and he did it. He made it.
Okay, but he had
His
a
personal goal was
20th.
What he said in the lawn chair to me.
Yes,
was beautiful.
There's a lot of things that are said there at the track that you don't mean when you later on. Trust me.
It's beautiful. It was a beautiful thing. and
Steve,
then
I gotta tell you, it's not fun.
That year,
straight up honest with you, like I had fun with
this
Chris.
This is Loretta's commercial, everybody.
Look at this year. It's the worst I've been in, and I've been there 5 years.
Yeah,
that was the hottest it's been in a long time there. It was bad.
Yeah.
And I know some people are like, oh, I live back there. It's not that bad. Okay, fine, good. When you come from where we come from to there, it's pretty bad. I was fucking cooked the first day, as everyone saw.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't fun, but
you were cooked like Hymus.
Yeah,
cooked.
bad. But look at if he has a personal goal and he didn't meet it, you keep going back if you can until you meet the goal. That's it.
So you think if he gets 20th,
he's going to be satisfied?
He's never going back again because
Absolutely.
the 20th is what did it for him?
Absolutely, because I think he gets 20th and rides to his potential. And if that's 18, 19, and he's in that top 20, he did what he's wanted to do. He didn't ride like I know he can ride. He didn't fucking jump the finish line jump at Loretta's. The Mako guy was jumping behind him.
I did jump it.
Eventually.
Yes, I didn't jump it when I needed to.
I'm freaking out, dude. I'm like,
it's literally as big as this table. It's not that big.
Doesn't look that big.
It's not.
To be honest.
It's so dumb.
So
was it just ruts across the face?
No, it's just at an angle, so it's like slippery, and you're doing this. It's like, and then you land in ruts, and it's like kind of sketch ball.
Okay. Well,
he can be better, and I think now that he knows, he won't be as nervous.
He was telling me I gotta go, I gotta qualify, and I'm like, hey man, Dave hated it. Like Dave, you know what I mean? Like I'm like using you as my reasoning. Like Dave spent all this money, Dave hated it. I don't want to be like Dave, and he's like, oh no, Dave's back. I'm like. He goes, Dave's back in.
He's slow rolling it right now, but he's in.
And like I love to. If I had the extra money and stuff, I would definitely go just to try it again. But I hope the outcome would be better. It's just it's so frustrating when I was riding so poorly and I got arm pump every moto so bad.
Yeah, because it's 8-foot ruts.
Yeah, it's
every corner.
My bike was. I didn't know the motorcycle I was on. It was like somebody else's bike. Everything was different. The way it reacted.
I told you about this.
And he did. And I'm like, okay, how bad could it be? And then. Sure enough, it was
that's why like Mike Brown could top 10 a national there. Like you just
100%
know what that place is like. You just know it, right?
More importantly, what about you two matching up here in a couple weeks?
Oh, Dave's got me covered.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
See, I don't like your guys' attitude.
Dave's a better rider than I am.
Okay, but can we just say, hey, I'm
I'm going to give it my best shot.
All right, thank you.
Steve rides really good.
I know he does.
Yeah, but Dave rides better.
Okay.
We're talking the Vet National.
Vet National, GH.
Well, you both don't get great starts, so.
Yeah.
That's true. Especially the Redas.
Well, what about Vaj?
Vaj ain't racing with us. He's racing the 45 class.
Vaj, I gave Vaj shit 2 years ago.
Vaj is going to have such bad arm pump, dude.
Yeah.
Vaj was in the C class.
Yeah.
And
was he?
Yes, 2 years ago. And I said, Vaj, come on. Come on, Vaj. Like he got second or won.
I don't know.
But I'm like, Vaj.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
You're not C.
He's going to get so mad. You're going to see 10 minutes.
He's coming in Monday after, right? He's going to come in the show?
Yeah.
He's
going to be angry.
Because he hasn't ridden or?
He hasn't ridden that much.
Yeah.
When I talked to him, he's like, yeah, I'm looking forward to more doing electrical work for Steve than I am racing, so I know it's not going to be great.
So, yeah, we're going to be in the same class?
Yep.
Okay, all right.
50B, right?
Well, I'll see if I can chase Dave.
50B and then 45B for you and Dark?
Me and Dark.
He's riding two classes. You riding two classes?
Probably just one.
How about the year that it rained and Dave just went home?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's standard Dave, dude.
Straight up. I ain't doing that stuff.
You don't fuck with his bike, dude.
Muddy, shitty Glen Helen, which does trash your bike.
I had a brand new Works Edition Honda or Factory Edition Honda. I'm like, I'm not riding in the mud.
Dave just went home.
He had a problem with his clutch, and it was a meltdown, dude.
Yeah, but you would have been there with me.
At Loretta's. Yeah. No, I heard. I heard before I got there. I heard.
Yeah.
I was so pissed.
Listen, in times of financial uncertainty, how can you stay on track? Call on someone who's invested in your success. Brian Stone, Edward Jones financial advisor. Brian's a good dude. I know him. He used to race privateer guy, made some main events. He will work to build a complete picture of your financial life. Dave, Brian Stone would probably not recommend you spending the money to chase after Loretta's. Okay?
Probably not.
Call Brian Stone, 816-761-4066. Don't go chase Loretta's. Call Brian Stone. Put that money Loretta's in with Brian. He can double it for you.
I'm not going to debate that. That's not a bad idea. I mean, I'll even admit that.
Brian Stone, everybody. Check it out. Thank you to those guys. We got Jeremy on one. What's up, Jeremy?
Hey, Steven. Hey, Keefer.
What's up?
Hey, Dave.
Is this Gerbil?
Is it
I
Gerbil?
go to Glen Helen every week.
Yeah, it's Gerbs.
After Loretta's, I never saw Dave.
What do you mean? He never came to the ride?
I never seen him after Loretta, so I'm just glad to see him on the TV.
Nice.
Yeah, he hasn't ridden much after Loretta's. He's been working. So
Yeah, because he had a horrible time at Loretta's. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was on
you know what? I've been waiting on YouTube too for the updates and make sure he's still around.
Yeah, March 74 fam's been not popping off lately.
When I came back, I got sent up a strike team. I was sent up north for 18 days, came back, and then all those fires popped off in California, and I was forced to be at work. So I
could do your job. I did your job the other day. You're fine.
You did good. Yeah. But yeah, I've been stuck at work. I've ridden twice. I rode the other day with Keefer, riding tomorrow, and I'm back on for that natty. So
so you've really not ridden much then?
I haven't had a chance to. Yeah,
Wow.
and then I get home. I have 2 days off, and all I want to do is sleep because I've been up all night. So yeah, it's been tough.
Right. Well, Gary's prepping mesquite for us tomorrow, so should be good.
Yeah.
Gerbs.
Yes.
How's those bangers of Steve? They look pretty good, huh?
Yeah, all the time. I'm waiting for so I can put a poster up at Glen Helen of like a UFC poster of Steve versus
Dark
Dark Side. So
Dark's on a 350 too, huh?
No, he's gonna be on a 450.
Dark is not Glen Helen friendly.
Okay. Hey, Marks. Can we put a poll up and see what people think of who's going to beat who?
Yes.
Dark or Steve?
Yes, we can do that.
Talon's in charge of the Twitter over there.
Oh, okay. Tallon.
Tallon can do that. No, listen, Dark's a good rider. Dark had me at Lakewood. We were pretty close. He was jumping that big thing, triple, that I wasn't happy about. But Dark and Glen Helen it's not good.
No,
he's got to get better at Glen Helen.
He's ever raced at National there?
Yeah, he has.
Oh, he has.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, all right, Gerbs. Thanks, buddy.
But we know from history that the sendiness doesn't usually pay out. So maybe the consistency will.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Look, the last time Dark and I raced Glen Helen, I never even saw the fucking guy.
No, you were gone. Dude.
Never saw him.
Yeah, he was struggling.
Yeah.
He was out.
All right.
But he has gotten a lot better since then.
He has.
Yes.
Yeah. So, all right. Thanks, Gerbs.
Perfect. See you guys later.
All right, see you, man.
Later, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate it. All right, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. That's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Love the guys at motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts over there. Got e-bike stuff as well, street bikes, UTVs, all of it. Motorsport.com. Go through the banner on PulpMX to help us out. We'd appreciate that as well. And, yeah, man, great prices, great dedicated team of gearheads over there helping you out. Great guys. And the number one online ordering place in the world. Better than Amazon, better than anywhere. Motorsport.com. What?
I'm hearing eagles in the background. You hear that?
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe that was the intro still. I don't know. Okay, these questions are submitted at PulpMX Show on Twitter, and the guy in the corner picks the best ones.
All right. We went over this one. Let me see. Cody Shield. Steve, any word if the whole Star 250 team is in the A-Star goggle? Pierce Brown wearing them in the latest post and rumors of Hayden wearing them.
Oh, was he? I didn't notice Pierce was wearing that. He was wearing Thor. I know that. I heard A-Stars head to toe, and then maybe just the goggles? I don't know.
All right. T-Bolt USA for CH, Chris. What current 450 is the closest to the 07 CRF 450 in comfort and rideability? Has the traits you liked in the older Honda?
There's nothing really like the 07 Honda. Honestly, like when I rode it, I was really surprised how good it was still. Power-wise, I would say probably KX450s. I was shocked of how slow the 07 felt to the newer 450s, but slow in a good way where it was easier to ride, and that's kind of like the KX450. But chassis-wise, nothing. There isn't nothing out there right now that has the comfort of the 07 chassis.
Everything's just stiff, huh?
Everything is stiff. We need to back it down in the manufacturer world.
Are you doing another old bike shootout?
Yes,
You
09.
are? 09.
Yamaha. Yep.
Okay.
So that's coming.
All right, from Box by One, Kris, if you have to choose between only being able to ride with Steve or Dark for the rest of your life, who do you choose and why?
Ooh. That's a good one. That's tough. I want to say Steve, just because I feel like I've been around Steve longer. I think if it's about riding, you know what? I take that back. I'm going to say Dark Side.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to say Dark Side because I feel like if I say, hey, we're doing 3 2-lap sprints, 2 20-minute motos, Dark Side's fucking in. He's in. He won't even ask questions. I asked this dude if he wants to do something. He's out.
Yeah, man.
And I feel like Dark rides a little more, so you have a more consistent.
I'm just down because
partner.
Dark's down for whatever. Steve isn't.
Leave me alone. Let me ride. Let me do what I want. Like,
Right.
let me ride the way I want to ride. Let me do the laps I want to do. If all of that.
That's my guy, Dark. He's down for whatever.
Yeah, okay.
I'm down for whatever.
All right, Roost Expose. What steps should MXGP be taking to prevent their talent from coming here?
Well, they could pay them purse money. I don't know if you can. Like, again, we've covered this. These kids, they don't dream of racing Paula or Millville. They dream of racing Anaheim 1 Stadium, under the lights, fireworks, all of that shit. That's what these guys dream of, and MXGP can't offer it. That's it. I don't think there's anything the guys can do.
Right.
Yeah, they all dream of coming here. They love it. They've grown up racing it. They've grown up watching. They've grown up watching it on TV. I don't see it.
7 votes so far. 6 for Steve, 1 for Darkside.
Yeah, second Dark.
Thin Shin. If Sexton is Giselle, what is Jet? Since Jet got on 450, the praise for Chase's great style has vanished.
I mean, I don't know any current hot models. Do you? Name a current hot model. I don't know anymore.
All-timer would have been Cindy Crawford, though, like back
Yeah.
in the day. Like, all-time.
I mean, pick a hot model now, and then put that in there for
I feel
Jet.
like we don't talk about models like we used to.
Kathy Ireland.
Well, you can't.
Oh, we can't?
No, because then. Have you been into like Victoria's Secret lately?
No.
It's all different.
Why?
Like, it's weird if you throw a hot girl up because then the girls that aren't hot and skinny, they get pissed off. So it's just all weird now. So they have bigger women, which is fine.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
down
fine.
for that.
Like, whatever.
Yeah. But like now I think it's such offensive to have these like runway models. They don't have them up anymore. I couldn't believe it. I went with Heather. And I'm like, well, this is different. So yeah, it's totally changed.
Yeah.
Look at have a mixture. Have the big girls, have the stick girls, have the medium girls. Like, put them all in there.
Yeah, I'm with you. Because we used to be like, Christy Turlington, Cindy Crawford,
Yeah.
Naomi Campbell. I mean, they were like literally household names.
Right.
Like all the models were.
I mean, how many times
And
you
they're all in
watched
George Michael videos.
Right.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Freedom.
Or Duran Duran.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
That was my first introduction to like hot girls and sex. Was
Duran Duran.
Rio by Duran Duran.
Oh, yeah.
The video Rio.
Yep.
Her name is Rio.
Okay, man. Cool.
All right, Sportin' Wood 303. Keith, now that you've been to the Sphere, what is something that you enjoy that you would like Steve to experience?
Well, if I'm being serious, this is not very funny, but this is a serious thing. For me, I wish Steve would, so, not to get all crazy and sappy, but like,
oh boy,
I like helping people, right? So for me, helping people that are less fortunate or disabled.
Hey, man, how's your easy up? Let me help you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Helping the Moto-Demption people. I did this when we had our ride day in Thunder Valley. Like, riders that have been injured on the bike and are paralyzed. The Moto-Demption's like a non-profit company that get riders back on motorcycles, and they have adaptive bikes that they build for these riders. And then seeing these riders' faces after they come in from riding a dirt bike from something that has injured them is something that I can't explain to somebody unless you do it. When I first started doing that back at Paula at the Caselli Ride Day, they strapped me in one of these things to see what it feels like, and it's totally crazy being strapped in, how tight you are on this bike and not be able to stick your leg out. So it's a really foreign feeling, but I helped a kid named Anthony. Me and him are still tight to this day. There's a girl named Melissa. We did this at the Thunder Valley Ride Day at Pulp Ride Day. That was really fun. So for me, I always say this: if I wasn't riding, doing testing in dirt bikes, I would be some kind of caretaker because that's rewarding work for me. So I would like Steve to actually feel that feeling of helping someone like a rider at Motodemption. That's what I would like.
Do you know how many dogs I fostered?
No, I know. I'm just saying.
Big fostering. Helping these dogs get on their lives.
I'm talking about human beings.
I know. Dogs
and I'm a dog guy. I love dogs.
Right.
But I like good human beings.
What about the privateer money we raise?
I know.
What about the GoFundMe
It's
stuff?
different, though. You're helping with money and compensation.
Yeah.
But this is just, you get nothing in return besides helping these people and seeing the rewarding look on their faces. And, like, we don't know what they're going through because their life has changed, but then giving them some peace of mind and just a little bit of happiness riding a dirt bike again is
cool.
something.
Good for you, Chris.
No, it's not about me. It's about them.
I know. You sound like you're preaching like religion on someone.
Am I?
Yeah, a little bit, Dave.
I don't want to sound
Dave?
like that.
Ask Tom.
I don't want to sound that way.
What if I don't want to help those people?
That's fine, too.
Yeah,
but I'm just
they
saying,
can help other
the
people.
question was, what
Okay.
do I wish?
Right.
That's what I wish.
Okay.
Just like I wished back in the day I could be a girl for a day so I can feel what a penis feels like.
I wish I was a woman so I could feel a dick inside of me.
Exactly. So
I would you want
wanna
to do
say
that
something
if you
super
got
weird.
offered it?
To be a woman?
Yeah.
Not really, no.
Dave?
No, never thought of that.
Never thought about that.
No.
Well, think about it now.
Yeah. Well, think about it now, Dave.
If someone said, hey, you're a dude, we know you're a guy, but we're going to make you a woman for 24 hours and go get laid. You're a woman. You're not a guy anymore. Your mentality, everything, your brain's a woman. You can go feel a dick.
That'd be interesting, yeah.
Right. Because then you go back to a dude and you hump Stephanie and you know what she's feeling.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point, yeah.
Never seen Dave's wife.
She's hot.
She hot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dave's basement, dude.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Didn't you meet her at Loretta's?
Oh, yeah, I guess I never met her, but yeah, she was there, yeah. What I would like to do is talk about helping people. Well, I don't really remember. I just remember, yeah.
It's so fucking hot. Probably.
Yeah, it's probably.
It was sweat, yeah.
Dude, the guy who asked me to stay at a start hook, like I could barely see my fucking sunglasses. Some sweat was pouring. What I would like to do, speaking of helping people, is I would like to be a big brother for someone and take them to the Sphere.
That's great.
Yeah.
See their happiness and joy.
Yep.
Okay.
Take them to the Sphere. We won't buy them the $36 drinks, but
maybe we should run a contest at PulpMX.com.
I have something coming for the new year to help people.
Really?
Yes.
Look, I'm not saying you don't.
Marks knows what it is. He's actually dragging his feet right now a little bit on it.
I am?
Yep.
What?
Yep. Check your emails.
Oh, is this an app?
No, not an app.
Is the app really
It's
gonna
okay,
fucking-
Marks. It's okay. It's fine.
Hold
but
on.
There's something coming.
No one's saying that you don't help people. Just let's be
Yeah,
clear on that.
right.
As far as motorcycle world, you are the guy who helps the most.
I don't know about that, but
yes, that's just.
Well, more. Stick around. Just wait.
I'm talking about people that are less fortunate
You-
or handicapped. Look, I had a
You
mom
are
that's
gonna
handicapped.
lose your mind when I tell you.
Damn it, become Christian.
You're gonna lose your mind when I tell you after the show what I'm gonna do next year.
I am gonna.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Marks knows.
Marks, you know.
Marks doesn't know everything. Marks knows a little bit.
I feel like I know a lot, except for the fact that I'm supposed to be doing something. I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah. Ask Swizz.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Next question.
Beaks and Tallon. Steve, do you think we see Australia hold an MXON while the
No.
Lawrences are still racing?
No, I don't.
Australia?
No. We're going back to Erne again, and then we're
Why?
coming back to the U.S. It's just like there are only so many venues that could hold all the people, parking and logistics and everything else. But come on, man.
There's gotta be something.
I know, right? Let's spice this thing up a little bit.
Dumbass race fan. Keefer, will Aiden be ready for Futures next year?
I heard, and I don't know this for sure. Maybe Steve would know more about this, but there's gonna be more Futures rounds next year.
Yes.
So yes, he will be doing some of them. He won't be doing all of them, but yes, he will be ready. He should be riding in December.
C. Easton 29. Are the odds that Triumph makes a 350 over or under 10%?
I have no idea. I don't.
Stop it.
I don't know.
You work for Triumph.
Nothing's been said, so I don't know.
All right.
Yeah.
Under 10%.
Under 10.
The fans would probably like this one. Ryan Kleindienst. Steve, pure speculation. Rank yourself, JT, Keefer, and Weege in order of annual net income.
JT, Weege, Keefer, who?
And yourself.
Oh, I'm last.
Well,
I'm
Keefer
last.
70K.
I'm last.
70K.
Yeah, that's
which
it.
is so full of shit. Right?
After,
Thank you, Dave.
After taxes.
Thank you, Dave.
Dave knows.
Yeah.
Oh, stop.
Weege and JT both work their ass off. They're always doing something.
You told me
frugal.
You
dude.
told me because you make with me earlier. You told me that you could afford $3,000 house payment, no problem, by the beach.
I did not. When did I say that?
You did.
When did I say anything like that?
Because somehow we're talking about beach, house at the beach. And
I would
3,000.
never live by the beach for one. I never said
No,
that.
I know, but you said I could afford. I'm like, I couldn't afford that. You're like, I could afford that.
No, I did not say that. He's bullshit. I did not say that.
I'm not.
You get fucked.
JT and Weege are 6 figures for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you count their
JT
announcing stuff and their
Weege would be a really interesting one because I feel like Weege probably low key makes a good amount.
Oh, and I feel like Weege, like I make good money too, but I spend the shit out of it. I just
Right.
told you about $6K at Cabo.
Right.
Weege spends nothing.
Because Weege works a lot. And
Yeah.
I feel like he has all these things going on.
Yeah.
And he's
And
making
just
money.
Banking money.
Yeah.
So probably Weege.
Yeah.
Then me.
No, you're number one.
I don't know.
Weege. No, I would say this: you, JT, Weege, then me.
You're last for sure.
Yeah.
70K.
I'm
That's
fucked.
all you can do.
Done.
Did you tell Bernardo about the ceilings in this house, by the way?
No.
Stop it.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
Classic.
What did he say?
That's classic.
He's like, how tall are these ceilings?
Oh, he probably listens to the show.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, I'm sure he listens to it every now and again.
Okay.
It wasn't the first thing he said though. Like it took him. He
Yeah.
No, I
played
did. I
he
swear to
played
God,
the
he
long
was saying
game and then dropped it after a little while.
Yeah, he did. Maybe
after about his 4th joke.
Yeah.
His jokes are awesome, by the
After
way.
calling me fuckface.
Yeah, he came in hot. I was like, whoa. That's when he came in to you. Said, "What's up, fuckface?" I'm like, "Wow,
Yeah.
you guys know each other that way?" Like,
Yeah, it's Jerry Bernardo. All right.
All right,
Jerry
Jimmy
came
G had a few good ones. I try not to ask multiples, but we'll rapid fire these. Who had a more successful career, Troll or Filthy?
Ooh, that's a good one. Probably Troll. Troll won nationals
Yeah, Troll.
podium. Making good money at JGR and Star.
Phil podium 450. If
Yeah,
you weight that
yeah,
a little
but
bit.
Troll actually won races.
Yeah, Troll.
How much better did the current Honda CRF 450 get after you were fired from testing for them, Keefer?
69%.
Oh, there were some digs thrown in there about the testers.
What you guys don't know is 25 was my last year with Honda, so there's a big part of me in those bikes. So all y'all can suck it.
I don't know.
He says, give me 3 top tips to corner better on a sandy track.
Top tips: lean back more. Don't go put your weight forward. 2, stay off the clutch. And then for me, I run higher gear in the sand. So.
And then bike setup, would you drop the rear a little bit, or?
Yeah, you want to like drop your fork. You can run a little bit more sag, and then in the sand, you can also, depending on the track, if it's rollers or if it's square edgy, you can speed or slow down your rebound. I think people don't utilize rebound enough. They use more compression, and rebound is a huge aspect. I go for rebound most of the time first before I start messing with my compression.
I've never really messed with my high speed.
Yeah, people are scared of the high speed.
I have no clue what that does, and I don't touch it.
We did a class last Friday for Robert for 60 at Glen Helen, and I was in the class, and we talked about high speed and what it does. And I don't think enough people are educated enough to know where at on the track high speed compression is utilized. So I think if you go to keeferingtesting.com, you will learn.
There we go.
How's that?
It's good.
Thank you.
All right, last one. Mondi Fokker.
Mongrel.
For both of you guys and building up the life swap, what is something that Steve/Chris would modify at this instant to the other one's life? One thing each.
Definitely wouldn't be mountain biking every day. That's what I would be modifying.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? It's fun.
Not in your shit trails.
My trails are awesome.
They're rocks.
No, they're not. By the way, I was thinking about that today.
Okay.
When's the last time you came with me bicycling?
A long time.
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Let's bring it back.
Okay, I'll come up earlier.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll take you. I got some new stuff.
Do you?
Yeah.
Can we go somewhere less rocky?
Sure.
Okay.
So your guys' answers were Keefer wants Steve to mountain bike less, and Steve wants.
I'll tell you what
him
I'll
to
do
mountain
right
bike
away
more.
is the Heather. She talks too much. She's too much sass.
Wow.
Yeah, you like
We're
that?
gonna back
What?
that down. I'm gonna back that sass down a little bit.
Compared to Pookie? I feel
Not
Pookie
compared
gives
to
you
Pookie.
shit.
Not compared to Pookie.
Okay.
Just in general.
Or if you're a little bitch.
Yeah, Pookie is.
She's degaff.
Yeah, it's unfortunate I have let that horse run wild. And
Yeah,
I
you
didn't-
could have reined that in a long time
I didn't
ago.
stop it early enough, and it's gone. And
Yeah.
I have no control now.
It's just a wild horse out there?
Yeah.
Wild horse.
But Heather, I mean, we're gonna get her, in line.
I feel like when this happens, it's going to be so easy over here. Like, it's not going to be any problem.
No, you guys are good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine.
You and Heather,
Yeah.
might be tough.
Yeah, I know.
That's horrible.
Motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon. Please check out motorsport.com. Great company, great prices. Go ahead and order. Surprising in the off season, we still do a fucking 5-hour show.
Yeah, these guys wanted a short show. It didn't happen.
I tried to do a short show, and then look what happened.
Honestly, before 10 is a short show for us nowadays.
Nope.
Best interview tonight: Brandon Haas, J Mart, Phil, Andy Jefferson.
I'm going to go Andy.
All right, Marks.
Oh shoot!
I like J Mart.
I like Haas and Brosho. I like the business talk.
Okay, Tallon.
I was going to say J-Mark because he talked about off-road, but Andy dropped some good knowledge as well.
He
So
did,
both
yeah.
those guys.
Did you listen to the show on the way up?
Really good.
Oh, what a dick.
I tried to find it.
Yeah.
I couldn't find it.
YouTube.
Mark's got anything to say about that?
I mean, it's definitely not in the same spot every week. So
I went to the podcast and tried to find it, and it was nothing. It had the old shows. I couldn't find the new one, the live one.
Did you go to the app?
No.
Oh boy.
I failed.
That still works.
That's it. I gotta go find something.
Hold on, before we leave. Is there an app going to ever come out, or we just, this is what we
No,
got?
I mean, there's apparently other stuff I got to do first.
There's a beta
I'm not really sure.
version of the Marks. You were on vacation.
No, let's be real. Let's
you were
be
on
serious
vacation.
about this.
You were on vacation.
Yeah, I'm
But-
behind on emails, bro.
That's okay. Well,
right.
that's all.
All right.
It's not a big deal. There's a beta version of an app. I've seen it.
The beta was like 2 years ago. Yeah, that's
Okay.
Hold on. Let me ask this. This is a serious question.
Yeah.
Let's say Steve says, fuck it. You're busy. I get it. I'm not mad. I'm going to have someone else build it. Are you okay
I've
with
tried that. Can't be done.
What do you mean?
Because these nerds do their own thing, and the other nerd doesn't know what the nerd has done. So you can't jump into another nerd's project.
Got it.
The nerds have to start
I
from.
mean, that's just depending on how quickly you want it done. Like, yeah, if you wanted to just fully hand it over, like, sure.
What? Sure what?
Like, yeah, you could fully hand it over and pass it off to someone and just let them.
From the start, though. From the
figure it out.
start.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, they can't take Marx's work and go forward.
No,
Like
they could. It just it just takes. This is the thing. It would take a little bit for them to familiarize themselves with the code and then get up to speed. But then they would be good.
Do you think I should have an app, Marks?
I guess it depends on what you would want it
Because
to do.
when I first started Keefer Inc., I had a guy building my app. He gone.
He gone.
I'll build your app.
You know, it'd be cool if you did an app, Keeper. You could do like a log where you could keep notes on like your track, like
This is
your
what I had
your
going
bike
on.
settings and everything for each track
had
each day you ride.
I had all of my notes in my Bible that I kept, and I was putting that on my app for the bikes and everything. Dude, fucking gone, dude. Gone.
He got your notes and bailed. That's all he wanted.
Bailed.
Yeah. Let's talk about it.
No. No, that's
How
not.
much is an app? Like, for Steve's app, how much would that be?
Honestly, to hire a company, just an outside company, it's super expensive.
Apps are not
$5,000?
Apps are not cheap.
Oh no.
More.
No, 30.
What?
Yeah.
If you want full fledged with like streaming and
No, I don't need to know that.
media playback,
But I
and all
need
your
that.
Stuff. Yeah.
Marks, if Steve was
I need
willing to
that.
pay you that money, would that be done?
That shit would have been done a long time ago.
Bullshit, Marks. I've offered you money.
Not $30,000.
Wow. I mean. All right, I'll give you 30 grand.
Oh, it'll be done stat before baby gets here.
Yeah.
Wish I knew how to do that shit.
It's easy, dude.
I'd make more than 70K. Fireman's easy. That's all I know.
Yeah, fireman's easy.
I could spit in dude's
Hey man,
faces,
you all right? Hey
bake
man,
it.
bring a hose.
Yeah.
Like there you go.
I mean, how hard could it be?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for listening, everybody. We'll be back next week. Michael Lindsay will be in studio, and then we're gonna do. Yeah.
We got a Vet
Michael
National
Lindsay.
coming up.
We got World Supercross next week to probably get some of those guys on after World Supercross, and then Vet National show will be on after that with Vaj,
And Dark.
and you.
Yep. That'd be fun.
That'd be a good show.
Hope so.
Maybe
a lot of shit. How much shit are we going to talk about Glen Helen?
Well, we'll see what they do. I mean, it was kind of a shit show last year, you said. I didn't go.
Yeah, it wasn't great. Yeah.
It wasn't great.
No.
At least they're doing 3 motos. That's so much better. Like,
is it better, though?
Yes, just organization-wise. They're not so far behind. They're not cutting everything.
Yeah.
Not,
I'm just saying, like,
you're not racing when the sun is.
These guys have to work on Sunday or Saturday. Like, it fucks them for the weekend.
Didn't you go once you went that first time? It was like Vietnam. We talked about that.
Yeah.
Then the next year was better.
No.
Yeah, it was.
No, that was like 3 years of bad, and then
maybe
the last year I went was
corrals,
better.
which we liked.
Corrals were the last year I raced.
But then the corrals got.
And then that's what you said last year. The corrals were
couldn't even move.
Right, we're bad again.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah.
I don't know, man.
It's all John W's fault.
Yeah, absolutely. John and Kristen.
Yeah, they fucked up.
Yeah. John's gonna love that. Marks, thank you, appreciate it. Tallon, thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
Thanks to Roto, thanks to Swisscore, thanks to Moser, Fireman Dave. You will not be going back to Loretta's, but thanks for jumping in. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
Brandon Haas, J Mart, Phil.
Best
Andy
interview
Jefferson.
of the night, Heather Keefer.
Heather Keefer, yeah, there we go. Best interview of the night. She's now on board with the Sphere. Dave, you gonna go Sphere?
I want to go bad.
You do though.
I do.
Take him.
Eagles? I'll go. I was looking for concerts right now because Stephanie would love to go. She loves that stuff. She's in. You too? Dude, I'm in.
Go to the YouTube movie. It's really good.
Oh, okay.
It's cheap, and it's basically like watching them. It was really good. So
Would
try
you
that.
rather go to the strip club on a great night of strip club or the Sphere?
Sphere.
Wow.
Strip clubs are overrated, dude.
I mean, it's not bad.
And then on deck is Maserati and Lamborghini.
All right.
All right, everybody. Thanks for watching and listening. Appreciate it. Thanks to everyone, and we'll see you next week for Fireman Dave, for Kris Keefer. I'm Steve Mathis. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. See ya.
Great radio, bros.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
I am the sword inside your flame.